Who the heck is PepTalks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. PepTalks. 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 Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. PepTalks. PepTalks.
Who the heck is PepTalk?
They want our women. They want our children.
PepTalks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
PepTalks.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
PepTalks.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
PepTalks.
We found weapons of mass
PepTalks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from PepTalks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to a new edition of High on Politics. Hope you guys are doing well today. It has been a pretty long weekend. These last 2 days have been interesting, and I think my cat napped. That's exactly what happened. So my cat was behind my computer today. That was fun. Caught him doing some shenanigans, and yeah, hopefully he didn't chew through any cords that I missed, because I had to go through and check pretty much every cord that was back there. I'm sure if you guys are cat owners and you have one of those scandally little those little scamps, then you guys I think that you know what I'm talking about. Also, I hate the fact that I have to do that, because every electrical cord we have I have to be very careful about, so not great. Solution decoy cords. Actually, you know what, that might not be a bad idea. Well, hey, look at that. We got the Stan joining us this, what's up, buddy? Not yet. Not yet. You just stayed, too, so no freebies yet. But yeah, guys, welcome to the show. Appreciate you guys being here. If you guys, were not here on Friday, we had some fun over on Twitch. And also, guys, we officially made 3K. We did it right before the anniversary. So also, if you guys don't know, I put it in the title, it is the 2nd year anniversary of this channel. So yeah, it's kind of wild. Like, it doesn't feel like it. So I think he may have put his nutsack on your cam. Well, I hope not. What's up, Scotty? How's it going, man? Glad that you're here to celebrate with us today. Yeah, we're doing a little bit of a celebration. We're going to be hanging. Also, I'm going to try and get one of Stan's claws there. We're going one by one. Happy 2 years. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, happy 2 years and 3K. Thank you. I appreciate that, guys. I really do. If you guys can do me the solid and hit the like on your way in, but also double check to see if you are subscribed, because I know that YouTube did something weird in the last 2 weeks where it's kind of been doing this rolling thing. It happened to me again. I got unsubscribed from Kyle Kalinske, which I never had any intention on doing, and realistically, yeah. When I saw that happen, I was kind of like, oh no. So I have to be aware of that. Solution. Oh yeah. F yeah, 2 years, 3K. Hell yeah. Thanks, Natch. I appreciate that. Here's to many more. Thank you, Natch. Really appreciate that. Groove, how's it going? In mods, we trust. Yes, in my mods, I do trust. And you know what? My mods, they serve me well. I appreciate that. Also, I'm getting over something. Dude, I had the most intense sneezing attack I have ever had yesterday. It went on for almost 2 or 3 minutes. It went over the point where I was thinking, do I need to go to the hospital? I'm not sure if this is stopping. And every time that I did it, it was getting a little more and more painful. So, not sure if you guys ever had that, but I think that I just had a very intense allergy attack. We did have a storm cell come through, so who knows, but getting over that, feeling a lot better though, I'll say. Oh, what the hell? I just realized that it's backdrop stuff. Okay, let's see. Go back. Oh, that's why it was previewing. Here, let's go to that. We'll do the cityscape for now. Hopefully this sticks. I can barely hear your volume. Volume down? Volume shouldn't be down. Maybe music volume's too Is the music too loud? Good morning, Rebecca. How's it going? Kinsley, how's it going? Also, I saw that we had a newcomer, a real mama. How's it going? How are you? Welcome to the show. I hope that you are still here and chilling. I'm Pep. Nice to meet you. I do a long form stream here. Like you guys, some might consider them marathon streams. It's low. Well, let's see. How about now? Half a time zone difference. I'm on a call. Oh, hold on. Test. I mean, all my levels seem to be fine. Robin, hey, I just saw that you're over on Twitch. Appreciate you holding it down over there. Thank you for hanging. Also, I think that you might be, at least to my knowledge, my oldest subscriber, as far as just somebody that randomly found me and subscribed and has enjoyed my content for 2 years now. So, Robin, thank you for being here for this awesome journey that has been YouTube. It could be my voice, guys. I mean, I know that I'm a little quieter than usual. Definitely not as boisterous. Can't do the radio voice as much. God damn it, I hope I'm not getting sick. I have a nice little glass of water here. Oh, or thermos of water. I don't know. I just wanted some cold water, and I figured this is the best way to do it. That kind of works. You are welcome. I enjoy your content. Congrats on 2 years. Thank you. All right, I hope that the audio issue is now resolved. Also, if you are just joining us, welcome. Pinkerbell, how's it going? What's up? Hope you are doing well. Man, this weekend was kind of fun. Happy channel YouTube anniversary. Yes, it is my YouTube anniversary. I appreciate that. Put honey in my water. Oh, I should probably do that, actually. I need to have a tea here in a little bit. I will. Where do I get my nails done at? I don't know, I chew my nails, so, like, I probably shouldn't. I have a bad habit. I was informed of that when I was a real little kid, and I never stopped, so. What's the best place to give you an anniversary gift? Venmo, Patreon? Actually, the channel, so the Streamlabs link goes directly to my PayPal, if that's okay. That one I would consider the best one, the Streamlabs one. But yeah, I appreciate it. I will be getting a Patreon here soon. I've been working on some stuff with the channel. I'm kind of figuring out what I'm going to be doing here. I know that I kind of talked about it, but I might as well talk about it more today. Yeah, I have got to I got to do a little bit shorter stream so I can get to the editing bay and start getting some content out there in the video realm, I guess. Yeah, that's, I guess, how this kind of works, so we'll see. We'll see what happens. What sucks is when I even record all my stuff, and like you guys were helping me with the timestamps, which, by the way, thank you for that. I do still have that content lined up. I've been full disclosure, I have been kind of squirreling away some content so I can take a few days off and I can just have those drop along the way here. Because, yeah, I need a little breather before we go into this election season. It's going to be insane. Well, you're gonna... Dude, are you trying to get, like, banned? I'm going to, like, also, what the fuck is up with your... Like, okay, we get it. You're telling us exactly what you jerk off to. Cool. It's disgusting for you to be so open with it, but we get it. We get it. Your proclivities are your own, though. Just live your own fucking... Like, live your happiness, man. Calling people gay and also, like, just, like, talking about that stuff doesn't matter anymore. I just don't tolerate it in my chat because that's the thing. I'm not going to let you use an entire fucking... subset of people just to make yourself feel a little bit better, which you are broken, by the way. You understand that, right? People that need to, like, put others down and just in general, like, do that shit. Yeah. No, you're a broken person. I don't feel bad for you, though. Because if this is the way that you're expressing yourself, you can get fucked. Obama 2028, Obama 2028, Obama 2028. Yeah, see? You see how dumb that is? Do you ever like stop to think that you're wasting your time or any of that? Because, I mean, whatever. Who is gay? I don't know. I mean, that's the thing. I really don't know. And that because I don't know, I don't want anybody feeling excluded. So, I think that's bullshit. And I think that people that think like that, honestly, they have, you know what? They got their place. It's going to be a lonely place. I've come to terms with this. Like, I've gotten a lot better at just banning people outright and just saying, fuck them. I don't need that. I don't need it. I made 3K now. I don't need that shit. That's where I'm at. Ricky Hearn, welcome to the show. Appreciate you being here. I think you've been here before, but if you have not, how you doing? Yeah, I don't really tolerate that shit. The thing is, I don't care what your fucking politics are. You can be a conservative, but if being a conservative means being, like, homophobic and thinking that racism is hilarious, then you might need to fucking check your conservatism and just admit that you're a hateful bigot who deserves all the hate that they get. I'm sorry, man. Like, that's just what it is. And you can't save these assholes. It's just... I kind of feel bad for the people that try. Just don't be nasty. Yes, I have. I'm good. Good to see you. Yeah, I was about to say, I recognize your name. It's been a minute, though. But yeah, I'm doing pretty well. Do appreciate you guys hanging today. If you guys haven't already hit the like button, I'm gonna pester you guys today for that. Because today is the 2-year anniversary of the channel. Let's do a little reflection. Let's see. Because I started this little channel as a fuck it, what else do I have to lose type of thing. That's literally what I did. I remember it was like July 30th. For some reason, I remember the date. But yeah, July 30th was when I finally buckled down and just said, I think I'm going to do this. Like, I'm going to do content. So I started doing some practice videos, which, oh, wait, it is an anniversary show. Maybe I should pull some of those up. I don't know, man. React to my first stream. Yay. Do I have to? I mean, maybe I could do that for a little bit in the fun half. I'm so glad you're here. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Because yeah, it was weird. I kind of was doing it on a flip of a coin because I was debating either doing something more in like line with going back to comedy, but I really I couldn't get behind the idea of spending money to go and do it to like if it didn't work. And then realistically, you know, somebody had even said, they're like, have you tried streaming? I'm like, no, I haven't. They're like, how have you even tried making content? And that was kind of the thing. Who were my first subs? Actually, Robin. You guys know Robin. She is always in chat. She was pretty much like one of my first channel subs. My very first sub was my friend Tim. I went to a party that same day because one of my friends actually has that's how I like kind of know my anniversary is because it's her birthday. I was like, oh, look at that. Like it kind of lines up. So yeah, my buddy Tim was the first person to subscribe to me, which is awesome. You know what? He's still subscribed. It was funny. We just went to a comedy show together, and he showed me. He's just like, "Yeah, look, still subscribed. I'm your oldest subscriber." I'm like, "Hey, that's cool. That's really, really cool. You remember? No, that's awesome. See, like that's the stuff that right now, I'm all like kind of, you know, mushy." Thank you, Jason, for the jewels. Jeez. How are you doing, man? Jason. Tell me what you're chasing. Dix, what up, dude? It's been a hot minute. It has been a hot minute. Welcome to the show. We're celebrating my 2 years on YouTube, and we are here. Give me 1 sec. Uni, if you're listening, just give me a sec. I did see your text. Just give me a second. All right. Israel has been around longer. Okay. Buzzkill. I mean, I'm the one who titles my streams, so I'll be honest. I kind of deserve it. Also, Some Dumb Beats, how you doing, man? Okay, so my chats are now integrated because I just realized that I was missing some of you. Apologies if I missed any of your chats. All right, so yeah, Robin, and then I would argue Uni. Uni was I know she was one of my first. She was like one of my first 5. I think that, yeah, she was mad about that too. She was just like, wait a minute, I wasn't your first. Iran used to be effing Persia. Welcome to the chat. Oh yeah, dude. Dix, how you been? Jason, also welcome to the chat. Not sure if you're new here, if you're enjoying the vibe. We are just chilling right now. First hour here is going to be chill. Let's try and get some subscriptions today. Let's push this over the 3K so I can comfortably be there, so I don't have to worry. I'm being completely real. God damn. Yeah, I had some people subscribe this weekend, and then simultaneously, like, this is what's always weird to me, is when I can like track one where I can see when somebody subbed and then see that they made it about 50% through one of my videos, and then they were just like, oh no, I'm just kidding. Oh boy, you got some shitty takes there, buddy. So oh, we're at the 420, right? Okay, so because it's a special day, let's oh crap, I just realized I'm probably not. Do I have anything in here? Oh, I do. Sweet. From Friday. Man, by the way, Friday night, I got nice and toasted. That was ridiculous. I felt that the next day. Like, I woke up and I was just like, I think I'm still ripped. That's fun. Boomerang, welcome to chat. Also, Ken, what up, what up? How's it going, man? All right, let's celebrate my local 420. If you're new here, this is what we do. I'm going to step off camera, do that, and yeah, you guys should too. Changed the water, by the way. I cleaned the water because, yeah, that was a whole thing. God, that was gross. I'll admit, the 3-footer when I did that on stream on Friday. Ooh, yeah, that thing was nasty. That thing needs a good cleaning. So I'm gonna make sure I do that before this Friday, which plan for another chill sesh. Yeah, if you guys don't know, we have a little chill session on Friday nights over on Twitch. We do random stuff, man. Like, I gotta be honest, I've been really enjoying those to the point where I think gaming might be starting soon. So how's Dear Leader embarrassed us today? I'll get to it in a little bit. Can I just have like at least 30 more minutes to myself before I have to focus on that orange idiot? I'm just so done. So done. Care anymore. I'm just so done with the guy. Fuck. I think everybody is at this point. This is why he, like, dude, he's gonna have to like do some real shenanigans to steal this election. I'm just gonna say that much. If he tries to. Yeah, join the Discord server. Actually, here, you know what? I'm feeling generous today. If you guys want to join my Discord, come and join. We are a chill bunch here. At RTP. Wait, I was about to say, wait, RTP's not here. If he was, then awesome. Also, Amazing Asian, what's up? What's up? Hope you're doing well. Also, Ellipsis, I just saw that you got kind of buried in there. I saw that people were kind of attacking Austin, which, whatever, man. People need to go and just be like, Trump's doing awesome, blah, 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 blah. I don't see it. Friday was nice. I was so tired, though. I fell asleep. Don't worry about it. I mean, I think honestly, that was such a fun vibe. And yeah, I did end up staying way later than I thought I would. So Saturday and Sunday were kind of nice. Hey, Ghost Train, what's up? What's up? So I don't know how to take this off of. Like, I don't know why you're switching to Twitch. Why are you switching to Twitch? I mean, I appreciate it. The chat is technically better, but it doesn't help me in the algorithm as much, if I'm being honest. Especially if you have a premium YouTube subscription, please. I hate to do this, but can you watch me over on YouTube? That'd be great. That'd be great. It sounds better. Okay, so the YouTube sound, apparently there is a problem. I don't know what to tell you. Because all my levels are actually higher than they even should be, so... Oh, yes, you can. All right, cool. Well, then I appreciate that. Also, I gotta say, big shout out to the newcomer who came in, BB Shots, who came into Twitch and donated a whole lot of subscriptions to you guys. So I really, really appreciated that. That was a pretty cool way to celebrate making 3K on Friday, which is when we did so. Coming through clear on vertical. Okay, so here. No, I checked. I did check on my phone. It's a little low. I'm not gonna. And I don't know what to do. I don't know. I don't want to fuck with this too much because shit. Yeah. No. No, I'd have to reset all this. So I'm not even gonna. Yeah, I'm not even gonna fuck with it. Sorry, guys. Because there's no guarantee that would even work. It's fine. No, I appreciate it, guys. Thank you. All right, Abdul's reaction to questions about Trump was on CNN was so good. It was, dude, when he was just like, at least I'm not like shitting myself in the Oval Office. That was, dude. I had a good old laugh at that one. That was really, really funny. Audio on horizontal is fine. Thank you, ThinkVids. I appreciate that. Thank you for checking in, by the way. Guys, just so you guys know, I was finally able to integrate my chats. So you may not be able to see the horizontal chats directly right now, but I can. So if you guys want me to respond to you the same way with vertical, I can now see everybody's chat coming in at once. I finally figured it out. And yes, it was a me thing, okay? Just gonna say it. Beautiful Stan. You should hear him snoring right now. Dude, he has human snoring. It was funny. My wife kind of said that between the two of us, she had to leave the room. She was just like, I can't do this anymore. She's like, the dog and my husband are just... Ugh. Sounds like they're having, got freaking... What are they called? Lumberjacks. I was like log sawyers. Yeah, no, true story. She actually she did have to leave the room just yesterday or last night because she was like, it just got too much. You guys are ridiculous. But, yeah, sorry, can't help it. How's her recovery going? Good. We're just waiting on some healing right now. She's in really good recovery mode though. She's putting weight on. She's eating pretty much everything that she whenever she gets hungry, she eats, which is the best thing that she can do right now. She lost a pretty significant amount of weight. So, no, thank you guys. Thank you for asking. I really appreciate that. She's kicking ass. So, I always appreciate when you guys check in on her. Yeah. And I just want you guys to know that it does mean a lot to me. We did do a follow-up this, I think it was Friday. Or no, Thursday. It was Thursday, but it was good times. As far as just getting some good news. And she's on the right path. Actually, more than the right path. Her timetables are looking good, so... Yeah, eat, Uni, eat. Yes, that is exactly what we're where we're at right now. Unfortunately, she has been having like minor issues with, just getting used to the bag, which it is a learning curve, which sucks. I couldn't imagine. It's a huge change in your life. You know what I mean? But if anything. She is she's so stubborn, and I say this with love, she is so stubborn that she is just like, I'm going to learn this, I'm gonna do this, but I'm fucking healing. And I'm going to get, like, she's getting the reversals and, like, yeah, she's on the poop bag. Yes, she is. As she says, she is on the poop bag. She has poop bags. She's very open about it. She's not, like, that's what I, like, really love about my wife is the fact that, as I was just saying, like, she's steadfast. And she just will not let anything get her down. So she's just like, no, fuck it. This is what it is. Is it permanent or temporary? Right now, it's temporary. We're waiting to get to the point where we'll find out if she can get put back together. And that's what we're working at, which that's why I keep saying it looks good. It's looking good. Because I've learned a lot more about stomas and just in general, like the whole surgery and like colorectal issues than I ever wanted to. But you know what? I'm glad to know it. The weird part is I am very glad to know it. Now I'm very, very aware of like my insides and how they work and just what how I should treat myself. And also like you need to keep up on your medical stuff. Like if you guys are feeling a little off, the biggest one apparently is like if you guys still like if you take a shit and then you feel like you're still needing to go and nothing's happening, apparently that's a bad sign. Like that's one where it's like, ooh, and if it's consistent, go to the doctor. I'll just say that much. Watch for infection around the stoma. Actually, the stoma, it doesn't really get infected. We found out that it's the skin around the stoma if it gets if any of the stuff gets on the skin around the stoma. But the stoma itself, no. I mean the stoma it literally poops. It's built for bacteria. Yeah. I remember learning that one from the nurse, and I was just like, no shit. Oh wait. Pep, did you know stomas can grow hair? Don't say that. Let's not say that. That's not true. That's not true. Even if it is, what the fuck? Thanks, I hate it. Yeah, that's not true. It's not true. It's definitely not true. It's not true at all. Although that is definitely like a good premise for a horror movie. Forced to be atheist? What? Wait, forced to be atheist? Who did that? Also, welcome to the show. Interesting name you got there. I'm Pep. Nice to meet you. But yeah, we're talking about stomas and what is not true. Oh, that stomas can... I'm not even saying it, but apparently like horror movie-esque stuff can happen to stomas is what this person's saying, and I don't believe it at all. Now I have to look it up now to just verify. No, it can't. You stinker. You stinker. You were trying to get me all, like, mad. That's not true. It's not true at all. No, there's a horror movie called Teeth. Yeah, I've seen it. I think we've all seen it. I mean, haven't we all seen it? Thank you. Rebecca's just very subtle about it, where she's just like, yeah, it's the one where her thing has where her vajayjay has teeth, and yeah, that's like the whole premise of the movie. Yeah, we know. Sorry. If you haven't seen the movie, yeah, it's a thing. It actually like that movie exists. It's fucking wild. It's definitely it's something. Anyway, happy anniversary, host. Thank you, Mitch. I appreciate that, buddy. It took me years to get that image out of my mind. Yes, I seen it. Yeah, exactly. That's my thing. Like that's the thing. Like you have seen a movie when you're just like when you have that flash of like the most famous scene, and you're just like, no. There's a few of those out there where you're just like, aye, happy anniversary. Thanks, Forced to be Atheist. Appreciate that. Yeah, if you guys are just joining us, it is my 2-year anniversary on YouTube. I started as actually, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to do this. I got to get this out of the way. Also, I just realized that I never reset this. Give me one sec. The cancer fund needs to be reset. Did we make it past anything else? 1, 2, 3. 10. All right, cool. Can you hear him? Wait, here. Almost. Oh, thank you for
Gorillaman
the
$20.
kind $20
One day at a
tip.
time, one show at a time, one vape at a time, one doctor appointment at a time, one moment
Oh.
of loving bliss at a time, and one donation at a time. Congrats on putting so many ones together in 2 years.
Thank you. That means a lot to me, man. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you for the kind $20 donation. That also means that Stan just woke up. No wonder he just his eyes looked at me just like, so where's my part of this? If you guys don't know, when you guys donate, Stan is part of this. He gets donations too. Here you go. There you go. Breakfast in bed. You don't even gotta get up, buddy. All right. I was thinking of not stomas. I was about to say, I'm like, no, you're definitely wrong about this. Because that's not right. I'm gonna just say that ain't right. That ain't right either. Okay, what the hell? Oh, sorry, I had this turned off when when you did that. There we go. I don't want to bike to work today. It's hot. Ooh, that sucks. I'm sorry. Make sure you got your water. Thank you, Groove. I really appreciate that. And that was very kind of you. Like your words are very inspiring, especially today, man. Like, I don't know why I have these moments. Like, I do this on my birthday as well, where like I use them as reflection. It's almost like my Thanksgiving, if you will. Where it's like, what am I thankful for? I don't know. What did I accomplish in these times? Like, I try to at least like be mindful of these things. So like today, it being my 2-year anniversary, I'll just say that yeah, I realized that, oh geez, got another one. Thank you for the kind $20 dues. Since these are from Australia, they are $20
Australian dollars.
Oh,
Happy
thank
anniversary.
you.
Party popper emoji.
I really appreciate that. Always appreciate the Australian dollar dues. Also, yeah, apparently the exchange thing should have finally hit my my channel. So let's see, did it do it automatically? No. No, it didn't. So it must still be being rolled out. Great. It's okay. I got excited. Yeah, no, it is cool. I know that I activated it on my account, so it should just do it automatically, but don't know what happened. Either way. Yeah, so when I started this channel, and this goes for everybody, I hope that like this kind of inspires some people, because that's what really matters to me. Wait, listening reminded me of that movie we watched this weekend, Coconut Hospital Potato. Oh, yeah, we watched Hopper. It was cute. It was all right. I liked it. It's definitely not Pixar's best, but it was not like I don't know. I found myself liking it more and more as it went on. It was definitely, I don't know, it was paced weird. I'll say that much. But yeah, so anyway, real quick, don't want to spend too much time on this, but my reflection on starting this channel. When I was starting my channel, one of my friends had asked me a pretty pivotal question, and that was I happy with my creative output in life? And was this had over, you know, some rolled, you know, magical grass of sorts? Possibly. But doesn't mean that nothing, you know, good came of it. Because I did kind of go, yeah, you know, I feel like I could probably do like the YouTube thing. And then he just said, and he's like, why not? Why don't you? And right there, it as I said, I remember the exact day. It was July 30th. That was the day we had that conversation, and I made my decision that I was going to start this YouTube channel. I sat down, I wrote out what I want, like how I was going to set it up, what I needed to do to set it up. And then I put a list together of creators that I wanted to work with who I kind of thought like, hey, maybe I could like hang out in this chat, and try to get to know like some of the chat and like try and, ingratiate myself a little bit, network if, for lack of a better term. And yeah, I kind of put myself out there, and that's how I started this here channel. My very first video was covering the Kamala Harris rally, because I had heard that she was doing a live rally, and I was like, you know what, fuck it, I'll just make my debut the day that she debuts, because I'll admit my hubris was like saying, oh well, if she wins, then that, my channel essentially started the same day that we had the announcement that we might have a new president. Yeah, that was a dumb thinking on my part. But yeah, it was interesting. I made a handful of videos before finally breaking out. Elephant Graveyard, I have to give a special shout out to, because at that time Elephant Graveyard had just blown up with his Joe Rogan video, but Joe Rogan tried to sue him, so he had to take it down for a little bit, but it wasn't being struck because there was no legal proof or anything about it. So I reached out and I asked him, I was just like, hey, is it cool if I like keep mine on? He said it was more than cool. Like he was happy to have it out there because he was like, I'm just, it's going to still bring people to my channel. He's like, you were more than fair in, credit, because I even put his like logo and stuff in the thumbnail. So yeah, that is the story of how I broke out, I guess, into the algorithm. Because that one, I think I got like somewhere near 15,000 views on that video alone. Which, yeah, I started doing more like comedy focused videos. Kind of like, American Redacted and some of these people. But realistically, I have a passion for politics, unfortunately. I know. I think that a lot of you guys probably feel the same way. You're just like, why do I like politics? Politics is so dumb. It's so dumb. I'm just so over it. But yeah, that's how we got it. Oh wait. Okay, got a new one. Got a new notification. Sweet. Yeah, dude, it seems like everyone only creates anything for some kind of financial gain, but doing something creative can be happy with it. It's incredibly rewarding on its own. I would encourage yeah, to just start making stuff. Just do it. Just do it. Yeah, no, for real. Unfortunately, I'd be lying if I said that I didn't hear that in the back of my head and like even have the meme just like, hey, you know what? It is kind of effective. It's goofy. Shia LaBeouf is goofy for it, but he's not wrong. Like at all. He's not wrong about like, just do it. Just go out and try. If you want to try anything, you want to try comedy, music, any of it, just do it. You only live once, man. YOLO's like for real, but it's used on stupid shit. It's usually like applied to, oh, concert tickets or buy this, buy that. No. Experience is where it's at, man. And honestly, again, if you want to try something, do it. It's the same thing that I did with comedy, where I got out of Second City and I had a really bad day where I knew like I was kind of on my way out. So I decided, since it was a Monday, I knew that there was an open mic, and that's when I walked over and I did my first open mic spot, and that's when it clicked, where I was just like, oh shit. That's what, because I had a teacher kind of tell me that. He's like, yeah, you might do better at like stand-up comedy. He's like, because you're good at working like with yourself. He's like, you're actually, you don't always need to bounce around other people. I was just like, I thought that was bad. Like, honestly, because all I heard was, you don't play well with others. So I was just like, oh, damn. Well, that's not cool. Because like my mom, she wanted me to be good at like troupe comedy. She loved that kind of stuff, and she was part of comedy troupes from like her college days. It's cool. She's on the Second City alumni wall, like, so that's an accomplishment in itself, but yeah, and that's the story of how Pep got out and started breaking out of his shell. Because before that, yeah, I was a little bit apprehensive to even put myself out there publicly. And then the big one was when I created the channel. I will say the biggest hang-up was becoming a public figure. I was just like, okay, so you have to know what you're doing here, man. You're going to get a lot of hate. When I started getting hateful comments, I actually was just like, oh, hey, look, I'm getting attention. Sweet. Once I got my first death threat, I knew I kind of like made it. I got my first death threat right before my first stream. My first death threat was through the comments. And then I got a serious death threat. It was like my second or third stream, which, yeah, that sucked. Getting a threat that turned out to be credible, it was a little fucked up. But oh shit, yeah. It was not good. Actually, for anybody that hung out in Majority Report, it was just about 2 years ago in November, you guys might remember there was this big like blow up with a chatter who ended up calling in and claiming that they like owned a business and all this stuff, and they ended up like threatening a bunch of mods, and they ended up threatening other people on the channel. Well, yeah, he somehow made his way into my show, and yeah, I don't know, I engaged him a little too much, and yeah, it did turn into like yeah, once the local PD got involved, I was kind of like, oh shit, that's not good. So yeah, that put me in, that made me aware of, number one, the cybercrimes division that we have. I did not know we even had one. So, hey, yeah, that was him. Yeah, Etch. Yeah. You were there for that. I kind of, yeah. I kind of remember like some of the people in chat around that time. Not in my chat. I remember like MR chat. So, yeah. Sup, y'all? Mouse, what's up? How you doing? Welcome to the show. Appreciate you being here. How we living today? We're living. I'm happy. I'm doing good. Hey, look at this guy. Foxbox. All he thinks about is Trump. What a pathetic existence, but... Yeah, you were an MR. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it kind of makes sense, because I remember that he also showed up on this space a little bit later, which was scary because I thought that his account had been banned. Turned out it had been. It was just... he's a real dumbass that started an alt that was close to his other one. Trump is a fairy. Jeez. Wow. Okay, well, that's an interesting name. Jeez. Man, you guys are trying to stir the pot. It's funny. I mean, whatever. This is always entertaining to me to see like how chatters or bots or whatever you guys are, however you guys live your lives or coding. I just find it funny. So, I do agree with that statement though. That is very funny. I could say how funny it is one more time, just to really hammer it. Wow, that screen name. Yeah, I was like, I'm not reading that. I'm getting better about that, because I'll admit that I had a little problem where I would just kind of go to read the comment, and Sir Glenn Quagmire. Orange Moron is looting the USA's coffers. Y'all can't be doing silly streams. Become politically active ASAP. Oh, hey, I'm part of groups that do more political activism. I'm a normie outreach guy. Listen, I'm the guy that's I'm here to make people laugh. I can talk like politics and try to appeal to a broader coalition. I hate that. I hate that, like, I'm using political speak, but it's true. So, but Sir Glenn Quagmire, I actually agree with you. Thank you for being here, and also thank you. Good looking out. You know what? Your head's in the right place. So, awesome. Thank you for that. Also, if you guys haven't already hit the subscribe button, consider doing so. Note to those with an extra buck or the links. Yes, thank you guys. Yeah, my link to donate is in the description, and that is the direct link to me. Or you guys could do super chats. Everything goes a long way in helping out this channel and myself, and helping me and my wife tackle the medical debt that we have accrued. over the last almost year. I don't. When we get the final tally, I think I might have to like make an announcement where I like even print out like some big numbers. It's just like, and we officially owe, drumroll please, $2 million. Sad part is that number could be true. Fuck everything about the system, dude. Seriously, I'm so over it. I really am. When you see how much they're charging you, it's insane. And charging our insurance companies, it makes no sense. None of it makes sense. Sorry, I'm not going on that tirade today, but oh my god, when you look at it just a little too long. Who let the groiper in here? Listen, they find their way in here, and that's how YouTube did, technically, but yeah, confirmation of what we already knew. Yep. Well, I mean, come on. These people that are like shocked Pikachu face over finding out that the government's like corrupt and there's a bunch of corrupt people in the government, it's kind of like, huh? Well, I kind of said, I'm right back to just being like, yeah, fuck the man. Fuck the government. Fuck the man. Fuck them all. You know what? Nick, that is a wild thing to see on my, even if it's fake. Yikes. If that's true. Oh my god. I hope that's not the real one. Oh my, that would be weird. That's shit. Gross. Such a good video. Also, yeah, by the way, guys, I do have a horizontal stream. Fuck the world for all it's worth, every inch of the planet. I like how Rebecca's first thing is like, Etch, are you okay? This is why I love you guys so much. Right there, you guys look out over after each other. It's just like, yeah, that's funny, and you're right. But also, are you okay? Yeah, they're Pantera lyrics. Oh yeah, they are. What? I'm just... That was kind of weird. Or it's just like, wait, are you okay? That is so funny how, like, in text it could be just be seen as a existential crisis, and here you are just quoting Pantera. That's why you need to do the little music notes, and then just be like, Pantera. If you want to be effective. Man, I'm in a good mood. I was gonna say, I'm in a good mood. I just noticed that more people were in the vertical stream, so I clicked this one. Not really sure which is better for YouTube. Both are good, you know. As far as like long form viewership, I guess for some reason horizontal is good. Let's see some Korn lyrics next. Well, don't make me boom Dr. Numda Ana. Otherwise, we're gonna have some problems, and then I'm gonna just be like, y'all mother FSA F that. F that. Now I'm checking my language. We're still in the first hour, guys. By the way, since we're going in a new era of Pep Talks where I'm trying to be a little bit better about my cursing. Yeah. That was a workout right there. Ravy, what's up? Morning. How you doing? Man, how are you feeling that following morning? You guys were having some fun. Yeah, some of y'all seemed like you guys were having a few drinks, and yeah, okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure, because yeah, you definitely were having a good old time. The P in PG stands for Pep. Yeah, that's right. Wait. I feel like that was an insult. Yes, I saw that GNN was remonetized this morning. Congratulations to Galactic News Network and Galactic Streamlord. And also it gives me a little bit of hope that YouTube's finally getting its shit together. We'll see. But that's fucking awesome. Like, I'm glad that he, like, trust me, man, in this game, I know that he, like, I do know, I know that he talked about this on his own stream, but he was getting dangerously close to having to go get another job too, so... That's how it goes. I mean, honestly, content creation, like, at the point that we're at, I mean, fuck, he makes more than I do. It's, I don't know. That's the thing. If you're in content creation for the money, guess what? That's a dumb thing to do. It really is. That's another thing I'll share with you guys here for anybody thinking about making content. Just know, yeah. When you put in the time and all that, it's like you just gotta know. You gotta know what you're getting into. Because oh boy, they don't do themselves any favors with YouTube or any. Actually, TikTok's the worst one. Like TikTok is the one where I still cannot believe that they pay as little as they do, like per viewer, or even like when, because they're not technically per viewer. That's kind of the bitch of it. That's how it should be. In my assertion, it should be per viewer. You should get, even a penny per view, but. Pep, you're in it for the lulz. Yeah, exactly. I'm very much in it for the lulz. No, that's honest. Like, oddly enough, man, like when Letterhat quit, it did make me start thinking about some of it where it's like, yeah, it's definitely taxing on your mental health. You have to know what you're like getting into. You have to have a plan on when it's like, okay, I'll be completely real. I wouldn't have even thought about doing this like for a job or like doing as much content as I do if I didn't like get the traction that I did. That's why I consider myself lucky, and I know like that I am one of, like, when everybody says like one of the lucky ones, that's what you guys should take when you're like watching like a Hassan or those guys are lucky, yes. But even like on a small scale, guys like me, we're lucky. Because that initial breakout, man, it's fucking rough. It really is. And then you also have to like do the thing where you like got to follow trends. I hated specifically when I realized that like the capitalization game and playing into the clickbait a little bit, like you had to, otherwise it was just not going to work out for you. So yeah, that's why you have some personal joy out of whatever you're making. Otherwise, yeah, you'll be more stressed. Oh, exactly. You know how much you'll have to make in China to afford 2 nice apartments and an EV? Actually, no. Political purposes. Welcome to the show. Hi. Hello. Hope you're doing well. Welcome. I believe you're new here. Or are you not? I need to stop saying that because it is kind of like that thing where you're at a party and you're just like, nice to meet you. It's like, we've met. It's like, never a good thing to do. That's like one. No, you're not new here. Okay. That's $450 a month. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. And there it is. There's my embarrassment. Well, I'm sorry. Welcome back. Yeah. What? Yeah, geez. Better to pretend to know everyone. Yep. I think that's kind of what I have to do, where it's just, yeah, no. I have had that in real life where they're just, someone like comes up and gives me a hug. They're like, it's so good to see you. I'm like, I don't know who the fuck you are. And then my friend's just like, yeah, they came to my wedding. It's like, that was 10 years ago. And I met them one day. Like, okay. Yeah. Awkward. Yeah. All right. Well, glad that happened. Well, make this stream a little bit more interesting. By the way, guys, we are coming up to the end of the first hour, so we're going to start getting to the news and stuff. But if you guys haven't already, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, hit the like button, because that really helps out the channel. Yeah, donations, the link. I need to get better at this one, because, like, yeah, the Streamlabs link, the problem is, I know that there's like something. There's some unwritten rule that you can't really promote that much, so I gotta be careful. But it's in the description, folks. Read the description. I suck at I suck at pretending to do a lot of things. I wear I wear a lot of like profound confusion on my face, like just too much for people to be like, "Are you okay?" It's like, "No, I don't know who you are." Or I also just I say things. That's a problem. Like I do have that problem in real life. Shit, Boston Brian just keeps a QR code on screen. I feel all right. Do you all feel cool with a QR code on screen? Because if that's cool, I will do that. But I feel like it's not cool. I feel like it adds a layer of just ugly to what I do here, and I don't know. You can do straight through Patreon. I can, yeah, I can. Dude, QR it up. I don't know. Like I like my interface. I like the way that I like everything simplified. There's a reason that I don't have banners. There's even this. Even like the fund. Listen, realistically, that was something that kind of took me a minute to even think about doing. Because originally I was doing it for fun. Before my mom died, like it was just, hey, let's try and get to the pepper hat. God, those were the good old days. I'm already at that point, but it's true. Those were, I mean, it's kind of shitty to realize this, but I have been in existential mode as far as trying to earn some money like on the stream, specifically since my mom died, because yeah, I had to pay for her arrangements, which thank you again to everybody who fucking donated during that campaign. You really don't understand how much it is to pass in America until you have a family member that does and they didn't have anything. That was really fucked up. So, and then, yeah, I didn't even have all but a month before we got the news about my wife's diagnosis. So, I appreciate you guys. We don't mind, up to you. No, I know. Yeah, it looks good now. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I've been trying. Like, I like it. I like the way things look. My cat actually kind of knocked my camera into focus, which is weird. Vultures, yeah, well, it's okay, whatever. If people want to come in here and be mean, it's fine. It's fine. Go ahead. You could be meanie bobeanies. I don't give a crap. Mother-in-law just died, and father is right behind. I'm so broke now. I'm sorry to hear that. And also, yeah. Yeah, no, it's weird, man, because, like, the cremation was, dude, it's not fucking cheap. And then on top of it, you have to, like, there's just, you got to pay for a fucking death certificate, which I was not prepared for that. Anyway, I don't want to talk about that. I'm going to be completely real. As open as I am about my mom's death, not today. I want to kind of focus on positive vibes. Just realistically, thank you to everybody that was there and has helped me kind of maintain my composure through everything. So thank you. Moving on. Thank you. I appreciate it. You know, if there's one thing Haley Stevens wasn't lying about, it's is apparently being a true workhorse. I'm gonna be real, guys. I kind of called it on Friday, where that Unity rally did a lot more than we were expecting it to, because now Haley Stevens is going out there trying to unite the Democratic establishment too. Barack Obama coming out and giving his endorsement was huge. I know. Go ahead. I know what the comments are going to come out about Barack Obama. Trust me, I know where everybody stands on this. I know where I stand on it. It still doesn't change the fact that he just got a major boost with the traditional Black Caucus, as far as, like, you know, what the media has been saying that they need to focus on. Well, there you go. Oh, hey, good on her. Yeah. The only person that's being a real shithead out here that's not helping is Hillary Clinton, which thank God nobody pays attention to her anymore, except for Republicans, which is kind of hard. Like it's kind of hilarious. AI is better than you. Oh, okay. Well, go watch some AI slop then. Have fun. I mean, you're just telling the truth. I think the establishment is trying to work their way in to muck this shit up. I don't think so. As much like Abdul, no. No, because right now they understand that status quo is not working out for them, because now they are kind of taking on some of like the communist stuff. Like, this is what happens when Trump and the right tell everybody that Biden and your traditional like Democrats are communists. Now there is no differentiation or different. Did I say that right the first time? Differentiation? Differentiation. Whatever. There's no difference. I'm putting a pin on that one. It's just like, okay, I think I got that right. But you can see Abdul's speeches from when he was graduating. This is Abdul. He's not faking. He's just a good dude. No, I mean, he's a doctor. Like, no, dude, he's the politician that scares the shit out of everybody in the establishment. But also, he did that, like, him not being DSA and then saying he was a capitalist. That actually helped him way more than people think. And this is what scares me about Francesca Hong, is the fact that we can be excited that we are getting representation out there, which is awesome. But realistically, if Francesca loses, then we can kind of say like, you could kind of say that it was the extreme shit that she was, getting behind, but whatever. I hope she does it though. Like, I know that she's going to pull it off tomorrow. Like, I'm 99% sure that she's going to win tomorrow. But against the Republican candidate, I don't know. The one thing that is good about this is that he's an election denier, and people in Wisconsin are not exactly keen on having rubber stamping Trump's agenda. I think everybody's kind of pissed at that. So, like, if she hyperfixates on the data centers and she hyperfixates on the flock cameras, she's gonna win. That is going to help her a lot. By the way, the flock camera issue and the data center issue, we have some Republicans in Illinois that are like Darren Bailey that's trying to disingenuously use it. It's not going to work for him as well, because Republicans are the ones that sign these contracts, and you can always pinpoint back to that. So it is kind of interesting that they're trying that approach. But yeah, if Democrats want a slam dunk on this one, she even polls well against the Republican, and this Republican is especially bad. We'll see. The thing is, Sylvie, doing what you're doing right now, arguing against the practical reality that this is Wisconsin and not New York, and that a lot of people within even DSA are saying that she's going to have a harder time than, any other candidate that isn't as extreme. Like, I don't know. When they were talking about Abdul winning over Haley and saying this is a gift to the Republican, I did kind of, like, for a second there, I kind of believed it, but then I realized, it's bullshit. Like, especially when Trump was panicking. This one, it could actually be a gift to them. I'm telling you right now. More extreme left policies are going to work in larger metropolitan areas. Like, specifically, her Madison contingent is going to be pretty good, but the rest of the state of Wisconsin might not be too keen on it. So I don't know. Like, I'm literally just saying this is how people are. Like, I've talked to a few people that knew, like, even passively know who she is, and they said, I don't know. Like, they said they intend on voting for her, but they were just like, I hope that she wins, because realistically, they plan on, like, this is what I've taken from a lot of people in Wisconsin, is that they plan on voting for the D. No matter what. Like, they do not care. But that's my contingent of people. That's people around my age that live in Milwaukee, you know? Boo, you're talking about Republican centrists. Yeah, they fucking exist, Sylvie. They fucking exist. They vote, and they vote pretty in pretty large numbers, especially in red states. This is why I'm trying to tell you to be prepared that if she loses, that this is something. Then we need to have that idea of reconciliation of why. Or if she wins, then we can just be like, hey, I'm glad to have been wrong about that one. I'd rather have that one. But yeah, see, I don't do this like fake fun. Like I watched it with Kat Abu Ghazali, and guess where that got her? Vibes don't vote. Israel subject is a big deal. Barefoot Media. I mean, it's a big deal, yeah. Oh shit. Yeah, sorry, Uni. Let me text you back here. Okay, what do you need? Damn it, I hate when I'm at this point because she's doing groceries and I'm like, shit. If vibes don't vote, what will liberals vote on? Literally the fucking the economy. Funny enough. I can't think of anything else. Those are the places where you do the time walk thing. I call it being neighborly. Oh, yeah. No, the biggest thing that apparently is working in like places like Tennessee is just people engaging with people and like actually going out and meeting people. And they're surprised by that approach where they're just like, wow, did you know that like actually going out and like meeting people, it makes people like you? Instead of just like going on TV or going to like some fucking, you know, rally and just being like, hey. Yeah, it's kind of neat. If you got no platform, isn't it just vibes of the economy again? Well, essentially. I mean, you do understand that, like, this is why that one guy in Ohio isn't getting out of the race, is because he understands that this scandal doesn't necessarily hurt him as much. It's maybe like a few points, like, off of his popularity or whatever, or like, but realistically, the facts are, people are going to show up to the polls and they're going to vote R or D. That's just how it goes. You know, you have a lot of people that, you know, if we can add to that, where you have a lot of, like, excited people to go and vote for specific people, yeah, great. But, like, I look back at when I was not paying attention to politics as much, but I was still voting. When I would go and vote either, like I remember the first time I refused to vote down ballot because everybody was telling me how I was an asshole for doing so. They're just like, if you vote down ballot, you're not a true independent thinker. When in reality, that's not really true. What makes me an independent thinker is actually doing the extra bit there and researching the candidates and, you know, but the thing that I kind of realized through doing that is I'm a very small percentage of people that vote. Like, it kind of sucks. Like, I wish more people were informed and would actually, like, get, you know, excited to go and vote for a you know, a down ballot candidate. But, not, yeah, my ass is itchy. I saw that just sitting in chat. I'm like, you know what? Screw it. I'm going to go for it. Heck, so many people don't vote. Yeah. Yeah, it's disgusting how many people didn't vote this last time. But it's just a fact. Like, this is where I just got to say, man, like, I'm happy that we're making the strides that we are. And I'm happy that we have the momentum that we do. But, like, are we doing a deep dive, or like, are we kind of picking apart why, you know, Cory Bush keeps losing? You know, this is something that this is where I have to fucking call us on the carpet for this one. Because that's the hard work, is figuring out why, like, in a blue city in a red area, why she cannot get any fucking ground. Also Hassan bad. I know, whatever. You're not going to hear me really platforming that shit outside of like covering the fact that people are going, oh, Hassan bad, Hassan bad. You have to pay to vote? Not necessarily. It depends. It does depend because like sometimes if you don't have like your social security card and, you know, but no, realistically, like, no, that's voting is a right in America. And this is why people like are kind of against the voter ID thing. But this could be all solved through when we get our voter, because we do get like a voter card. You know, we get a federal voter card. So why is that not something like that is like they pay for? Why doesn't the federal government just pay for the voter ID thing? Like they're making us pay for it. You understand why this is like a bigger problem, but it's also a stupid problem and it's disingenuous as fuck? Because again, all Republicans could get on board with that then, right? Where the Trump administration and the federal government pays for this, and this is why, and that it's guaranteed to every single person that is on the voter rolls right now. Well, we need the voter rolls. We need to go case by case. It's like, fuck you. No, they just need it for their disingenuous campaigns where they're just like, the illegals are voting, but they can never prove that that is actually happening, so... Francesca's, no, I understand. I understand that she is doing very well with a block of people who haven't voted before right now. We're talking exit polling in a primary. What I'm telling you right now is like, you got people that won't even show up for this the other douchebag because they're just not going to. You also are mixing up that this is not closed. This is not a closed primary state. This is an open primary. So the idea is that a lot of people are showing up to the primaries and voting for Francesca Hong because she's the easier candidate to beat. What do you not understand about that line of thinking? Because this is something that has been said on mainstream media. This has been said on Majority Report. This is being said pretty much everywhere. Like, also, like, what do you have? You don't even live in Wisconsin, Sylvie. Like, so you're going based off the same media that I consume right now. So I'm going to just call it like I see it. Yes. She's going to win this 1000%. But is it for the reasons that we think? That's where I'm worried about this. And I have every right to be fucking worried about this. How is she easier to beat? Their idea is that she's going to be easy to beat because apparently she has some like skeletons in her closet. Apparently she has a arrest, she had a domestic violence thing against her husband. Like there's some stuff in her past that they keep saying that they're going to bring up, but I don't know how true any of it is. I don't know, like, as they keep saying that she has bipolar disorder. I don't even know if that's true. I just know that they're saying that this is going to be something that they're going to play on. And they're going to go like, oh, isn't she crazy? You know? So I'm just saying, no need to be so aggro. No, I know. Give me a second. All right. Wait, Germ, what'd you say? Electorn natalist? Okay. I don't know what you mean by that. Even if it's true, the Republicans have a man who beat his... That's in a different race, though. That's in Ohio. Like, yeah. Sounds like they don't actually care. No, but they, you know, like, but Republicans are good at convincing Democrats to, I'm telling you, they did it with Graham Plantner. Don't be surprised when that shit starts happening to Francesca Hong. They're going to go after her fucking Twitter and bullshit. They're just waiting. You know, she doesn't have, like, her primary candidates are not as aggressive as some of these other primary candidates were with some of their smears. Like, look at it, was nowhere near as dirty as the Michigan primary. Nowhere near. But I don't know, man. This is one of those rare times that I'm going to kind of look at just Wisconsin as being Wisconsin. They're my neighbor state. I spend a lot of time in Wisconsin. And I can just tell you that if you want to go based on actual vibes of like a state, it's a mixed fucking vibe state. It's one of like the true purple states that I've ever been to. Like Georgia don't feel like a purple state. Georgia feels like a blatantly red state. You know? Iowa feels like a blatantly red state. Indiana, same. But yeah, Wisconsin, I don't know. Like, you do get, like, especially in Madison. Like, you go to Madison and Milwaukee, obviously, but, like, I know, city theory. Whoa, city slickers. The neighbors are up to their shit again. Yep. Stupid Iowa. Mitch. Doubt those going against her getting same kind of funding Senate seat will get. Oh, yeah. I mean, because AIPAC is already like committed to sell or backing that one guy. I keep forgetting his name. I don't care what his name is, but realistically, okay. Why is this so late? All right. Anyway, we're 20 minutes past the point where I kind of want to watch some stuff with y'all. But before we do that, one quick wrap up on this one. Again, we are celebrating my 2-year anniversary on YouTube. It's been real, man. Like, it's been kind of wild. I simultaneously feel very, very lucky, blessed is a good word, I guess, to use. And then there are the others. There's the other sides of it where, you know, there's some mental health shit that realistically I didn't think was going to be as serious as it was. But the analytics game, oof, it's bad. Cheers, by the way. Is this the age where the street starts walking? Yeah, hopefully. Definitely could use a little boost. That's what I'm hoping happens here. More opportunities. Because, like, this is the thing that sucks is I've gotten some debate opportunities. I had a opportunity to go on a show that, again, realistically, I'd gain maybe a few followers. It would put me out there, and yes, I might get some respect from some right-wingers, but yeah, not looking to do that. So, hoping for the other side of this, hoping for some other opportunities, you know, some crossovers and such. You know, we'll see. We'll see. But right now, I'm pretty fucking happy doing my show the way that I do it. I hope you guys enjoy the show. That's all I can really say. I give you my all here. I really do. All right, let's do this. The chat translates hilarious. Okay, so how does that even work? Because I've noticed that some people don't even intend for it to translate. Because, like, yeah, here, wait. Pepote. I like the show. Oh, using that. Oh my God, using that like. Oh, I haven't been that hurt by the word like since I had a crush on this girl in middle school, and I said, hey, you know, I think that I'm falling for you, or like we were in a thing. And yeah, then, I don't know, that was the first time I ever had it, like, thrown back my way, where it was just like, I like you. It's like, oh, no. I said it way too soon. Yeah, I think we all learned that in an awkward way, right? Like, right? I'm in like with this show, Pep. Yeah, I see how it is. I did it manually for the lows. The auto translate is so annoying. Yeah, I kind of hope that they fix that. That would be nice. We'll see. I don't expect it to. We like spicy pep. Thank you, Will. I appreciate that. Will, did you know that there is actually a comedian named Will Sylvan? Unless you happen to be the comedian Will Sylvan, which, what's up? It's a little odd because we've met. Friend zone. I mean, I think that was friend zone, but honestly, that one was actually like even worse because it got that awkward. She started ghosting me before ghosting was even a thing. Hey Pep, you a Godzilla fan? Yeah, I'm a huge Godzilla fan. Yeah, I saw that they actually they're doing a Happy Meal crossover with Sanrio and Godzilla, and I was just like, ah crap, I'm eating some Happy Meals, I guess. Not that this is the first time in a while, because you know when they do them Pokemon cards. Yeah, I'm one of those like I'll go. I get myself one, by the way. I'm not one of those dudes that gets himself like 7 fucking Happy Meals trying to get all the cards. Like that shit. I don't know. It's the same as like Pokemon scalpers and shit. Like I don't go. I will never do that ever again. As far as like going to like a early release, holy fuck, it's not worth it. Those people are fucking, they're terrible people. And then just in general, like, it also feels lame. Like you feel like you're lame for being at open for Pokemon cards. Like whatever. It's fucking stupid. Did you see the Godzilla that's hilarious, Rebecca. One of my buddies, he came over on Saturday and he also showed me that. I was just like, that's too funny. So yeah, it looks like I'm getting me a new humidifier. I saw it was like about $80. That's, you know, I need a new humidifier, so I guess that could be okay. I enjoy ripping packs too much to sell what I buy. That's the problem. Like I don't sell anything, and I number one, buying any like of this stuff secondary market not happening ever. Buying the ETBs, which is essentially elite trainer boxes, which is like, you know what, 9 packs. These things. I actually have to put that right there because of what Pokemon is doing. I hate to say this, like I am considering like just selling all of it in one go, just get rid of it and just be done. Yeah, but I actually like playing the card game. Like, so what I figure I'll do is I'll just keep my decks that I've already made, and I'll just play those, and we'll just play old school rules. I hate it. I hate the fact that it became something that I can't just go enjoy. You know, like I would go buy a few packs here and there and just be like, hey, hopefully I rip this, you know, basic, because like I was always looking for basic cards and trainer cards where I'm like, okay, so I need, you know, a few of these trainer cards so I can, you know, boost my deck a little bit, but whatever. It is what it is. They just released the Hatsune Miku Magic the Gathering Secret Lair box today for $130. What the, and like I get it, like it's not just the commander deck. It's a commander deck in Magic comes with 100 cards. So I don't know, they're already kind of expensive. I think they cost like on average like around 70. But the worst part is, yeah, it comes with a mat, like a mat, and it comes with a really nice deck box. That's like magnetic and leather, and like it's really, really nice. But yeah, I can't justify that just to get a Hatsune Miku fucking commander deck for my wife to theoretically maybe play, or I could theoretically maybe sell it later. You want it? Yeah, the thing is, I actually like. I kind of like, I just want it, but I can't justify that ever. Especially, yeah, I got a lot of other stuff, so that's one of those fun things that's always a reminder where you're like, oh, that fun thing that I wanted to enjoy. Unfortunately, I cannot because I'm an adult and I must budget. But you know what? Good on me. Good on me for not spending stupid money. That's one thing I'll say when you don't have kids. You do tend to spend like stupid money, you know, that might be a little out of budget a little more than you might want to occasionally. You know, I got way better about that. Husband's birthday is coming up. I have no idea what to get him. Yeah, you start getting to that age. Me and my wife, you know, full disclosure, we kind of do the boring thing where if there's something that I want at that time, she'll just be like, you want this for your birthday? It's like, yeah. And then vice versa. It's like, it kind of happens randomly. I mean, I try to do other things. Like, I make my wife cards. I think I showed you guys one time I made her the Simpsons I Choose You. That was a good one. But yeah, I try to do little things like that. But Pep, you really know how to keep the magic alive. Yeah, don't I? I hate to say it. It's so like it's not the worst thing. I thought that I'd lament it too, where it was just like, oh, but eh. Wait, are you honestly insinuating like, oh man, do I need to like? No, it's not. It's not okay. Oh, fine. I guess I should. It's not the same. I guess I should probably. All right, Uni, you hear that? I'm putting in the work now. Now you can blame chat if I get you something you didn't want. I already know what she's gonna say. She's just gonna be like, no, I like how we do this. You're eating bean soup for breakfast with my coffee this week. Yeah, but the economy's awesome, guys. Don't you know? Like, I keep getting told that the economy's in great shape. It's a little annoying, to be completely real. Especially, like, dude, the groceries, it's just... Everything costs too goddamn much right now. I'm gonna just say it, like, as the normal guy on YouTube, where it's just, everything costs too goddamn much, man. Like, how come you got Trump supporters out there still defending this economy? It ain't right. Like, that ain't right. Because this economy ain't right. Like, it's bad. This economy bad, man. Fucking, just gonna say it. Yeah, 100, dude. And you get so little. Like, God forbid you need paper products. Holy shit. Like, dude, I got some fucking Kleenex and it almost broke the bank. Like, I, for the first time ever, thought about putting Kleenex back. And I'm like, oh, I could just use toilet paper. But, you know, I got bad allergies right now. So, yeah, that's, if I want, like, a raw nose, well, that's how that happens. Cheap hobby suggestion, learn how to draw. I know how to draw. I've also been playing old video games. Like, I haven't played a new game in quite some time. The newest game I got was Crimson Desert, and I didn't even buy that. I had a friend that was like, he's so into it that he was just like, I'm gonna buy you a physical copy. I was just like, oh, okay. I'm not gonna turn that down. Yeah, pep nostrils need lotion tissue paper. They do! I'm not even kidding. I do, because, like, I blow my nose so much, like, when I'm having my allergy attacks. Fuck. Yeah. I don't know of anyone who hasn't downsized what they normally buy at the grocery store. That's the thing, yeah. Even some of the more well-off people that I know, we're talking about, like, how they're making cuts. So, or buying generic brand. That's another thing that's happening. Like, dude, the brands, like the bigger brands, they're not doing too hot. Like, and this is going to end up, like, having an impact. But yeah, don't you love it how Scott Bessent, the fucking mayor of Whoville, he comes out and he's just like, the K-shaped economy is over. It's like, yeah, okay. I'm so fucking sick of the gaslighting that, like, and this is why, like, I want more people focusing on that. I want more people focusing on exactly the daily, like, this is why I do what I do. This is why I focus on the things that I do from the Trump administration. Because, seriously, not enough people focus on the actual shit that we should be very mad at. Like, dude, we get gaslit on a daily fucking basis. Humble farmer Besant. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. The humble farmer with his fucking Barbie dream house, and just what a profoundly weird fucking guy. Just gonna say it. Like, he's a weird looking dude, and just a weird dude. And like, also, come on, America, how dumb are you? Like, how you can go 6 months just being completely gaslit by the Trump administration? Like, damn. Texas bans anime? Ah, yeah, I'm getting there. That's one of the first stories that we'll be covering. So, my son's middle name is literally Goku, like, fuck Texas. Nice. Dude, your son has a great middle name, but, oh, man. I'm not sure how proud, like, okay, I don't know how the generations are acting, so, like, I'll just go based on mine. If we went, like, my generation, and I showed up, I'm like, yeah, my middle name's Goku, some people would think it's awesome. Some people would be like, wait, what? Did you give that to yourself? Now, I have a feeling that his generation, though, because, like, I know so many kids that are based on, like, named after comic book characters, movie characters. Fuck. I got a friend that named her kid after Oliver Queen. I was just like, really? That didn't age well, because that show is, like, now long gone, and then it ended horribly, and just, I don't know. No, I mean, they kind of did ban anime. I mean, it's not like a blanket ban, but it's bad. Like, yeah, also some guy, like, totally went berserk over it, so it's gonna be funny to cover that. Caught a stingray double size of a boat. Wait, what? You love fishing? Yeah, I can't do fishing. We discussed that a little bit on my show on Friday, where we were talking about how, like, nope, fishing ain't for me. I'm good. I'm good on that. You're still watching your anime when you're in Texas? Well, I think that it only really affects people who don't use VPNs and such. Although, it seems like, I don't know, this guy, from my understanding, he was using one, and he got hit. Here, you know what? Screw it. Now's the time. Let's do some news. First off, before we go into that story, it's anime hosted on prawn-related sites. Oh, I thought this. Oh, hold on. I don't know about that. I sure love living in a place that likes to jerk itself raw about how much they love freedom and then do shit like this. Yep, I will never understand that. Like, Pinkerbell, like, every time that I see a Texas flag, I think about that, where it's just like, freedom, except for to do anything that's, we deem a sin. It's insane. Yeah, it's the least free state in the entire union. But whatever. All right, well, we have a follow-up to a story that I covered on, I think it was either Thursday or Friday. So there was this horrific buildup of bodies at a morgue here in Chicago. We have an update on what happened and why.
This morning, families still have a lot more questions than answers after the discovery of dozens of improperly stored bodies at a funeral home on the South Side.
As we've reported, South Chicago Chapel is now boarded up. And over the weekend, Chicago police were seen carrying boxes outside of that facility. NBC5's Jen Shantz has been following
over 50
this developing story.
And Jen, this is not the first time this funeral director has been investigated.
He loves it. That's all that matters. Hell yeah.
Patrick, that's right. State records show funeral director Johanna Morgan.
I love it.
And her
I think that's a fucking badass middle name.
Had a crematory business that was shut down in 2025.
Also, not enough G's.
Similar.
Like, where it's just
we
like,
show you a live picture.
Peter G. Cook.
Now of the funeral home on 95th Street. You can see that the windows there are boarded up, as they have been for a few days now. It doesn't look like any investigators are out there this morning, but over the weekend we did see investigators holding boxes. It's unclear what was contained in those boxes, but this is something, of course, we will continue to be following as families have a lot of questions.
There's a good, I mean, if they were wrapped up in plastic, there's a good chance that we know what was in those boxes, and we just don't want to talk about it.
Now, records from the Illinois Department of Financial and
this is
Professional
foul. Dude, this is real bad. I mean, People are going to jail for this one for a while.
Show that a previous crematory that was also directed by the same funeral director, that was shut down in 2025, as I mentioned, for allegations of improperly stored bodies. As for this case, as for this ongoing investigation, this is what we can tell you. The Campbell sisters are just one of several families who are looking for answers right now. Their mother passed away in April, and they showed us what they were given as her remains, but older sister Franquella has doubts.
You're famous. Got a call that his body wasn't there. We called the funeral home, no answers. My mama died in peace. We want her to be at peace.
Yeah.
Videos taken by community members early yesterday morning outside the chapel, as I mentioned, show boxes in the hands of Chicago police officers and other authorities. At this point,
Oh, I mean, they're not talking about like the gurneys that were pulling out all the bodies.
time again, we do not know what was
Like,
in those boxes. We
Yeah,
have
as I said, there's a reason they're focusing on the boxes.
reached out to the funeral home in an
It's
effort to
gross.
reach Morgan
It's so
and
fucked
get
up.
her response to that. In a separate investigation on Chicago's far north side,
Yeah,
the
yuck it
comptroller's
up
office
there.
ordered the Bohemian National Cemetery, that's near Albany Park, to stop accepting remains due to allegations of improperly stored bodies. We've also reached out to that business for its response. This, of course, is something we'll continue to be
Dude.
following. Patrick, back to you.
Yeah, let us know what else you hear about all of these. Thank you very much, Jen.
You want to spice yours up a little bit? Yeah, I want to be I want to be fired out of one of those giant cannons. Just into a wall, fucking Burnout 2 style. Just dress me up like a crash test dummy and let me go. All right. Yeah, so the diarrhea lettuce is still a thing, guys, and she has like, I don't know, her zipper like broke, so she just like decided fuck it and just pulled the rest of this around. That is a choice right there.
What is going on in the produce
I don't know
aisle?
what is going on with that dress there, lady. I got to be honest.
First, you got the cyclospora that hit the lettuce.
Okay, I'm gonna
Produce
just-
distributor Taylor
Catwoman?
Farms, impacting restaurants like Taco Bell and McDonald's. And now, in a recent interview, a former CDC director says the parasite is being found on fruits like raspberries and blueberries.
We already knew that,
and
though.
snow peas. So we need to bring in Dr. Brendan Namira,
That's
a former
not new information at all about
former
this.
lead scientist with the USDA. There is a ton to unpack here. Doctor, it's great to have you. I have to admit, I went grocery shopping yesterday, and I'm going, I don't know what to buy. So what is safe to eat right now?
So thanks, Liz. Thanks for having me.
Yeah.
So the ongoing outbreak with cyclospora has to do with shredded lettuce that's produced from Taylor Farms. And they have.
But totally not from Taylor Farms, because, Trump came out and said, yeah, it's not them.
A really clear idea
because they paid millions for him to go and say that.
Where that parasite was coming from, what products were at risk, and what products people should avoid. When you go down the produce aisle, I would say that most of the fruits and vegetables that you see there, they are not associated with this outbreak. So they're not going to be part of the recall effort. There's not going to be that issue on there. Cyclospora is one of those organisms.
Yeah, oddly enough, Taco Bell got the all clear.
Just because of the way that it is found in the environment, you have these seasonal occurrences of it. It sometimes will pop up, and obviously this year it's coming in a big way.
Yeah, because there isn't this is what happens when you cut the funding of the people that track this shit and make sure that it doesn't spread.
But some of the products that you can sometimes see this
cause
on,
and effect,
as you've
guys.
seen in
There
the
is
past,
that.
Are berries, snow peas, things like that. None of those products have been identified with this outbreak this year. So we're talking about things that have happened in the past. But if you're going down the produce aisle looking at the fruits and vegetables, almost all of those are not associated with this kind of an outbreak, and they're just as safe as they ever were.
I think that is a really good takeaway. So if you're going down in the produce aisle, what you see is safe for the most part there. Beyond
For the most
produce
part.
aisle,
I like how she had to say that because
what about restaurants? I
She
mean,
left
I
that
don't
one
want to
hanging
stop
a little
going
too
out to
long.
eat. I like
That could
going
have
out
your
to a
problem.
restaurant. How do we do our due diligence there?
Yeah, again, this organism, there's a certain batch of the iceberg lettuce and the shredded lettuce that was provided in food service packs to certain restaurants,
Cisco,
to Taco Bell, and there, some other things there. They know where that lettuce went. They've got a good tracking system. Traceability is a whole part of the, our food production and distribution system.
Thank God we haven't gotten rid of that, even though it seems like Republicans want to. They say literally no regulation. That's what that would mean.
If you're going out to a restaurant and you are not at a place, you're not eating a place that was associated with this, that received some of this lettuce, then you can be pretty confident that's got nothing to do with it. If, however, you want to, go that extra mile and, be a little bit extra confident, or if indeed you're in what we call an at-risk population, right? If you've got some underlying health issues that might make an incident like this really severe for you, then have a spinach salad instead, or have some, kind of an other vegetable product, go with the green beans, right? That's one way for you to kind of distance yourself a little bit and have that little extra added level of security.
And you just mentioned it, like when people have those underlying health issues, when we hear that, oh, they had underlying health issues, because there were 2 deaths in Michigan associated with this, but they also said the same thing, that these people had underlying health issues. What are we talking about here?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, it's tragic when that happens.
Kind of glad that they're clarifying this.
Cyclospora,
even if it's in a dumb way,
is one of those organisms that can be very widespread and can make a lot of people sick. But generally speaking, the illness that it causes is not necessarily life-threatening.
Oh, by the way, yeah. So on the bright side, Chad, I harvested my summer lettuce today. Surprisingly edible for being stunned out of bolting. Yeah, I actually I lost my lettuce plants, but I was able to harvest the pepper plants. So guess what? We are starting this week.
I mean, it's certainly
I'm gonna try and make the brine tomorrow.
Painful and uncomfortable to have this kind of watery diarrhea and so on. But the big thing that this causes is dehydration. Right. And so, it causes your body to lose extra water. And if you're not monitoring this, if you're not responding to this, then.
Yeah, what they're not saying is that the next outbreak will not be found until after it hits. So we're gambling with what we eat.
You can get dehydrated. And so if you are elderly or if you have, heart condition or something where dehydration would be a severe issue for you, then that can end up causing more, kind of compounding medical problems, compounding issues. The best advice is if you're suffering this kind of a situation.
Hey, Pep, instead of politics, can we watch the EDP? Who's EDP?
If you think you've been
I'm going to say no.
Exposed to this, go.
Thank you, Eleni, for the suggestion, though.
Seek some medical advice and ask them to do a cyclospora test. Because if you have cyclospora specifically, then there are treatments readily available that will help to mitigate.
Could I make a video of me pickling the peppers? No.
The organism.
Well, I would release it later because no. And then you will get an idea of how many are in there.
Shorten the length of the illness.
And that's what we want. We want to get it out of here. I mean, besides the cyclospora, it feels like in the news, we've been doing a lot of, there was the salmonella outbreak linked to jalapenos at Chipotle. And a week or so ago, we were talking about
You're joking?
eggs.
Oh, okay.
That were possibly recalled for a salmonella outbreak. What is going on? Is there a bigger
Swine
concern
flu,
here, or is the system working how it should?
The thing is that the food system is complicated, and Americans consume about a billion meals every single day, right? 300 million Americans, 3 meals a day works out to almost a billion meals a day. And when you're looking at the amount of food that's consumed, the amount of the kinds of things that are out there, you are going to have some of these issues. Now, this is an ongoing challenge. People are very attentive to this. The producers, manufacturers of fruits and vegetables, of meats, of
problem
eggs,
is,
of other kinds of
though,
products,
like they're
have
not,
a lot of food safety.
Oh my God! It is a food It's a food safety issue. It is a food safety issue. Then why are why are all these cases being traced back to one specific farm in Mexico that is owned by Taylor Farms?
To catch all of these things.
This is what
so when you haven't identified, contamination.
This is where they're not being honest about it.
And
apparently they don't want to have any litigation.
Say, well, we had this, particular
which is
organism
fucked
on that
up.
particular product.
Our news used to kind of operate in a way where they didn't do that. They didn't always have fear of litigation. They'd say, okay, allegedly this is what's happening. But now it's not even litigation. They're just like, we're going to sue you and we're just going to, literally, we're going to wait it out. We have more money than you.
Corral that.
This is what we get for allowing that fucking abuse of power.
Isolate that and then keep that from getting into the public. I mean, ideally, you'd like to have a system where nobody ever has any contamination. Nobody's ever getting sick from this. We're working towards that. There's different tools and technologies and
Kyle?
procedures that are moving us to safer and safer food. But right now we're in a situation where you still have these things that pop up occasionally, and you do respond to them and try to keep people from getting ill.
Dr. Brendan Namira, the voice of reason, we really appreciate you being here this morning. Thank you so much. Especially with me, I see these things, I get very anxious. So it's good to have you, talk us off the ledge. Thank you.
Anyway, do you know there's leprosy?
Health officials
just kind of like popping up.
say they are seeing a surge in a 4,000-year-old disease. Liz is joining me for this one because it's so fascinating. Yeah. Florida has reported more than a dozen leprosy cases this year.
So experts think that an animal may actually be to blame for this. Joining us now to explain what you need to know, Dr. David Wynn, an infectious disease expert at Rush University Medical Center. Thanks for joining us here.
Thanks for having me.
So, okay, apparently we said an animal may be to blame for this. We're talking about armadillos spreading.
Wait, armadillo has leprosy?
Leprosy? What's the deal with this? And can it be found here in Illinois?
Somebody just said we need to stop kissing armadillos. And I was like, oh, that's ridiculous. Because who's kissing armadillos? But now I'm actually asking for real now, I guess. Who's kissing armadillos? What?
It's been known for some time
what is
that
happening?
Armadillos harbor the bacteria that causes leprosy. But overall, the risk to the general public is pretty low. You have to have a combination of both exposure to the bacteria and also susceptibility. It seems like certain people are more susceptible to leprosy than others. But I'm sure people remember from movies or even the Bible, the mentions of the disfiguring, features of leprosy.
We have on this graphic, Doctor, it can take up to...
rich people be calling with pets they shouldn't have. Tiger King is
20 years after initial exposure to develop signs. Wow. That's a very slow-moving bacteria.
Whoa.
Yep. Yeah.
20 years.
That's absolutely correct. And a lot of the related bacteria of this family, which includes tuberculosis, they all kind of move slowly.
So
Seriously, leprosy? Yeah.
I guess if you do end up,
yeah, we're doing it. Wait. Yeah, wait. We're doing a
I'm
health
just asking now because I'm just incredibly interested here.
I think there's a CDC.
I don't think people at home need to be like clutching their pearls or anything. But let's say you get it. After 20 years, it's in your body. How do you treat it? And what are the signs that you have it?
Yeah, there's a bunch of early signs. I mean, it depends a little bit on the different ways it presents. There's a handful of ways it can present, and there's some of the symptoms there on the screen. But it usually needs a diagnosis, which can be difficult. Even for infectious disease doctors who may not have seen as many in the world, depending on your experience. But it is curable. There is a medicine that is available that you can actually get used to get cured from it. And then there's most of the doctors who.
So is this just like kind of like turtles, where it's just like you should never not handle a turtle without gloves, kind of thing?
Treat leprosy, at least in our
this seems
country,
a little more
would
extreme.
probably refer to the Hansen's Disease Center in Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Yeah, look how cute. I know.
I haven't personally.
That's why I'm kind of like, oh, how could it be this little bugger's fault? That doesn't make any sense.
With people who have.
He's adorable. Look at him.
Spoken with that group, and they're really friendly and helpful. So yeah.
Leprosy, for people who don't know, is called Hansen's disease. We're showing these adorable armadillos, and they can be found in Indiana and in Illinois.
I didn't know that.
I had to do a deep dive. Generally,
one of my first times ever seeing an armadillo was in southern Illinois.
The central and southern parts of the state, it just gets too cold here in the northern parts of the state for them to survive. How does leprosy spread, Doctor?
Usually through contact, but there's a thought that it may travel through some of the air too, but you have to be pretty close to the person.
So somebody was being like, oh, look at my cute armadillo. Somebody was literally kissing an armadillo.
I guess, so we were talking about this,
I mean, we all want to know it. Can we just, Doc, Ladies, by all means, can you just ask him the question we all want to know? Was somebody fucking kissing the armadillo? Not fucking the armadillo, but kissing it.
Heard about stories of leprosy in the Bible, and it seems positively medieval. Like, how?
Oh my God, we are so fucking stupid. It's painful. The fact that she just said that, it actually, like, wow. Wow. Lowest common denominator American thought right there. Holy shit.
Is a disease that's that old still around? I mean, I always thought
the Black Plague is still around, you dumb bimbo. Like, Jesus fuck.
That after a while.
Oh my God. Oh my.
These things kind of phase out, or our body learns how to fight them. I'm shocked that this is still a thing.
She's lucky. She's good looking.
Yeah, I mean, so the bacteria hasn't gone away, and like I said, it's probably a minority of people that are susceptible to getting the disease. So there's not been a way to really eradicate it the way we might see some diseases like smallpox, for example. We've just been better about identifying it and maybe being not in contact when there are cases, just being careful, of having it spread. But again, even then, it was probably a dramatic disease in the past, but not really a super widespread one. But dramatic for sure,
Apparently, the most cases in our hemisphere are reported in Brazil. So if people are traveling there, is this something they should be concerned about, and how can they protect themselves?
In general, no. It's a pretty low risk to the public in general. Again, it's like a lot. There's probably a lot of to do with
what was that pivot?
Your own personal immunity to be susceptible.
He has the look of a man tired of being asked if about armadillo fucking.
There's actually probably aspects
really
of it we're not really aware of.
All right, that's pretty
what
funny.
makes certain people susceptible, but in general, there's not really anything you can really do. If you happen to encounter somebody with leprosy, I suppose you could ask your doctor individually on an individual level to see what your risk is, and et cetera. So.
And we were talking to you in the break, and you said there was an interest here because, and you mentioned it, to other diseases like TB, and are there any other diseases out there that are sort of in the same family?
TB is probably the most famous one, tuberculosis, but there are a handful of what we call these mycobacteria that are just exist in the environment, and for most people they don't cause any problems. But for certain people with immunocompromised conditions or even lung issues that you might become infected with one of those bacteria. And I actually do spend a lot of time treating those with some
Rush University featuring Professor Dr. Geddy Lee and Alex Lifeson.
colleagues here at Rush.
I mean,
interesting.
I don't really know any of the superstar doctors there. I just know Rush University is one of the many hospitals in the city.
It is
fascinating.
It is, and hopefully we don't have to have you back on
certain
this topic,
specialists
Dr. Wynn.
that,
Hopefully this is something we don't have to worry about here in the Chicagoland
A one
area.
and done.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your
Lep talks.
time.
Jesus.
Thank you for having me.
You can't get these people.
Please turn the volume up a little. Oh, okay. Here, let me turn me down a little bit. Yeah, there we go. Oh, I mean, it's over anyway. All right, here we go. Man speaks with ABC 13 after allegedly threatening Governor Abbott's office over anime site. So here we go, guys. We're going to do it. Yeah, so apparently Texas is banning certain types of anime. Don't know. I don't know any details on this. Honestly, fuck it. Let's just all learn it together.
And tonight, a Houston man's accused of threatening everyone in Governor Greg Abbott's office.
Yo, turn your music down there, homies.
And it was all over age restrictions on a cartoon website. Investigators say Joseph Osment left an expletive-filled voicemail with the governor's office.
I'll be honest, he doesn't look like what I thought he would.
Office claiming.
Anybody else wrong? Huh? Yeah.
He would stab people if restrictions.
Just gonna say, there's a lack of fedora on this guy.
Restrictions were not removed. It's not the kind of story you hear of every day, and only ABC 13's Liliana Pearson is talking to the suspect at the center of it all. Liliana.
Yeah, Joseph Osment tells me that he isn't trying to justify what he allegedly said, but in our conversation, he also didn't try to walk it back. Instead, he's saying it's
He
the
was
state
just
that
like, I meant what I said.
took that angry voicemail too far.
I bet his lawyer somewhere just like, you dumb asshole. Pep law right here. If you guys have an open case against you for threatening a municipal officer of any type, maybe, just maybe, don't go on the news.
It's affecting everybody, even over the ages of 18.
Joseph Osment likes to watch anime on a website called Crunchyroll. He logged
Okay, it ain't what you think it is then. It ain't P-Hub. It's Crunchyroll, guys.
on a few weeks ago to watch a show, but was met with this age restriction. Osment says he tried to verify his age, 35 years old, but the restriction wouldn't go away.
All right, this is exactly what you thought it was. This is exactly what you thought it was. Like, as far as, like, not being the H word.
That's when court documents
It's just Crunchyroll, guys. This is the, yeah, all right, Texas be fucking up here. Good luck with that.
Allegedly called the governor's office.
I had a mental breakdown at the end of the day. I allegedly left the voicemail. I don't even remember what I said during the thing.
In the last couple of years, Texas has passed a number of laws restricting access
left
to
the
adult
voicemail.
content.
I don't even remember what it said. He's alleging against himself.
In 2025 was meant to cut back on animated and AI-generated child pornography. Critics worried the broad law
Yeah, no, this is exactly what everybody was worried about. Oh, hey, look at that. Texas, woohoo, freedom.
would impact anime websites like Crunchyroll, which Osment says is not an adult website. According to a Travis County arrest warrant, Osment left this short but expletive-filled voicemail on July 25th, in which he allegedly said he would stab everyone if the age restriction was not removed.
To be honest,
yeah, you can't go do that.
I don't even feel like that was the exact words that I said. I don't know. I'd have to listen to the recording over again.
The arrest warrant says
I'll be honest, man, I'm a little heated. I got all worked up. I just wanted to go whack it to my favorite anime chick, and then I couldn't, and I got a little upset.
An employee in the governor's office notified law enforcement because they were alarmed and in fear for their safety. Osment says someone tried to call him about the voicemail, but when he didn't call them back, he was arrested at his home in Houston.
I kept asking over and over, what is this about? What is going on? Why are we even doing any of this?
Osment was booked into the Travis County Jail, charged with impeding a public servant, public fear of severe bodily injury, and influence of government.
That, I didn't hear threat to a government official. I don't know. I don't think this one's going to stick.
A third-degree felony. Osment has bonded out and returned to Houston, where he says he feels the state overstepped.
I'm not saying it's justified, but two wrongs don't...
I mean, this actually just brought a whole lot of attention to something that a bunch of you guys in Texas even didn't know was going on.
Make it right.
And today I have reached out to the governor's office, but I did not hear back from them. Court records show that Osment is meant to be back.
He's going to run for office?
Later this month.
Go for it.
From Houston, I'm Liliana Pearson, ABC 13 Eyewitness News.
I mean, is his entire platform going to be that? I just want everybody who wants to go and goon on any of them anime sites. I want everybody to do so without impediment. That's the word of the day, is impediment. That's what we call a callback, kids. If you guys weren't here earlier, we had a little bit about that. No eyebrows, they do look surprised. Yeah, he definitely had that look about him. All right, we got politics. Let's do some fucking politics here. First off, let's see if the news actually caught up to this, because Benjamin Netanyahu rejects Trump's Board of Peace plan. Saw that. Short-term funding bill. Saw that. Pentagon renamed South Carolina Air Base after Graham. Amazon massive private gas plant for new data centers. What? Amazon is developing a data center campus in Pecos County, Texas, featuring an on-site natural gas power plant permitted to release 33 million tons of carbon dioxide. Oh, Jesus. Hey. All right. Is that Pecos or Pesos? Say Pecos. All right. Well, let's keep going here. All right. So here's the story about the Detroit Democratic candidates rallying together and getting behind each other. All right. Phrasing. You know what? Let's just go with it.
We begin with a look ahead at November's election. Tonight, Michigan
going to get worse.
Democratic candidates kicking off their unity rally with a united front. Fox 2 was there. Lauren Edwards joins us live from Detroit with the biggest take.
You're an eyebrowless woman by choice, or like just you just didn't grow eyebrows?
Lauren.
Dave, earlier
I don't know. Certain people can really pull it off. Others, not so much.
Week voters, they learned who the Michigan Democratic candidates were today. Just a few hours ago, they got to see them collectively together, all on one stage. Take a look at that rally, at the Unity Rally is what they were calling it. Now, Michigan Democrats together under one roof. Jocelyn Benson and Garland Gilchrist among the candidates. Speaking to a packed house at Renaissance High School, Pete Buttigieg stopped by to join the rally. And last to take the stage, Dr. Abdul El-Sayed, touching on his key points of money out of politics, money for Michiganders, and Medicare for all, and being relentless in those pursuits.
You're going to mention Haley Stevens and her support for the whole thing?
They come for our union rights.
That seemed intentional.
Back down. When they come for our health care, we don't back down. When they come for one of us, we will stand up. We won't back down. And Michigan, we will fight to build the America that we are proud to hand off to our kids and our grandkids, because we won't back down. Michigan Democrats, 88 more days. We won't back down. We'll see you out there.
Dude.
And the Michigan Republican Party released a statement which reads in part, quote, "This desperate Democrat rally celebrates everything that's gone wrong under one-party Democrat rule and reinforces exactly what's on the ballot this November: common sense versus communist crazy. For more than a quarter century, Democrats have controlled Michigan's U.S. Senate seats, while Michigan lost more than 200,000 manufacturing jobs. Education collapsed near the bottom nationally, and working families were saddled with the highest energy costs in the Midwest." Now, there is a full statement. You can catch that at fox2detroit.com. But also coming up on the edge, Dr. Abdul El-Sayed's words, choice words for his opponent, Mike Rogers. For now, reporting live here in Detroit, Lauren Edwards, Fox 2 News.
Yeah, Lauren, we know that Jocelyn Benson is generally considered the establishment Democrat, kind of moderate in this race. Abdul El-Sayed, certainly the progressive. Any idea how they plan to bridge that divide for a Democratic Party that's pretty fractured, as we saw Tuesday night?
I know that's a lot of the narrative.
I have a small face with big eyes, so when I wear glasses, you can't even tell that I don't have eyebrows.
Lately is that it's pretty fractured, but tonight
both victim of early 2000s Gwen Stefani brows, then chemo, right?
I can tell you it was not fractured. It was a packed house
that's what happened
at
to my
Renaissance
dad.
High School behind me, and everyone on their feet for Jocelyn Benson, everyone on their feet for Garland Gilchrist, everyone, for all the candidates, including El-Sayed. So it seems to be a unified front moving forward.
All right, Fox 2's Lauren Edwards reporting live downtown. Thank you so much.
Okay. Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. Sorry. Oh. Darth Maul 2028. Hell yeah. This guy knows what's up. Final day is, fuck it. Let's do this.
Right now on Upfront.
The final sprint.
We're gonna win this thing.
The 11th hour blitz.
To be your next governor.
The chaotic Democratic primary for governor.
Almost speechless.
Morning across Wisconsin, Democratic Socialist Francesca Hong leading in the polls. David Crowley attempting a major...
I'll be honest, I always hate when they have shows like this on certain local stations, because every once in a while, man, these are the things that get hit. It's weird.
Royce and Joel Brennan this
Be careful with that stuff if you're doing YouTube.
The winner of Tuesday's primary is set to take on Republican Tom Tiffany as we head out on the campaign trail.
Governor Tony Evers, who maintains a nearly 90% approval rating among Wisconsin Democrats,
which is crazy,
emerging on the campaign trail these final days after endorsing David Crowley.
I think this looks like momentum.
And if the polling is anywhere near accurate, Crowley will need the lifeline to catapult him from a distant second after initially dropping out of the race and re-entering last month with the backing of Governor Evers.
What? So he leaves the race.
There's no reason why we wouldn't be able to coalesce all the undecided voters in order to win in August 11th.
That sounds like they had a meeting with the DNC and they're like, we will give you money. And he was like,
that's a lot of voters he's going to have to.
And then they were like, we'll also send the governor to back you on this.
In these final days.
He can do it because people are waiting for someone to talk about the issues.
The latest.
What the fuck?
This poll from State Navigate Friday shows Hong with a 22-point lead headed into the final hours.
She got that.
In what may become an ever-growing test of the governor's political power. What concerns you most about Francesca?
I mean, honestly.
Do you think she can beat Tom Tiffany?
I'm going to say this again. She spends a lot of time, from what I understand, talking on Twitter and all these other extraneous issues. Think about the question you just
I told you guys, I told you. What'd I fucking tell you? This is what they were going based on.
Seen tornadoes destroy their city.
We're focused on Congress.
I know. Time on that boat that others are talking about on Twitter. Please, I'm not going to, you can ask me 100 times, I'm going to give you the same damn answer.
There are easier ways for establishment Democrats to retire.
The issue is around getting things done.
Evers and
the weird part is he's not as establishment as you'd think. He did a lot of extreme things for Wisconsin, man, and he's popular because of it.
Crowley.
If anything, his policies made people in Wisconsin more comfortable with going a little bit farther left.
Sitting down with us Friday. Was this a hard decision to jump in and endorse for you?
No. I knew that we had to do something.
I'm telling you, they know something about her electability chances that we're not being told yet, and we're not being told for a very specific reason.
Significant way. We knew we had a great candidate available to win this race. And no, I wanted to be relatively neutral, but at the end of the day, I felt it was important to get behind David and make sure that bring some people to the fore that will help him get across the finish line.
What was kind of the tipping point for you? Was it when Lieutenant Governor Rodriguez got out, or when Francesca Hong started to surge? What kind of?
It's hard to say. I mean, I've known David for a long time, and I guess in my heart of hearts, I was hoping he was going to win. Because, I didn't talk about it. But he's
Hong is going to get Plattner.
Really,
it seems
human being. And when I saw people leaving, coming back, for me.
It seems like something's up. Like you asked somebody up there, just asked the question. Yeah, yes, of course. You just asked the question. I cannot understand why those two, especially AOC and Bernie, will not lean into Hong.
Was the time I had to play a role.
You've been a little ticked off, it seems, in recent days when people have talked about the establishment or establishment Democrats. Is this the establishment?
I think that they see the same problem that I do.
Here trying to take down a
which,
Democratic
unfortunately,
socialist?
we can whine about it all fucking day. This is a real issue.
I've fought my entire life.
They wouldn't be panicking this much if it wasn't. I'm gonna be real.
Not to be put into a box, and so to hear the establishment.
Does it mean that he's a better candidate? No, obviously not. He's down by 22 fucking points.
It's frustrating.
And honestly, the fact that Francesca Hong is, like a dishwasher at a fucking bar or some shit like that really helps her. People are, I'm telling you right now, they are sick of establishment politics. If she plays this right, no attacks will fucking stick. But this is where it really, I'm going to be careful here because I don't know what they have.
Where I am today. When I think
and
about my
that lack
parents
of
and how they
AOC
struggle
support
with
is
drug
something.
addiction and mental health, to put food on the table, keep a roof over my head. I've never been here to protect the establishment. It's been to protect the people.
I have no idea what they mean by that, frankly. You think about, born and raised in a small town and, right down the road from here. And, I scraped cheese, mold off of cheese when I was in high school. That's Wisconsin, So the establishment, that is a really weak word to use.
Headed into Tuesday, what worries you most about Francesca Hong? Is it her electability going toward a general, or is it her policies?
For me, her.
Now, the biggest question, I think he will ask this if I'm getting an indicator of where he's leading with this, if he'll support Francesca if she wins.
Whatever she
that's my biggest thing is that I want to know out of this.
Is of no consequence, frankly.
Yeah, it's tomorrow.
I think she's running for office, and
Evers is a fossil, yeah, but again, 90-something% approval as a Democrat in a pretty purple in a purple area. Yeah, that's something. 90%. Fuck, dude. That I don't. Where else has a 90% approval rating of their governor?
What it happens with her is
like undeniably, he's a very popular dude.
She's spending a lot of time talking about things that the people of Wisconsin don't really care all that much about, and so I don't. This race for me.
That's realistic, and that's kind of where I was going with this. Is like, yeah, like you do have people that really want, us to do the left push, and great, we're making fucking strides in the places that we need to. But this is where it is like, guys, and this is where I'm going to keep harping on this one. Wisconsin is not Chicago. Wisconsin is not New York. Wisconsin is not one of these bastions where it's like we can just count on the win.
And I know
this is why Maine was such a big fucking deal.
For David, is that it's about making headway for the people of Wisconsin.
Oh, I'm not even really trusting the gatekeepers as much as I am just talking about the fact that if she's having this much of an issue gaining the people within the party, there's something there, guys.
Simple as that. There's no...
Because they already know that they're going to use her tweets against her, and that might be enough. People are that dumb.
There's no nothing.
This looks like an old white guy looking for his successor. Yeah, and he did it too late.
Talk about issues that are important for the people of Wisconsin.
Yeah.
What is
And then he saw a bunch of fucking reports coming out that she said some pretty extreme stuff on Twitter, which... According to people, she did. I haven't seen him personally, so I don't know.
Right, coming from her and her campaign, she's created quite a movement among her supporters.
Yeah, I mean, but this is thank you. Okay, this guy doing the interview is not that bad.
Let's be honest. The biggest threat is having a MAGA extremist occupying the White House like we do right now, but also the governor's office. Right. The biggest threat is not having a candidate that can ultimately defeat Tom Tiffany moving forward.
Is that her?
We have to be focusing on the issues at the end of the day. How do we
the thing is that now they have to be careful with this, because if they really do go too far hard in the paint, then yeah, they can't just walk it back.
How do we protect our children moving forward?
Yeah.
And so with this race, I don't look at my opponents as I'm running against them. I am running for every single vote of Wisconsinites across the state. And so I'm not focused on what everybody else has to say about my opponents. This is about how we win this election on August 11th. And when August 12th gets here, how we build the winning coalition to ultimately defeat Tom Tiffany.
You've got to beat her first, though, to do that.
Well, we have to make sure that we're talking to residents, right? And I think that,
Yeah, but you just figured that out. You're literally a day away.
Beating any of these candidates is focusing on your policies, your vision, your mission for this state. And so
you haven't got Twitter. Good for you.
I know that we're looking at and taking.
I'm getting closer and closer, just abandoning mine.
But we also have.
I've only got 30-something followers on it. Honestly, it's barely worth it. But I need it for links and stuff here.
We have to pause a little bit because all of these polls have not necessarily been telling the truth.
God, if I can get
what do you think Governor says about the state
YouTube and Twitch famous without having that shit,
here in Wisconsin, or Wisconsin Democrats, that a Democratic Socialist has gained so much traction?
I think the Democratic Party of Wisconsin is as strong as it's ever been. It's a big tent. It's a lot bigger tent than the opponents, I will say that.
It is true.
And so
that's why I'm not surprised if he would say that he would endorse Francesca after this.
It says anything other than the making sure that we're serving the people of Wisconsin. It's simple as that. And David's the one to do that, frankly. It's quite clear.
Is all of this too little too late ahead of Tuesday?
Oh, gosh, no. I heard it yesterday at the state fair by lots of people.
I'm glad that he's asking the sensible question on that, because that's how it feels.
Thank you so much for getting behind.
44-22.
David Crowley.
If Francesca wins on Tuesday, will you support her and back her ahead of November?
There it is.
If she's a Democrat, of course, will be helpful, but that's not going to happen. This guy's going to win.
Same question for you.
Well, we have a duty. Our duty, no matter who is in this race, is ultimately to make sure that a Republican
dump is a joke. Yep.
is not
Eagles forever.
Occupying the governor's office. And so
Welcome
I
to the
will
show.
back
Haven't seen
whoever
it
it
yet.
is, but the plan is to be the nominee.
Are you
Who's this guy?
ready to win?
Francesca Hong coming off last weekend's rally in South Milwaukee with Minnesota Congresswoman Ilhan Omar and controversial streamer Hassan Piker this weekend in a midst of a final Get Out the Vote blitz targeting more than a dozen cities through Tuesday.
When people want to fight for something together, when they see something they believe in and they start to believe in one another.
All right, they're making a push, and I'll tell you what, this is the way to do it. Getting out there.
I think the Dems are going to have to write a new playbook here.
Hong doing numerous national TV interviews in recent days, including Fox News, CNN, Politico, and the Pod Save America
Do I dream of the day they say controversial streamer PepTalks TV?
podcast.
That'd be cool.
But her campaign telling upfront, quote,
It is weird, though, that I have to introduce myself as PepTalks, especially when it's kind of my name.
Fran's schedule is back to
I don't know. If I go back to comedy, what am I going to do? Call myself PepTalks?
back on the Go TV
I've thought about this. I don't know.
tour through Election Day, so we're not able to accommodate an interview this week. Right now, we're focused on talking directly with voters.
Guy who never stops
end quote.
yapping. What's got him so
Hong
pepped
on
up?
CNN.
We want to make sure here in Wisconsin that this is an election that voters decide. But
He does 420 streams. He's illegal in some states, don't you know?
Wisconsin is unique. We have Ron Johnson and Tammy Baldwin. It's pretty hard to measure and understand where our voters are, but that's fortunately we've held over 350 events, have knocked over 100,000 doors, and have a great understanding of what voters care about, and that's permanent affordability and a Wisconsin government that cares for everyone.
Hong in these final days facing increasing national attention and scrutiny over old social media
There it is.
posts, including one in 2020 calling to cancel Thanksgiving.
I fucking knew it. Okay, see, I didn't know that, but I knew it was a dumb fucking tweet that was something that's really fucking stupid.
Do you still believe
Like, Jesus.
that
We get it, man. We get it.
Thanksgiving?
Native American, this stuff. But, dude, people like getting together with their family and having turkey and fucking potatoes. Shut the fuck up with your bad idea that is not going to be sold on anybody else except for the, most extreme contingent. Like, this is what I was talking about. But she wasn't planning on being a politician at that point, so
Thanksgiving should be canceled?
that should be part of that.
I'm a chef, and one of the first meals that I made that was for the community when I was 16 was a Thanksgiving meal. But Thanksgiving is also a time that's incredibly painful for many people in our communities. And so I think I wanted to make sure that people understood that there are multiple views, but views can evolve.
That was dumb. No, that was really dumb. And honestly, that was a bad answer too. Like, this is where guys, this is what I was talking about.
And during a Wednesday interview with Politico, Hong said she in fact loves Thanksgiving.
My favorite holiday
Is Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving.
I'm just going to say it organically, totally organically.
Because
There you have it.
Yep. I don't want to cancel it. I actually love it.
Do you believe that you need moderate voters to win the general election if you do win the primary?
We absolutely need every single vote, and we'll be fighting
All
to
right,
earn
she's answering this a little bit better.
vote.
Oh, her problem is she's fake. Yeah, it doesn't really come across as pretty very well thought out, or I don't know, guys. I don't know if she was my candidate. I wouldn't be exactly thrilled.
And I've talked to moderates
She's not,
and independents, Republicans, folks who don't have a political home right now. And they have a lot of concerns about what's going on in the state. And they also have concerns about things I've said in the past. But what we're focusing on and how to come together to actually deliver for
It seems that we forget that radical views is what also gets you screen time. No, you're not wrong.
Wisconsinites, and that's going to be electing Democrats down and up the ballot this cycle.
But yeah, I was about to say that was that was the opposite of an authentic answer, man. Well, I have to say, probably Thanksgiving. It's like, oh, so I definitely don't want to cancel Thanksgiving.
For those of you who don't know me, I'll give you a little Kelderoy's 101.
Because, dude, again, these fucking red-blooded idiots that, rah-rah American flag, like those guys, the ones that they want to hump the American flag. They're like that. Like, I don't mind this country, but holy crap, like the flag humpers, get over yourselves. But they're the ones that are going to just be like, we're red-blooded Americans. We eat turkey, turkey day. We love us some Thanksgiving. We love the stuffing. We eat for stuffing.
The Roy's also crisscrossing the
South Park with
state here in Burlington, meeting with a group of voters.
At this point, what is your path to victory 1 week from where we stand next Tuesday?
After the debate, we've had a huge surge of support for my campaign, donors, activists.
Sure won't look good, too good that she called cops on Palestinian protesters either. Oh, really? God damn, dude. Why? All right. How in the fuck did she get so popular with being this problematic if this is the case? Because now I'm confused.
Yard sign requests. So I'm going to continue traveling the state, answering.
That's crazy if that's true.
Questions from voters all over the state.
She doesn't hate Thanksgiving. She hates being in the same room with accountability. May it be your own friends and family.
Their priorities.
Don't know what you're really saying.
And I think that this is a late-breaking race. People want.
How can somebody that's only 4 apples high be so amped up on politics?
Governor who can.
Is it 4 apples?
Beat Tom Tiffany and who's ready to govern on day one.
Do you still think from people you're talking to there are a lot of
I know my wife knows.
out there?
I think so, but I think a lot of them are breaking my way. We've certainly seen that after other candidates have withdrawn, that I've been able to earn.
Who in the hell are you?
The endorsements of their donors and their supporters.
How would you describe?
Oh my God! I thought she was literally just like another person that was like helping one of like the governor's
this race in the final,
or like the gubernatorial candidates.
Absolutely wild.
Yeah.
Totally unpredictable. And I would say just get ready for surprise.
Too many smears. I'm just repeating what the fuck is in the media. God damn it. This is what I was talking about. This is why I knew I'd be annoyed with you today.
I mean, this is what primaries are for.
Too many smears, man.
We do not have to accept
the idea
I
don't know. Saying something as stupid as cancel Thanksgiving is, something to reconcile with.
Is going to buy this primary. I think Wisconsinites have really rejected that notion before when Elon.
Why do I get the feeling that you've laid down and you've counted that?
Musk came in and tried to buy a Supreme Court seat. We said no. And we should certainly reject the idea that Republican
She actually
dark
called
money
the cops not on people, but because an Israeli flag was on display, was splattered with red paint.
Influence this primary too.
Joel Brennan and his family voting early in
so she called the cops on Palestinian protesters?
downtown Milwaukee.
Hi there. How are you?
What is the realistic path to
not every chat's directed at you? Oh, okay.
victory next Tuesday?
Well, there have been, and you have seen the twists and turns over the last couple of weeks. There are
This guy reminds me of the mayoral candidate from that movie I just watched, Hoppers.
ways that elections change in the last few days. Like, I had the honor of being on the debate stage with you a week ago today. And since that time, I have had numerous outreach from people all around the state saying, we didn't know that much about you, but we saw you there. We like.
So it's like calling the Gestapo on an artist, yes, almost worse than crowd control.
What you have to say. We think that you're the best opportunity
How in the hell
to beat
did
Tom Tiffany and Donald Trump in the fall and hit the ground
First I've
running
ever
on
heard
day
of this.
one in January. And that's the message I'm going to continue to spread.
I've heard, I'm curious, are you receiving any pressure from Democrats to drop out in this next week?
Damn, is he doing double duty? Oh, that's crazy.
Hearing.
Wait a minute, he's doing double duty for CBS and ABC?
I have
I've never seen that before.
Conversations with Democrats all the time. Most of the Democrats I am talking to about voting in the primary here and what the path to victory is for Democrats in November.
He just strikes me as somebody who is going to get 4% of the vote.
What do you make of the governor
that.
on the campaign trail for now, David Crowley, Francesca Hogg, where she is in the poll? I mean, how would you characterize where the state of the race is 1 week out?
I think it's been in flux over the last 3 to 4 weeks. I think it was a situation where not many people were paying attention to this race up until just a few weeks ago. That's why you see reflected in the polling so many undecided voters. And I think people have just started to check in, and that's to my benefit.
All right, polls open Tuesday morning. Up next,
it's going to be interesting. Yeah, tomorrow's definitely going to be an interesting day.
This Aspen Gold situation is
We're
blowing
gonna
up.
Watch this later, though. All right, so this one goes to the back. And then we go this.
So in the wake of his victory in the Democratic primary in Michigan, Hillary Clinton has emerged to give Abdul El-Sayed some advice about how to win the
Yay, because that's exactly what we needed.
state. Let's take a listen.
You're not going to convince Republican voters in Michigan.
Oh my God,
the real
can she just
fight
go away?
will be
Fuck! Pokemon, go the fuck away!
how do we make sure that people who voted for Haley feel comfortable voting for...
God. Damn, Jesus. Ugh. How am I more annoyed by her voice and her fucking face than Donald Trump's? Seriously, I'm not kidding right now.
Abdul El-Sayed, and how do we get
I'd
independent?
rather listen to like Trump's bullshit, like Hillary Clinton. Like I want to go and listen to him just rip on her for like 10 hours worth of her just getting ripped on by Donald Trump.
To feel
because God damn it, I hate her.
Comfortable, and you can see
hate her.
that it's not just about Michigan, but the Republican
go away
messaging is communist, socialist. It's going to be.
I don't think anyone pays attention or cares about anything she says anymore. No, realistically, it's this perceived like 50-something-year-old wine mom that
effective attack. And
they got a meeting at the library or some shit. Like they might watch her and go like, "Did you see what Hillary said?"
And so people on the left have to be prepared to answer that and to be effective at answering it.
Yeah.
Do you think communist is an effective attack?
As somebody who's not exactly an authority on winning any fucking elections, I just gotta say, like, yeah, maybe it's this easy to just be like, nah.
2026.
Well, also, who in the hell is the interviewee?
All I know is that
or the interviewer.
That's the attack that Trump
interviewee
is leading with, and I assume they've tested it, and I assume that they have reason to believe that it's effective, or they wouldn't be beating the drum on it, because now it's not just him. Vance has done it. Others.
They did it to you, you dumb. They literally called you a communist. Trump called you a communist. And then they called Obama a communist. They call every Democrat a communist.
Are doing it.
And they have since like 2012.
They are trying to, bring back scare tactics about our candidates.
And now you're literally doing the thing where you're like, yeah, the scare tactics, that should be scary to the voters because it's scary. So they shouldn't be able to trust because it's scary.
In New York, Mamdani was elected and there was a lot of money spent against him. When you have an effective candidate on the left,
that didn't work.
It still is going to be a close race.
I love, Sagar, even the concept of asking.
I like how she's saying this about Michigan, not even Wisconsin.
Hillary Clinton, who very, very, very famously lost Michigan twice. Yeah, literally. In a shock upside to Bernie.
Well, I watched this interview and there's 45 minutes I will never get back. Well, I'm very glad that you just said that because I'm glad that Breaking Points covered this so I don't have to waste 45 minutes that I will never get back.
Sanders
Two shock upsets.
And then the shock upset to Donald Trump in the general election. What the best course of action is to win in the state of Michigan.
I feel like taking crazy, Phil. The only Democrat since, 1988? So, no, I'm thinking Wisconsin. It might have been longer than that when somebody who won Michigan. I'm like, what is going to lose Michigan, which was considered
the blue wall.
If you're young and you weren't there, that was the most. Everyone knew, Pennsylvania.
Sagar, you're younger than me. You weren't there. What are you talking about?
Pennsylvania's always kind of been the blue wall.
Oh my God, I hate how he pretends just because he was born 89 maybe.
Famously, Pennsylvania was always a toss-up. Always has been like in my lifetime. But Wisconsin and Michigan, especially Michigan, which I believe Trump only won by like 10,000 votes in 2016. That was the shock of all
92. Shut up.
Shocks on.
Oh my God. Dude, the way that he just said that, he was acting like he was alive and well in the 80s during the this LARPing. Oh my God, that's actually sad. Like, that's so sad.
Election night. And so, yeah, I remember when she lost to Bernie, everyone was like, oh, it's,
I was a 90s kid. No, you weren't.
It's like, it's like, you
turned what? Fucking 13?
It doesn't matter.
2002 is when you were 10.
Of the day, the Democratic voters, it was inconceivable that this woman would lose Michigan, except to like Debbie Dingell or whatever, who was like, I don't know, I'm a little worried about this.
Yeah,
I mean, that's just what to me is like, this is a problem with our media, the way that
little brother Sagar. I mean, I'm about to turn 40, man. This guy, like,
venerate.
This is why I'm calling it out. He's LARPing like an asshole on this one. Dude, I was born in 86, and I barely remember Ronald Reagan being president. He's like at the very end there, some of my earliest memories is seeing how old he was and how happy my dad was that Bush won.
these types of politicians, and then we're about to just talk about Obama.
Then I remember how upset my dad was that Bush said, no new taxes. And then he raised the fucking taxes. My dad was like, well, that's the end of that party.
But, Hillary just said something there where she said it's impossible to win Republicans. I completely disagree with that. Wall Street Journal has a story out this morning that...
little Sagar.
You have Republican Party is losing its edge with
sitting there... 4 years. 4 years away from being shot out. His dad's sack is sitting here talking about how he was studying politics then.
On the economy. In the first term, Trump's net approval...
I remember vaguely the wall coming down, same.
...of handling on the economy at its
We watched it on TV, and I remember my mom telling me that it was a big deal, but I could barely conceptualize it.
So we're talking about a 40% delta to the first term, which... As you know,
I remember watching the start of Desert Storm, though. That was crazy.
It wasn't popular, but a lot of people had
the storming of Baghdad.
You remember this, and under Biden, all the boomer Republicans had the Joe Biden, I did that stickers with gas, and sure could use some mean tweets right now. This was like, if you have a boomer grandpa who's a Republican, like, he almost certainly had that bumper sticker. I don't see the bumper sticker around anymore. Oh, no. I don't see anybody putting that type
I'm not seeing Trump flags around anymore.
Cope anymore. So sure,
you've got a few, the diehards, but
Fox News, boomers, and others who are on board, but
you're not seeing any of this, the center doing it anymore.
You got a lot of young people, and you got to also, one thing she's also, again, wrong about is just about Haley Stevens. No. The reason why Trump won Michigan and Slotkin also won is there was a literal crossover vote of people who, by definition, voted Republican for Donald Trump and did not vote for and voted also for Slotkin.
Over Mike Rogers.
Over Mike Rogers, right? So it's like that person exists right now. Of course you can win them over. Trump won a lot of people who voted for Joe Biden in 2020. That is exactly how you win an election, especially in a battleground state like this. That's what Abdul should, that's what any candidate should be doing, frankly, is you have to win crossover vote.
I mean, think about what a powerful lane he can occupy and is occupying. You can oppose data centers, oppose the war, and run on the economy and affordability. Those are, on all of those issues, you're going to find a lot of discontent with, yes, some Republican voters who had voted for Trump. I mean, we talked about the Trump Mamdani voters. Like, this is a thing. And I'm not saying you're going to win them all over, but certainly the sort of like independent Republican voters, some of the people who aren't absolute partisan diehards. But I do think you're right to sort of hone in on that comment from her, because to me, it's very emblematic of typical Democratic elite thinking.
And how she lost in the first place.
That's right. And where they assume that certain groups are with them when you shouldn't, right? They assumed, oh, Latinos will be with us, period, end of story. We don't really need to do anything. They assumed that, basically 100% of black voters would be with them forever.
Wrong.
They assumed young voters, and young men would be with them forever. And so there are these assumptions that certain groups will lockstep stay with them that are not true. And there's also an assumption on the other side that you can't then win back. Once a state is gone, it's gone. Iowa, it's just gone. Ohio, we just can't win it anymore. It's over. End of story. When my experience has been, I think all of our experiences have been over the past several elections, you actually have a broader swing electorate than has been portrayed. And again, partisanship does run deep. You have some people who are very locked in and there's nothing you can do. And the only question is whether they're going to show up or not. But there is actually a large demographic that is open in a moment of incredible tumult and change like this. So I think that's a really important point. And I do think that Abdul has positioned himself smartly. I
will say that this does kind of have the vibe of early Maga, when everybody was so disenfranchised with Obama. And just the establishment politics behind everything, that it did kind of lead to that whole push for Bernie or Trump. Because I remember when that was happening, I kind of was happy, where I was like, well, at least the two candidates that are right, that are gaining steam are the ones that are anti-establishment. Then here comes Hillary.
Other thing on the communist point,
fucking Debbie Wasserman Schultz.
I'm not going to say that attack doesn't have any power behind it, and that there isn't a reason why they're leaning into this. It's also the same attack that they use in literally every election, no matter who is running. They said the same thing about Obama and about Biden, and so about Hillary, and they're saying it again.
Oh, polygraph
again, I think
detector.
It has some impact.
Polygraph lie detector. Hey,
but at a time when Trump is taking stakes in a lot of companies, and what used to be verboten in American political discourse has been brought into the mainstream. I think they're going to have to do better than just he's a scary commie in order to beat Abdul and other capable candidates like him.
Like with Trump and the dictatorial fascism stuff didn't land in 2024.
All right, it's reset.
Maybe we're now. At the time, it didn't land. And look, obviously that was a failure in messaging. And at the end of the day, most people either voted with their wallet or whenever it came to immigration. In order to, they were like, look, maybe, but we're going to roll the dice. That's how people will feel whenever it comes to the communists and the socialist attack. You've also got Obama out here, our favorite E2 up here on the screen. Obama reached out to both Senate candidates in Michigan,
which is great. This is great. I'm telling you right now.
The emphasis in this call is unifying Democrats after a difficult primary. And so
you can hate them all you want.
I never know what to make of this. The
not exactly
Obama.
I'm not the biggest fan. I'm really not. I can admit that he's the better president that I've had in my lifetime. In my lifetime, I have seen better outcomes under Obama than I have any Republican. And I've lived through, Reagan, Bush, fucking Bush, Trump. Yeah, I've lived through fucking 4 of these shitheads, and I can say things were better in the 90s and things were better during Obama's terms. Like, and even Biden, like things were a little bit quieter. Like they just were.
From on high, coming down, and putting his blessing.
It's not as sensationalized. So people are just like, oh,
these two
wait
candidates.
a
But
minute,
it always seems to be
old man
in such a way
Stutters,
where he's trying to recreate the same thing he did in his presidency, where he came in and even though
Can
he
we
had no
just
reason
admit that also? Holy shit, we were not fair to Biden. We weren't. Like, yeah, he definitely had the genocide part of it, but I'm talking about the way that they like would attack his stammering and they would attack his age. Like, dude, they don't do that to Trump and he's the same age and he fucking says some of the wackiest shit ever.
Decided to give a huge amount of power to these like Bill Clinton. He literally hired Hillary.
It's because he spoke slow and he had that demeanor of a fucking grandpa. Like literally, you could see Joe Biden be like, oh, that guy kind of belongs in a nursing home. Where Trump, he doesn't give you that as necessarily. Like, yes, we can look at him and hear him and the diaper and all this shit, but realistically, your average person's looking at Trump and they're like, look at how much more, like, he has so much more vitality than Joe Biden.
As the Secretary of State. He always is trying to push these more insurgent candidates who, again, follow.
Well, dude, his prostate cancer moved to his bones. I'm gonna let the man die in peace, and I'm not.
Some of the playbook that he laid out to do this.
It kind of sucks that like the last few years of his life are going to be literally demagogued, and like, God forbid he does die while Trump is in office. He's not going to fucking, lower the flag or any of that shit.
Same thing, even though his strategy was a total and a complete failure. I'm not saying Abdul El-Sayed doesn't necessarily have to reach out to Haley Stevens voters, but Haley Stevens herself endorsed him and is like, look, I'm all in.
Dude, Republicans straight up disrespected Joe Biden like they didn't want to be Americans anymore. Yeah.
Behind it. Like, what else?
She's been very gracious.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of.
They did the same shit. Do you not, like, dude, during 2016, I had to hear all this, and 2016 on, I had to hear, well, he's your fucking president, get over it. I'm like, yeah. That was the opposite. Nuh-uh. He's not even my president. He didn't even win. He didn't even really win. It's just like, wow.
Admirable, to be
honest.
It is.
It's like, this childish buffoonery.
You very rarely.
Like, I used to think that we were a nation of, like, semi-adults, but I gave up on that. I'm thinking that a long time ago.
But what I found here in this like warm and encouraging
crazy how people just want to stagnate in their fucking 12-year-old mentality.
Democrats who win Michigan in November is they're always trying to like tamp down the reason why he won in the first place. That's kind of how I look at it.
I mean, I will just say, look, as much as I have plenty of complaints about the Obama era, he is the most popular politician in America.
Yeah, sure.
That is reality.
Shouldn't be.
And
it is.
Abdul
thank you for saying
needs
that.
to earn trust with especially older Black voters in Michigan and make sure they are turning out in numbers that that are going to be important to get him across.
Trump sniffing an invisible pie. That was so funny.
And there was a smear campaign that was run to convince them that he hates Michelle Obama and he's sexist and all these sorts of things, and that Obama endorsed Haley Stevens. So if Obama does decide to actually get involved in this race and campaign for Abdul, I do think that will be an important marker. I think the sort of fake Obama endorsement of Haley Stevens is a big part of the reason why
she live as long, healthy lives. Basically, we're not going to. The thing is, your average American clocks out before 75. We only get maybe 5 years of retirement. Do you understand that's what they're doing to us?
Was able to make it.
And then on top of it, there's no guarantee that your retirement will even be a full retirement. Then you might actually have to go get a job just to supplement to keep living. How much of an asshole would you feel if you believed this fucking bullshit and then you were sitting here working at a factory in your 70s?
As close.
Like my mom's boyfriend or my mom's husband, who's a real shithead.
As she ultimately was able to make it, and then also these ads that were running suggesting again that Abdul hates Michelle Obama and is sexist against her or whatever. So I think we have to keep that in mind. Kamala endorsed him as well. I think this also, again, as much as we have a critique here, it is undeniably, the fact put E3 up on the screen is undeniably the case that many Black voters have very warm sentiments towards her and favorable opinion of her. I've seen, I don't know, Saga, you probably didn't see this. There's all kinds of lefties who are like mad about him accepting her endorsement. I'm like, do you want to win or not? It's not like he abandoned his principles to come to her. She came to him.
By the way, guys, if you're just joining us or if you've been here for a moment and haven't already hit the like button on the stream, please do.
Although he did vote for her, but he's not endorsing her.
Really
she is coming to him. I mean, this is addition, right? You need to make sure that you got the entire Democratic base behind him, all of that, and then appeal to the winnable independents, the winnable Republicans, based on what is a very strong populist.
I smell a delectable apple pie. Let me do my little Tom and Jerry float over to the windowsill. Hold on.
Message. So I think obviously he's going to accept Kamala Harris's
Wonderful,
endorsement. It would
wonderful.
be so. Can you imagine if he rejected her endorsement? The chill that would put into like
Money
the black
pie.
voters who were skeptical of him in Detroit and went for Haley Stevens, et cetera. That would be political suicide to do something.
Sorry,
like that.
leftoids, you're retarded. Okay, I can say that again now. It's 2026.
There is a faction that just doesn't want to win. You know, like we have to live in
Even he felt uncomfortable saying it.
reality
It's
here.
like being a Republican who doesn't want Trump's endorsements. Like, yeah, good luck. That's like shooting yourself in the heart. Do you want to win or not? I mean, yeah, I don't know. That is beyond stupid. But the bigger question actually is whether he's going to win. That's honestly the more interesting question. I probably would bet on him right now.
Just because of the national
just 'cause
climate.
of the national
He's
mood.
also, I mean, he is a talented candidate. I think people are seeing that he's
Just need an AI clip of him floating over to a pie. Talavani, I know that you can make that happen.
very quick. He's very confident. He's very forceful. And he has, this is another
Shits
thing that
himself
some
when he
leftists would
gets
mad at. He
there.
called himself a capitalist.
Well,
I don't care
I
what
mean,
he
if
calls
you
himself.
wanna-
Look, the reality is that, yes,
I don't
if
know,
you
wanna
poll
have
the
fun
general
with that.
population,
Also, Talavani, thank you for the wonderful thumbnail today.
socialism is still
Appreciate it.
unpopular. He's running in Michigan and he's trying to win. You know, he's not compromising on his principles, but if he's going to compromise on like the label he calls himself, I don't know why we would complain about that.
First of all, obvious. Again, this is y'all just too much Twitter brain stuff. You know? Like, get over it, people. Like, do you want to win or not? But beyond, yeah, sure. Don't listen to me.
Perfect.
You don't have to. But my
I gotta go get
bigger
some water
point
and I gotta
for
pee.
Abdul, and why I think I would probably would bet on him is if Alyssa Slotkin, who I sat across from, is frankly one of the most unimpressive politicians I've ever met. Sorry, Alyssa, it's true. Just in terms of your ability to communicate, if that lady can beat Mike Rogers in a wave red election, I'm sorry. Like, how exactly is Mike supposed to win? Like,
Yeah.
I just, especially with the national mood, to use the Hillary example, if Mike Rogers can't win with the back of these young voters, these uncommitted voters, all these people who are either not voting for Trump or depressing the vote for the Democrat, if she can win in that environment, how the fuck is he supposed to win whenever you've got a bunch of disaffected Republicans who are not coming to vote? Period. I mean, look, it's fine to get people to vote when they're scared, but it's just not really how it works. Like, you know, you got to have something positive. That's largely why Abdul, again, in my opinion, his campaign is very intelligent. It's a hopeful campaign. It's a very Zoran-esque, like, look, we're fighting against, whatever, fascism, etc. But we're also doing healthcare. We're talking about affordability. We're talking about spending more money here than overseas. What is Mike Rogers running on?
Yeah.
Abdul is a bad? I mean, it's just not enough. Like, I've seen this story too many times in politics. It can work. Don't get me wrong. The Trump 2020 campaign was the closest that it ever came actually to working, which is basically like Joe Biden is a tool of, defund the police, and he still lost at the end of the day. So that shows that even with, you had the most intense culture war since the 1960s.
True.
And you still weren't able to win the
Just
election.
with that
How are you going to win
message.
today with the economy where it is?
That's a really great point. And they're trying to make a lot. They're just leaning into like, oh my God, he's a Muslim and he's scary. Did you know his full name is Abdul Rahman Mohammed El Sayed? And so Abdul responded to that. And then Trump had also put out this post that showed like him and Melania in formal wear, and then Abdul and his wife, who's wearing a hijab at like a diner, and said something like two different Americas. And of course, again, had Abdul Rahman El Sayed. So he responded to both of those things. One at the Unity rally that they held in Michigan. The other one was on a Sunday show. Let's go ahead and take a listen to how he's tackling those.
Speaking of President Trump, last night he posted on social media.
Pep, did you see the TikTok I sent you of Obama and Trump in the WWE ring? That one was from a while ago, right?
A photograph of him and
I've seen
First Lady Melania Trump in formal attire, next to a photograph of you and your wife. You appear to be in a restaurant booth or something.
That bad, Jesus.
Your wife is a psychiatrist. She's wearing a hijab. The caption was two very different Americas. What was your response?
Finished my water. I'm like, I should probably go pee.
Yeah, he's right. One in which your overlords are two people who don't like each other but joint in the interest of making billions of dollars off of you. Or
I don't know how it took me this long to actually use like one of these thermos cups just for ice water. Very dumb of me.
Two people who genuinely love each other, enjoyed some pancakes together, want to come together to build the kind of
This
America
was a
where they
great
can raise a
answer, by the
family,
way.
And know that family's going to have the good
Jake
things. So
Tapper
yes, you get
sitting
two
here
different
just like,
visions
"Ah,
of
got me
America. Donald
again."
Trump's vision is the one you're living in right now. Can you afford your gas? Can you afford your groceries? Do you believe when you look your kids in the eye that they're going to have a better future than you did? And Sarah and I are running because when we look our daughters in the eye, Amelie and Sirine, we want them to believe that they're every bit as able to have a better future than the one that they could have had under the Trump administration, that they can live together with their sisters and their brothers in America in a way where they lock arms to build the good things that they deserve together, where they know they'll have the health care that they need and good jobs, and that they don't have to go 15 minutes and know that there are kids who live 15 minutes away whose lives are very, very different than theirs because we've been for far too long okay with a level of inequality in this country. I want them to live in America where they can breathe clean air and drink clean water. And actually, Sarah and I like each other. I don't know about the First Lady.
All right, hold on. Let's see. Oh shit!
The
I'll have to do
president,
this
but from what
after.
I've heard, it's a bit of a rocky road.
Abdul, Donald Trump seems
Nice
to think
to
you're a
meet you,
gift to the Republican Party. What do you say to that?
I'm a gift to the state of Michigan, God willing, and hope to win this election.
And he says, if you pardon the language, you're full of What do you say to that?
At least I don't let mine go in the middle of the Oval Office.
very Zoran-like ability there with the Donald Trump attack to immediately turn it to, yeah, you're right, two visions of America. One that's for the oligarchs. Smart. You know, do you like this vision of America that you're living in right now, or are we going to try to make things more affordable and go a different way? Immediately back to you know, not doing the like, oh my God, that's so racist and it's not fair, and making it about him. Instead, he immediately turns it to his core campaign message.
Well, in the words of a very successful politician who I remember covering a lot, not me, us. Right? It's a common slogan. Look, they're going to try. Maybe it's just me. I don't think that this type of stuff is going to work all that well in Michigan, especially when you have one of the largest Muslim populations in the United States. That's where I'm like, look, maybe in Maine, maybe in, you know, like a super white lily state, but here, like in Michigan, where, you know, Trump actually courted a significant part of the Muslim vote. I mean, his own people. Remember the Hamtramck mayor and others were endorsing Trump.
Hold on. So, just got this sent to me. Give me one sec. I'm gonna have to go back to this. So new details emerge. There we go. It's not gonna work. Never mind. Hold on.
Trump, like, look, I've talked to some of the people on the Trump campaign. They acknowledge that the Kamala Gaza and the no wars in the Middle East was the only reason that they won that state. They know it for sure. And people like Grinnell and a few others who were on the ground were instrumental in getting the Hamtramck mayor and a lot of the other Muslim community leaders to outright endorse Trump over Kamala at that time. That's why when I see this type of stuff, I'm like, look, I mean, why do you think Rogers lost? He wasn't willing to do it.
If Kamala had won the Arab American vote, at the levels that Abdul won in the primary, she would have won the state. I crunched the numbers.
Like, we were talking about who was Hillary earlier.
That's why it is fair to say that, like, Dearborn, that definitely had an impact.
Amount of blacks vote into city of Detroit
I was
in
wrong
2016 that they did for Obama, she wins the election.
Yeah,
she took blacks for granted, and that's what
actually,
she lost.
I'm glad to admit it. I am glad to admit
That's
it.
right. So Mike Rogers is doing this whole like, oh, he's the moral centrist now, and he's reaching out to disaffected Democrats who think Abdul is too extreme. He recorded this video with his wife. This is clearly.
Okay, now I think this will work. Let's do this. There it is. It fucking. All right, that is hilarious. Televani comes in clutch.
Clearly going to be sort of a core strategy for them. Let's take a listen.
If you're among the majority of Democratic voters that woke up on Wednesday feeling, well, hopeless, because the person who won does not represent your values, well, just know.
God,
there
it's
you still
scary.
hope. Michigan deserves a senator who is ready to sit with you, hear from you, and represent you. The parents.
Why does he say the blacks?
Across Michigan who wanted.
This is not the first time he's done that.
Education system that
he doesn't say the black vote. He literally, he does the quote.
Kids for success.
I'm glad you caught that.
You have a home with us. To grandparents across Michigan who are heartbroken from watching their kids and grandkids leave the state. You have a home with us. To young people who are looking for real solutions to solve our housing affordability crisis. You have a home with us. To working families who don't want higher taxes and lower paychecks, well, you have a home with us. And to the vast majority of people across Michigan who do not want to throw their support behind a campaign filled with anger, divisiveness, calls for violence, and the views that are out of touch with your values, well,
oh my God, they look like a nightmare.
Yep. The fight is far greater than just left versus right. The fight is for the very soul of our nation. Over the next 90 days, I'm going to work hard to earn your trust, to earn your support, and earn your vote. We have a state to save, Michigan. Let's get to work.
This actually feels like a Hillary Clinton ad from 2016, right?
Oh my God.
Yeah, and I looked at the data. So the data actually tells us, because it feels like this is like country club reach out, right? And that's actually kind of what happened. So if you look at the data, who voted for Abdul El Sayed, who voted for Haley Stevens? People who voted for Haley Stevens are predominantly people who are either much wealthier or.
Yeah, but this is where we need to kind of like point this out, where people that are lower income need to get the fuck out and vote.
Make over.
Like, seriously. If you need to take your lunch break, if you need, because remember, it is our right. So you do have the right to like tell the people that you work for, hey, I'm going to vote. And if you don't want this to end up on the news, you best let me.
A few $100,000 a year, or are traditional black Democrats in the state who are kind of convinced by the Obama, like the Obama fake ad campaign by AIPAC and its allies. The people who voted for Abdul, predominantly much more college educated, white. I mean, it's kind of the traditional DSA downward.
Why was his wife wearing English?
Okay, but what you can see with Rogers is he's still trying to get some of those people who are like they find Trump distasteful, but they find, higher taxes a lot more distasteful.
Yeah.
So he wants those voters to kind of come into it. It actually does make sense. But again,
I mean, fuck, even one of my friends that like, I love him. I've known this kid since we were 8 years old, and he even said it, where he was just like, I voted for Trump because Biden was not doing well, and I thought that Trump might actually make a good economy.
Coalitionally,
I
do think he's going to have a much more difficult time. That's by the way, another reason why they're hammering this Israel thing until Kingdom Come.
He feels
for the
bad
money
and
that it comes over. They want to strip away
so.
any of the traditional Jewish Democratic vote, who normally 2/3 of Jews vote Dems. So they want all those people to come over to Rogers, kind of in an interesting psyop. But a lot of it is going to be, a lot of it will come down to this education, where the Republicans need high-low. They need the educated rich, and they also need the uneducated, but uneducated rich, but they also want like the more working class white to be with them. The DSA and Abdul type candidate is going to need the downwardly mobile white college educated Democrat, and they need those traditional black Democrats and other parts of that coalition to come in for them, which is why, you know, his strategy with Obama makes total sense, because those people revere Obama.
Yeah. I mean, look, here's the thing. At the end of the day, I think there's a lot of delusion among the Republicans that because the primary was close, that means there's a lot of dissatisfaction with Abdul as the nominee.
I love Michigan. It's like Idaho, but less pretty.
And I think just from all of the rallying around him, you've got Pete coming in, you've got Kamala. I
don't know why, but that's kind of dead on.
They did this unity rally. Haley Stevens has been very gracious. I think
It's
you
the
can already
highway
see
system.
that
It's
that
very
was a
similar.
delusion. Democrats, whether they love Abdul or whether they got some
Also,
issues
Tuck Theater Peel or Teeter, whatever.
and concerns,
I know what you're saying, and I agree, and I think the name's kind of funny, but also I can't say it.
they are very united in not
tongue
handing
twister.
Trump more power. And Mike Rogers, at the end of the day, is number one, an unreconstructed neocon who's never seen a war he didn't like, and a deep state up, by the way. And number two, a rubber stamp for Trump, who, you know, started engaging after criticizing Trump after January 6th, then flipped on a dime when it was politically useful to him and started doing the same election conspiracy bullshit that he knew would be required to get Trump's support. This is who this guy is. Also, by the way, Abdul's made a big deal of the fact that he immediately, Mike Rogers, after he lost his last campaign, immediately moved to Florida and has now moved back to
He's also
himself as Michigan.
Well, Abdul's rich too, so
I'm sure he is. But in any case, last piece here, you know, there was a, this is from the Unity rally. I referenced this earlier. Rogers and others making a big deal out of like, oh my God, did you know what his real name is? Let's go ahead and take a listen to how Abdul is responding to that.
Now, Mike, I'm just gonna remind you, if you don't know how to say the name, keep the name out your damn mouth. Or just call me Abdul. But I got some opinions about his name. See, it's very fitting for him.
This is fire.
Because that's his answer every time a corporation or Donald Trump tells him to do something. Mike, we need you to put a data center in the backyard. Roger. Mike, we need you to hike their prescription drug prices. Roger.
Abdul is closer to what an actual centrist is these days, and not what the corporate media tells us what it. Yes. Well said, Latino Mafune.
Mike,
yes.
We need you to rubber stamp this war we shouldn't be fighting. Roger.
That is gonna.
Mike,
I'm telling you right now.
This one's Donald Trump. I need you to lick these boots. Roger.
He's cooking with that.
They ate that shit up.
Let's call it what it is. That's an Obama. That is an Obama ripoff. That's also code switching, and I'll call it for what it. Like, sorry, like what the fuck are you doing?
What do you mean?
Come on, it's like a black scent Obama type thing.
This is how he talks.
No,
it's how he talks.
I've interviewed the man many times.
No. This is.
That's
I think
literally
it's
how he talks. Why is every? Oh my God, he's trying to like make this like a Josh Shapiro thing. Look at this fucking dweeb. Like, can we just be reminded of how much of a dork Sagar and Jetty really is? Like, dude, you're so lucky that Crystal is carrying this show. You're so lucky.
But it does sound like Obama. I will just say, like, it's kind of a corny as hell line, and he kind of pulls it off. So
I don't know.
people ate it up in that room.
Yes, the women. That was the quintessential Democratic woman, like 55 years old with the kooky glasses. I mean, look, no hate. You know, we're all in this country together, but sure, I'm sure she ate it up. I'm not just. To me, I found it corny as fuck. But, I mean,
he ate in that clip.
I'm sure you think so.
Yeah, he ate
it didn't
that
work
clip.
for me.
No,
I think he's doing an
you said it
Obama
like
impression.
That. He did.
Look, I put all of this aside.
You have to admit, though, he is a very talented politician.
I've always thought he was good.
Yeah, very charismatic, very
impressed me.
quick on his feet. That clip we played where they were like, oh, Obama says, what was it? Obama says you're a piece of shit or whatever, and he was like, oh, well, at least I don't let mine go in the Oval Office.
At least I'm not dropping him in the middle of the Oval
Sorry,
Office.
Trump. I mean, to come up with that on the fly like that, to me, it's impressive.
That's fire. He's battle tested. He did lose previously to Gretchen Whitmer.
Sagar, I thought that we were Diet Coke buddies. You know what, Sagar? Anytime you come here, I'm going to make sure that they don't have any Diet Cokes for you, only regular Cokes. You're going to have yourself a little sugar high.
It had some problems. I just think this is also where the candidate thing, like I was talking about with Slotkin. If
that motherfucker calling someone else corny, girl. You just made bigger.
election. Like, I don't even know if it matters. Like, we're talking about a few
I
percentage points.
agree
Like,
with that,
genuinely, like, I really believe
haven't
at
seen
this
you do
point
that in
candidate
chat.
quality is like a
That might be the first time.
plus or minus 2
First or
points.
second,
I
but
don't really
wow.
believe in it anymore
That's how you
whenever
know.
it comes to national elections. We have had too much evidence whenever it comes to national stakes where people will put aside
Yeah, he appropriates all his other critiques from other arguments and contexts.
everything.
Yeah.
He really
Whenever it
does.
means you're going to vote the right way. Like, it's just, and Democrats are pissed off. I think if you have a D next to your name in the state of Michigan, I think you're going to win.
I kind of agree with that. I always come back to the guy who's Attorney General of Virginia, Jay Jones,
right.
who had those text messages that come out.
Oh, I mean, Latino Mafune. I've said that.
That were
I've
they were like,
literally
I
said
want to
almost
murder
those
my
exact
opponent,
words.
and he won. And he won.
He's just I want to give him a swirly. Like, he's just
We're like,
so bullyable.
Yeah, but no, he's a Democrat.
Right. And you're talking about statewide, right?
Yeah.
You're talking about statewide where the stakes aren't, frankly, let's be honest, like not that fucking high.
Yeah.
We're talking about vote in the United States Senate, plus or minus.
The
Like,
funniest part is knowing that he would get bullied by the people that he wants to hang out with. Guys, look, I'm a part of the Young Republicans Club. I like Donald Trump too, guys.
for most people, I'm saying this has always been the case since the Tea Party, even more so
wait for
today.
me.
The
Give me
candidate
my
quality,
bike
like, I just don't
back.
think it matters that much.
Oh,
Unless you're,
guys, you're just joshing.
I don't know, who was the guy who ran in North Carolina? I don't
Ain't you
remember that guy's
funny?
name.
Well, I'll get that back tomorrow. Oh, you don't have my bike? Well, it's okay. You need it more than me.
No, who ran against him? The preacher who had all these weird pornographic fantasies.
I forgot about that.
These people come and go. Roy
He's
Moore,
one of the right-wing nerds that Joe Rogan talks about. I have a feeling that literally, like, Joe Rogan means him because he was on Rogan, never been invited back, and he definitely had the dweeb, like, fuck. He brought his laptop there with him. Like, I don't know. He did the same thing with Andrew Schultz, and you could tell that entire crew was just like, look at this nerd.
You know, it takes somebody like that to tank your.
It matters a lot in a primary. Mattered a lot for Zoran in his primary. Goes from 1% to winning. It mattered for Abdul in his primary, who is up against the whole machine, $60 million, et cetera. But I do think in a general election, you're right that the national mood is more important than anything else.
It matters. It can't mandate statewide. That's actually why I think we're going to talk about Hong tomorrow. I think Hong might be in trouble statewide whenever it comes to governor. It just people vote very differently whenever it comes to the stakes that are there. Andy Bashir, good example. Dem governor, Republican. You know what do these Republicans win by whenever it comes to the nationwide election, like plus 30?
Oh, in Kentucky?
Yeah, it's bonkers.
Yeah.
But then they'll vote for a Democrat. So I wouldn't underestimate that. So I'll say candidate quality matters more in a statewide election. But when it's nationwide, the stakes are just too high.
When we saw Virginia and New Jersey, those were state level elections.
Good point.
And both Abigail Spanberger and Mike
But they were
Sherrill.
first. It was the first time you could react.
Yeah,
right? So
that's true.
It's like
that's the point.
I mean, look, it's complicated. Obviously, we'll see.
Your wife isn't an art. She's an aardvark?
I wouldn't say that. It wouldn't
I don't know
hurt
what that
like to have
is.
a wave of Democrat.
What did you just type out? Ayurvedic.
In an election where everybody's just kind of voting and pissed off, it definitely wouldn't hurt to be statewide in that. But people are much more willing to go with a different party when the stakes are not high at the federal level. At the end of the day, for Abdul and or Mike Rogers, it's like, are you going to vote for Trump or not? Right? Like that's an up or down question of expression of disapproval or whatever. Whereas with statewide elections, it's much more complicated, like property tax, data centers. I mean, I think it matters.
He brought his laptop into a podcast studio while he would, dude, I swear to God, he was sitting like this, where he was such a dork with it. Fuck, here. He had it like this, where he was just like, oh, hold on, I have to, okay, so, I have it pulled up right here, you guys.
Don't get me wrong, but there's so much evidence now for how people vote in that way.
No, was that
I would want a D next to my name in any potential swing state.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
just no way around it.
Yeah.
With the
That's
data
just the
that we see
national climate.
right now. That's the reality. Okay, I hope you guys enjoy the show. We're about.
Good segment. I mean, breaking points, they really do have some of the better coverage here. So, yeah, if you didn't already hit the like button, I did already hit the like button on this one. Al Sayed's on his priorities. You know what? Fuck it. I didn't watch this whole Jake Tapper thing from Sunday, so,
The Trump administration, as you know, is trying to paint a rosy picture of the economy. You and others are pointing to the affordability crisis affecting people in Michigan and elsewhere. Democratic voters are frustrated, as I don't need to tell you. They don't think that your party's doing enough to fight Donald Trump on these issues, especially like affordability. If you're elected as a Democratic senator with a Republican president in November, what can you actually do about that?
Sagar's such a dork that his kids probably belong to Ben Shapiro.
Well, look, let me just tell you the picture from my state. We've been up and down the state now. I've been at this for 15 months, been to 110 cities, over 500 public
That was actually low-key, like...
events. Everywhere I go, people say the same thing. It just shouldn't be this hard. It shouldn't be this hard to afford your groceries or fill up your tank or worry about getting sick without having to worry about losing everything, too. And we ran this campaign to do three things: get money out of politics, put money in your pocket, pass Medicare for all. when I'm elected to the U.S. Senate, the first thing we need to do is start holding the Trump administration accountable. When we win, God willing, I will take my seat as a member of a Senate majority. That gives us subpoena power to be able to investigate all of the ways that this administration has used their power.
Wait, is this just the old?
For their gain and enrichment and against ours. And I think that means hauling them up to really understand all the conversations that were had about who got to get refunds after this terrible tariff policy, who got to get...
Am I crazy? Is this the old clip?
...excluded from those refunds. It means hauling up people like RFK Jr. and holding them accountable for the doging of our public health apparatus, for which we now need to be dodging lettuce across the state of Michigan for fear of getting explosive diarrhea, which nobody ever thought would be a consequence of electing Donald Trump, but here we are. So it's those powers and then the ability to set up to build the runway for a president in 2028.
Isn't it a type of person? It is a type of medicine from India. His wife is a doctor. Goodbye.
Who can come in and start doing the things to hold big corporations accountable, to start enforcing antitrust
goodbye, I guess. Sorry, wasn't trying to be mean or anything.
Policy, to start rethinking our tax system so it's less burdensome on everyday people and we're taxing billionaires their wealth, and to stand up for unions who have been critical to winning fair wages.
One of your main campaign issues, as you noted, is Medicare for All. Senator Bernie Sanders' proposal right now only has 17 co-sponsors in the Senate. Even if Democrats do take back the Senate in November, it doesn't look, as of now, like you and Senator Sanders would have the votes to pass it. Are there more immediate things that Democrats in the Senate can do to lower the cost of health care right now? Or do you view any of these more minor ideas as weak?
We can walk and chew gum at the same time, and we need relief. There's a lot that's about to hit and hasn't even hit yet when it comes to cutting ACA subsidies, when it comes to cutting Medicaid for people who desperately need health care. I think we need to start with making those whole. I also think we need to ban some of the middlemen in our healthcare system, like pharmacy benefit managers and organizations.
I mean, funny enough, that's actually something that Trump was talking about.
Organizations that most people haven't heard of, but they're a big reason why you pay more prescription drugs. I also think we can start enforcing antitrust policy.
According to him, that's what he's going to do.
When it comes to big healthcare, partnering with my friend, Senator Elizabeth Warren, on taking on the consolidation in the healthcare system. But Medicare for All is where we need to go. And my hope is both coming out of the 2020
Jake Tapper has the personality of a used Kleenex.
And then out of 2028, that we're going to be on our way to a Senate majority to be able to get this done. I do hope that the Senate is willing to actually deal with the fact that we cannot allow the entire Senate to hide behind the filibuster of one senator, and we need to actually have democracy in the U.S. Senate again. So yes, Medicare for All is where we need
Ben Shapiro and Sagar's kids have the same biological father. Neither of
to go in the interim.
Yeah, Zora Mamdani.
We're going to do everything we can to start lowering prescription drug prices and health insurance premiums and prices, but we need to get to Medicare for All to guarantee every single person the health care that they need and deserve.
In your vision of Medicare for All, would that be the end of private health insurance?
No, not necessarily. I travel the state. I talk to union members all the time who say, look, we gave up increases in wages to be able to win good health care, and we're worried about what that might mean. To me, Medicare for All is not about what it takes away. It's about what it offers. Guaranteed health insurance from cradle to grave that you don't lose by turning 26 or turning 65 or getting married, getting divorced, getting a job, losing a job. It's there for you as you need it, and it will be good wherever you need to get your health care.
It's a right.
It's not about taking anything away. It's about adding the guarantee, the security of having health insurance in your life in the way that seniors across this country
this would have a much better impact on people, just in general with their jobs and everything, because this would give us more power to go and work different jobs. You wouldn't feel beholden to a job just because they gave you your health care.
This more sustainable for seniors as well. The best single thing you can do to make Medicare more sustainable for our seniors is to make sure young people who tend to pay more into the system than they take out are in that system instead of paying money into the pockets of health insurance CEOs.
Your victory on Tuesday was big, and you beat the Democratic establishment, no question. I'm not trying to take away from it. But you want a plurality, not a majority, and more than 700,000 Democrats in Michigan.
Where's Maury Povich when you need him? Isn't he a Trump guy? Yes, I believe he is.
For your opponent.
But also, Maury's I don't know.
And now Mike Rogers, your Republican opponent, is trying to talk to those voters. What
thought Jerry Springer
do you have to do to unify Democrats behind you in Michigan?
Yeah, it was a hotly contested primary, and we aired our differences. But in the end, the voters in the Democratic Party in the state of Michigan voted, and they picked a future where we get money out of politics, put money in your pocket, pass Medicare for All. But the differences that we hashed out are so much smaller than the similarities that we share. A responsibility to stand up to Donald Trump and the ways that he's used his power for his own gain, for his family's finances, rather than to improve your family's finances. The recognition that Mike Rogers is nothing more than a corporate shill. He's never seen a corporate PAC check he didn't want. Helped to architect the opioid epidemic back when I was in high school. Voted 19 times.
He is cooking,
raised prescription drug prices, moved to Florida, made 4.
Even if I've seen this before, which I kind of get that. You guys getting that vibe? I don't know, because It says that this was yesterday.
Dollars he doesn't really want to explain. So this is a guy who has no business in the U.S. Senate, and all of us agree.
Are we
So you're
just
seeing folks come together and say,
repeating, like, are we covering the same
we hashed out our
ground?
differences in
Is that
that
what's going on?
long, hard-fought primary. This is the opportunity right now to unite around what needs to be done, and that's holding the Trump administration accountable rather than sending a guy who's going to be a rubber stamp on everything that Trump wants to continue to do. That's making life less affordable for Michiganders and life harder for the rest of us, for all of us.
One of your former Democratic opponents, state legislator Mallory McMorrow, supports you, endorsed you right out of the gate, but she says she told you that in her view, you need to improve on, quote, being able to recognize that there are good people who just have a slightly different worldview. It's not turning everybody into an enemy, unquote. It was a similar criticism to what we heard from New York Times columnist Michelle Goldberg, who wrote that you have, quote, a blind spot, one endemic to his movement, an inability to grasp how and why people of good faith might see the world differently, unquote. How do you respond to those criticisms?
No, I understand that we might see the world differently, but we also recognize the responsibility to come together. I was grateful for the conversation I got to share with Senator McMorrow, and also grateful for the conversation I got to share with the New York Times columnist. We have an opportunity right now to recognize that whatever differences we might have less to do with a moral bankruptcy and a lot more to do with differences in perspective. But what I would tell you is this. When you look at what Donald Trump is doing, when you look at what Mike Rogers wants to do and has done when he was in Congress, there are big moral questions to be asked. Should you be enriching yourself and your family to the tune of $2.2 billion via the presidency? Should you be using corporations as pawns in this game to enrich yourself and giving them favors so that they can raise rates and prices on all of us? Should you be in a scenario where you're questioning
Abdul raps over classic beats? The thing is,
the outcomes of
he makes it his own.
Elections, and I question the moral.
Dude, he
bankruptcy
really
at the
is
heart
good
of
at
that.
this.
Now,
I
look,
know
I've had
that
a lot of
we're
different disagreements with.
kind of taken, but at the same time, he's very good at this. Like, this is why they are freaking out, is because he is a politician just like Barack Obama. Like, and he is American. He theoretically could be a presidential contender if this goes well.
Some of my
Who knows?
Democratic colleagues, and those are disagreements built
Muslims taking over the U.S. Are we winning yet? I don't know. Your xenophobia seems to be
on good faith. Different.
Do you have a good explanation as to why you're so scared of Muslims taking over as opposed to Christians? Because I believe the Constitution and separation of church and state. I don't think that it matters between a Muslim or a Christian running our country.
This is when it comes to policy.
I think that weirdos like the Christian right seem to fucking have this idea that because we put in God we trust on our money, and like this very, very simplistic understanding of the founding fathers and their Christianity, that we're somehow a Christian nation instead of actually acknowledging that they made it implicit that we were not. But okay. I only do this thing like read the Constitution.
But this is the time for us to come together now to take on the moral rot at the core of the Trump administration.
Free groceries, and they are still stealing. Nobody's giving free groceries, you fucking idiot.
And the moral rot.
God damn it! These are the people that I really want to use the R word on, is because they deserve
the core of the corporatism.
They truly are.
That drives a guy like Mike Rogers, and I'm looking forward to locking arms to do that.
Speaking of President Trump, last night he posted on social media a photograph of him and First Lady Melania Trump in formal attire
for my audience.
next to a photograph of you and your wife. You appear to be in a restaurant booth or something. Your wife is a psychiatrist. She's wearing a hijab. The caption was "Two very different Americas." What was your response when you saw that?
Yeah, he's right. One in which your overlords are two people who don't like each other but joint in the interest of making billions of dollars off of you, or two people who genuinely love each other, enjoyed some pancakes together, want to come together to build the kind of America where they can raise a family.
What a freaking line,
and know
dude.
that their family's going to have the good things. So yes, you got two different visions of
and
America. Donald Trump's
Tapper's
vision is the one you're living in right now. Can you afford your gas? Can you afford your groceries? Do you believe when you look your kids in the eye that they're going to have a better future than you did? And Sarah and I are running because when we look our daughters in the eye, Amelie and Sirine, we want them to believe that they're every bit as able to have a better future than the one that
This is my concerned news listening face.
Would have had under the Trump administration, that they can live together with their sisters and their brothers in America in a way where they lock arms to build the good things that they deserve together, where they know they'll have the health care that they need and good jobs, and that they don't have to go 15 minutes and know that there are kids who live 15 minutes away whose lives are very, very different than theirs because we've been for far too long okay with a level of inequality in this country. I want them to live in an America where they can breathe clean air and drink clean water. And actually, Sarah and I like each other. I don't know about the First Lady and the President, but from what I've heard, it's a bit of a rocky road.
Breaking this morning is the news that you spoke with President Obama. Is he going to campaign with you? Tell us about the conversation.
I like to keep private conversations private, but it was a really, really warm conversation. I was really
oh, Tapper's pissed.
grateful for his advice. And, you know, we've got a long road to go here, but
I love watching Jake Tapper just fucking get bodied just by his average interview.
Perfectly unified in
like,
the
holy
need
crap, this is what happens when you're so sycophantic to like the fascist regime and just the the big moneyed powers.
To win Michigan, take back the Senate, and hold Donald Trump accountable.
Damn.
And I was just really, really appreciative of him, his advice.
What's ironic how many fucking maggots called him fake news, and that's all he's got.
I mean, this is a guy who I watched come up. I never saw myself in politics until I saw him give that 2004 speech on the DNC floor. It's the first time I ever saw myself reflected in politics at all. So it was just really an honor to get to share a conversation, to hear his advice on the campaign, and I'm looking forward to moving forward here in this campaign with that advice, to think through how we build the kind of a political movement that gets money out of politics, put money in your pocket, and passes Medicare for all.
He won Michigan twice, as I'm sure I don't need to tell you. Do you expect that he will come and campaign for you?
I hope so, but obviously we've got a lot more to do here, but it was a really, really warm conversation, and I was really, really grateful for his advice and his mentorship.
Group chat is back. I want to show this headline from Vox. Don't call this man the next Obama, which I think is very tempting. I think the Democrats want something more.
Don't call this man the next Obama? Oh, okay, so that's exactly what I'll do. Thank you for telling me exactly what not to do, so I now know to piss you off to do just that. Thank you, Vox.
Than a Rogan of the left, they probably
love
would
it.
just like an Obama
Fucking love it.
of the present. What's your sense of, what do you see in this phone call? Is it just about, hey, make sure to reconcile, or is it, hey, you have my backing?
I don't know exactly, but what I will say is that Obama is playing a very key role in trying to unite the party in advance of these elections, and I think it's a more active role than he has played in previous cycles, and that is because the stakes are high, and there is, frankly, at this point, no leader of the Democratic Party that has the same kind of stature and weight that Obama has, and so that phone call is really an important one. That said, Abdul El-Sayed has said not very nice things in the past about former President Obama, has tried to distance himself from some of the policies that Obama had in the Middle East, et cetera, et cetera. So it's not cozy.
Nice things are the things we've heard from, I think, Democrat critics for a long time. He said, as with many of the outcomes of Obama's presidency, inspiring intentions unfulfilled or reversed. I think that's a pretty, actually, kind of tremendous sentiment you hear on the left. Can we talk briefly about Mike Rogers? He is talking about the fact that Abdel Sayed has a lot of work to do with those voters who voted for Stevens, who were in more rural parts of the state. Here's an example of what he had to say.
And to the vast majority of people across Michigan who do not want to throw their support behind a campaign filled with anger, divisiveness, calls for violence, and the views that are out of touch with your values, well, you have a home with us.
So he's not Ken Paxton, but he has his work cut out for him. Can you talk about why? What is it that why this is still
he's
close,
got, like,
despite
no
what
riz.
he's saying, and
He's got
despite,
negative riz.
an electorate that maybe right now isn't fully aligned with what Abdul Sayed's proved his electorate is?
It's not just rural voters he's appealing to. He's appealing to the black voters that overwhelmingly went for Haley Stevens. My husband's from Michigan, and he told me beforehand, he said this will be the Dearborn versus the Detroit election. And that is largely what the primary looked like, right?
He ain't wrong.
Haley Stevens cleaned up with black voters, with non-college educated voters. And Michigan, I think, has the fourth lowest population of college graduates. And that's why Republicans see a pickup here, you know? And that's why, you know, it might be a bit of an own goal that it's Ken Paxton that they're going to have to dump a lot of money behind, because that money could go very far in Michigan.
Begging, I think, on Sunday, he was saying, look, we're going to need more money in Washington, so it's not subtle.
Everyone knew that making Texas, choosing Ken Paxton, especially since it's James Tallarico, means that that's going to be a bit of a money suck. Mike Rogers might be uniquely positioned to do as well as any Republican can. Remember, he very narrowly lost to Alyssa Slotkin, who ran straight down the middle. She tried to make herself look as moderate as possible.
He wasn't able to win on a Trump year, right? He wasn't able to take advantage of
the thing
coattails.
is, look at how that worked, though.
So now you have El-Sayed trying to make this the contrast election, saying that Mike Rogers is going to be a rubber stamp for Donald Trump, trying to put Trump on the ballot, and frustrations potentially with President Trump as something to, as a talking point in this election. But
Yeah, but that is exactly how this works in a God, I love that I get to cover these talking heads, because otherwise they just wouldn't matter. You do understand, like, how little this matters, how much money gets wasted on this shit right here, because it's not even really building a narrative. Like, do you think that anybody changed their minds on what they're talking about based on this conversation?
I want to say on the Obama point, you asked about what it might signal in this. We saw a similar pattern with Mondani in New York, where first there was a phone call where he offered behind the scenes to be a sounding board for him, just to get to know.
Honestly, you'd get the same. You would literally get the same outcome if you listened to, like, your mom and her four, friends talking after church.
You sort of call. And then several months later, over some time, then we saw him make that visit to
At least they'd have a few lines in between, so it'd be interesting.
City to appear with him. So we don't know what former President Obama might do in the end, right?
You're saying we've got a precedent.
But that's the way that he is.
I think they want to see. He wants to see how this goes. What else might come out?
I like her analogy because Mondani had only won 51% of the vote in New York. He needed someone to come in and be like, hey, there's some more work to do.
All right. President Trump demands that Iran gives compensation.
Hello, I'm Marianne Mashiri, and this is the Iran War Today, our BBC News briefing, bringing you up to date with all you need to know from the last 24 hours in the US war with Iran. Well, let's start with some of today's key developments now. Iran warns the Strait of Hormuz will remain closed until the US meets its demands, but Donald Trump says he...
Yeah, Donald Trump literally just said, wait, here, hold on. I have this pulled up. Oh, here it is. Breaking, U.S. President Donald Trump says that the Strait of Hormuz is now open with many ships passing through, and the U.S. Navy is the only one controlling it. He says that the U.S. has mineswept the entire strait. Is he... Okay, so I noticed that the stock market was dropping like a fucking rock. He was panicking, and he was like, what do you mean we control the strait? Like, oh my God, dude. This is really getting more pathetic by the fucking day. Holy shit. This weak asshole.
He wants conflict compensation from Iran. Oil prices rise as the
Yeah, I was
agreement
about to say, meanwhile, oil prices spike on this, and the stock market didn't correct because, newsflash, apparently his lies don't work anymore.
between the US and Iran on the Strait of Hormuz looks increasingly unlikely again. Iran chooses Mohsen Rezai to be the new security chief
Bullshit,
alongside
yep.
6
Wow,
new
what a
appointments.
loser. He really is, dude. Like, any world leader, we would look at this, whether it was Putin or anybody else, and we'd be like, yeah, you're a fucking loser.
To the Revolutionary Guards and the armed forces.
Iran's gonna respond by sending him a fart in a jar. Now, that would be hilarious.
Well, the conditions to open the Strait of Hormuz haven't been met. That's according to the Iranians. One of the things they wanted was for the US to provide compensation. More on that shortly.
Yeah, they literally said that they're going to wait this one out until November. Like, no, dude, it seems like that's exactly what's going to happen. They're going to... Trump really fucked up on this one, and I think he's feeling it. You know, he never makes mistakes, though. Trump, he never makes mistakes. He just makes, beautiful, can we Bob Ross this one?
Has prompted the US president to post on
I'm not even sure if I can do that. That's just disrespectful to Bob Ross's memory.
social media. He said, I am likewise demanding compensation from Iran.
I am likewise. He's like, nah, I know you are, but what am I?
For all of the people that they have
Fucking
killed
Christ.
and gravely wounded. Well, this latest reaction
Our
from the US
5-year-old
president comes after Iran said talks with Oman on new shipping lanes are almost complete. But said the
Trump has become his biggest nightmare, Jimmy Carter.
opening of the Strait of Hormuz would still be...
Who knew that at the start of his new presidency, that him literally having to lower that flag was just, it was a precursor. It was like kind of giving us like the precursor to him just being the next Jimmy Carter.
subject to certain
Isn't that, oh man, that is kind of just statistically a little odd.
conditions. Well, let's remind you of what the foreign minister said.
Our negotiations with Oman are regarding the determination of a new maritime route in the strait. These negotiations have progressed well. I can say they are in the final stages, and the old existing routes will be replaced with new ones. Specialists are currently working on the maps. Of course, this does not mean the opening of the strait. This agreement may take place, but the opening is contingent upon the fulfillment of a set of other conditions, which have, in any case, been conveyed through intermediaries.
Well, that was the foreign minister there. Although he didn't reiterate those conditions, last week the regime did say they include a number of things: an end to US threats against Iran and hostilities against Iran's regional allies, lifting the naval blockade that's currently in place on boats entering and exiting Iranian ports, and withdrawing US naval and air forces from near Iran, as well as payment of war damages and indeed the removal of sanctions. On top of that, the unconditional release of Iran's frozen assets. Well, it doesn't appear to be something the US president is considering, especially since he posted online that the US wants compensation. In an interview with Axios, Donald Trump said his administration is watching economic pressure mount on Iran. He said, we are low-keying it. We are only semi-negotiating with them. We're just watching Iran with its huge inflation and the fact they have no money. It will work out. It always works out. It's like a chess game. Well, those comments didn't go unnoticed by the Iranian regime. The foreign ministry spokesman said, lights out or lights on. Iranians showed they are professional chess players. Well, joining me now is our North America correspondent, Daniel Bush,
I'm pretty
and our
sure
Middle East
that
correspondent,
4D chess
John
thing
Donaldson.
was
Daniel, to you
definitely
first.
not...
Remind us what Donald Trump said exactly in that interview.
Yeah.
Well, he seemed to suggest that he may ratchet back military pressure on Iran, that they are semi-negotiating, in the president's words. This comes after multiple times...
Semi-negotiating. That's where we're at now. We're semi-negotiating.
Weeks where President
and then you got Iran coming out saying we're not talking to them.
And Trump has threatened to do the exact opposite, to ratchet up military pressure, to increase the war. At one point recently saying that he had held off on an attack that would have been the biggest since World War II in the history of the world. So this was an effort by the president apparently to at least sort of lower that temperature a little bit and suggest that, hey, the U.S. can wait Iran out. Of course, that is a gamble here in the United States where there's a midterm election coming up just around the corner in a couple of months, and there's mounting pressure on President Trump to move quickly to end this war, to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, to lower the price of oil, and more. And so the president suggesting over the weekend that he may not be in a hurry. Well, he may not be, but his party certainly is here in the United States.
So the prospect of a peace deal then, Daniel, in terms of the U.S. president?
Well, it's about as far off as it has been for several weeks. It's been a little bit of a holding pattern, but just in that True Social that you posted a moment ago where President Trump introduced a new demand on Iran in response to the Iranian suggestion of compensation claims, President Trump saying there that he now wants compensation for Iran for decades of what he says has been violence from the regime. That is not likely to be something that Iran would agree to. President Trump also pointing out that he would want compensation for the victims who were killed in mass protests there earlier this year. Again, not something that Iran would presumably be interested in entertaining. So it's the latest example of just when there seemed to maybe potentially be breakthrough in diplomatic talks, President Trump introduces more wrinkles into it. And when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz, still pretty far off from a deal, at least one the United States would seemingly be willing to accept.
Daniel, thank you. Well, let's cross back to our Middle East correspondent, John Donison, who's in Jerusalem. And John, do you feel that we're
I always love the ones that jump right to the no in my polls, and it's just like
stalemate in the
just complete cell phones.
Strait of Hormuz? What's the feeling in Israel on that?
Thank you for playing the game. I appreciate it.
I think that's a pretty fair assessment. The Strait of Hormuz hasn't reopened in any meaningful way, despite numerous pledges from President Trump.
I'm glad that the stock market fucking just said, nah.
Happen soon, and encouraging words that progress was being made. I don't think there's any appetite from either the Americans or the Iranians to resume full-scale war, but the
Shit, I accidentally voted to eat Trump's farts. Damn poll.
carrot of diplomacy from the United States hasn't worked, and the stick of military action hasn't worked either.
And the storm killed your internet? Yeah, I'm hoping that doesn't happen, actually. Around 8 o'clock, we're supposed to get some really bad storms here in the Chicago area, so just keep that in mind. Happy anniversary. Thank you for the kind $5 donation, Ghost Train. Appreciate that. And also thank you for the anniversary wishes for anybody that just joined us. It's my second year on YouTube today.
Holding pattern, and I think the fact that the price of oil is going up again reflects that.
Let's talk a little bit about one of Iran's conditions, John, because one of those conditions is an end to hostilities against regional allies.
HBX $5. Happy channelversary. Cannot wait to see what this year brings. Also Stan the man.
Hell yeah.
Is Israel likely to ever agree to that?
No, I don't think it is. And it's important to remember that we have 3 unresolved wars in this region. We have the war between the United States, Israel, and Iran. We also have the war in Gaza, which that is still rumbling on at a lower level, and also the war in Lebanon between Israel and Hezbollah. And particularly with regards to the conflict in Lebanon, Iran has insisted that that must be part of a broader peace deal. They want Israeli forces to withdraw from southern Lebanon, where they continue to occupy a large part of the country. And although there has been a dialing down of violence in southern Lebanon, while Israeli troops remain there, Hezbollah, Iran's ally, obviously not happy with that. There is the possibility of violence flaring up, and there is an appetite in Israel for that war to resume, with elections coming up here in Israel too. And similarly, with Gaza, there is an appetite to continue the fight against Hamas, another ally of Iran. So no, I don't think there is any likelihood that Israel is going to say it is prepared to stop its aggression, as Iran would see it, against the likes of Hamas and Hezbollah.
What are you eating?
Okay, John, thank you very much. Daniel, thank you to you too. Well, investors are digesting the latest developments and what they mean for the markets and indeed for those oil prices. Well, let's cross live and speak to our business correspondent, Samira Hussain. Samira, what have oil prices and indeed markets been doing today?
Well, look, oil prices are again under a lot of pressure. As I came in the last check, we saw that Brent crude.
Because we're also like we're at the end of us staving this off by keeping our stuff on shore, essentially.
Trading at around $87 a barrel. You remember that last week on the hopes that there could be some sort of deal to reopen the strait. We saw that the price of oil was trading at about $80. So clearly, from an investor point of view, that oil price is climbing because, as John pointed out, that stalemate continues, and there doesn't seem to be any indication that there's going to be any let up or any cessation of the violence or coming together for any kind of an agreement.
Yeah, Leto might need to stay upstairs for a little bit. Like, dude, I've been finding
that
areas like that where he's
the
pulling
Strait
up
of Hormuz
carpet.
remains closed to so much shipping. And remember that a fifth of the world's energy supplies, namely oil, passes through that strait. What's making
Yeah, but now you got Bessent going out there saying, well, within 2 years we'll have a pipeline.
this even more
Yeah, 2 years
complicated
doesn't
is
help
when
now,
you look
dude.
at the global oil reserves, that had really blunted some of the early impact of the war. Those reserves are now at critical levels, and so we could be emerging quite soon into an energy emergency because the strait remains closed.
Samira, thank you.
And that's why Trump is panicking the way that he is.
Well, inside Iran, they've appointed a new leader of the National Security Council. Mohsen Rezai is a former...
Yeah, okay. As much as I like getting the other side of this. Okay, we're good on that. As I said, Trump says, I love this, for the love of God, just get out of our lives. Oh, I feel that. I feel that so fucking hard.
The Strait of Hormuz is not open, and the president now seems to be indicating it might not be close. This is a big shift from where he was just last week when he claimed to be on the precipice of a deal. Now he is using...
Yeah, what happened to that? What happened to all the other precipices of a deal and just we're getting close to a deal? They want to make a deal. Every time that I talk to them, they want to make a deal. It's been 6 months of this bullshit. At what point does the news just kind of like stop paying attention to every fucking brain fart this asshole has?
Brand new language.
God damn.
He tells Axios, quote,
just like that fucking meme just said with fucking Chris Farley, where it's just like, for the love of God, just get out of our lives.
We are
low-keying it. I can't wait till the day he's gone. I really can't. That's going to be one of the happiest days ever. And then the 6 months after. You know what the actual happiest day is going to be, though? When we hit about that 1.5 year mark, and then nobody cares.
With Tehran, adding, quote, we are only semi-negotiating with them.
Oh, my God.
In fact, Iran might be moving in the opposite direction. They toughened demands for opening the strait, including demanding the lifting of sanctions, U.S. troop withdrawal from the region, oil prices. They have been reacting to this latest positioning, jumping overnight amid concerns of what might happen next. Let's get right to CNN's Kevin Liptak at the White House for the latest on all this morning.
It's our favorite super secret keeper. He's here to tell us his super secrets.
Good morning, Kevin.
But he does so with American accents, so he does not give up that he is technically spy for the super German nihilist party.
Good morning. Yeah, the president really describing...
I still can't get over this guy's face.
Something of a weighted-out approach here, suggesting that...
Doesn't he look like he always has super secrets, and specifically because he looks very German?
Eventually, the economic pressures on Tehran will continue to mount, and
I swear to God, my cat is being a little terrorist right now. It's not even funny.
And that will be able to allow the president to declare victory and essentially try and move on. He says that we're only semi-negotiating with Iran. That is a distant cry from what we heard last week.
We only semi-negotiate.
The president and top
don't
officials
do the full negotiations.
All saying that
leave some vaunting.
That a deal with Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz was a day or two away. Now the president saying that Iran is in very bad shape and that those economic conditions will cause the regime to cave. But what we saw over the weekend...
He is broadcasting what we're like, oh, dude, he's literally saying it.
Was almost exactly...
God damn it. Apparently our economy is way worse than even we thought.
Opposite. Iran really moving the goalposts in a lot of ways.
The guy who's been lying about this and like doing everything he can to make sure that he can hide how bad it is finally to that point where he has to acknowledge how bad it is. I think it's... Guys, it's kind of like we've been saying, it's bad.
Deal to reopen the strait. Their new fresh demands include ending threats from the U.S. against Iran, lifting the U.S. naval blockade, and withdrawing U.S. military forces from the vicinity, compensating Iran for the damage caused by this war, and lifting U.S. sanctions on Iran and unfreezing Iranian assets. That last point, I think, will be a non-starter for President Trump, who has insisted that financial relief for Iran will only come once it abandons its nuclear program. At this point, they're not even discussing the nuclear program, and so that seems like it will be a distant cry away. When you talk to American officials, they suggest these hardening demands are the result of infighting within the Iranian regime, and in fact, the Iranian official who issued this decree was replaced a day after he issued it, so there is substance to some of those claims on the part of American officials. But at the same time, clearly President Trump is under pressures.
Yeah. Do you think that maybe, just maybe, they were like, you know what? Stop giving in. No, now we're doing the war our way. Stop giving them any ammunition that they are having talks with us.
Of his own. You've seen oil prices tick back up. You also have those concerns about the dwindling U.S. munitions.
As everyone's pocketbooks and wallets are on fire. Yep.
And over the weekend, we learned that the Pentagon had issued a memo to defense contractors urging them to ramp up production. You also start to hear of American officials, including the Joint Chiefs Chairman Dan Kane, start to talk behind the scenes about trying to find an off-ramp to this conflict. What exactly that looks like, we don't know. And we've also seen escalation in the region. Just yesterday, the Iran-backed rebels in Yemen, the Houthis firing at an oil refinery in Saudi Arabia, just going to show that even as the president is low-keying it, in his words, actors and events in the region will continue.
You're sick of WMD fear-mongering? Yeah, me too. I think that anybody that lived through 9/11 and the post 9/11 bullshit is sick of it. That's why, honestly, they don't want millennials in power right now, is because we still have a memory of it. That's why they're trying to do this thing where they're trying to go skip a generation and get a whole bunch of young Republicans in there because they didn't live through the war.
Unfold and to
it's easier to sell a whole bunch of fucking newbies on this shit.
Deteriorate.
Because they never went through it. Vampire Gracie, what's up? Say big money, Eminem.
Because there are reports, there are concerns that maybe the U.S. is running out of pressure points, running out of ways to push the...
Is it bad that every time I'm passing Menards now, I literally think, hey.
Initiative there successfully. Kevin Liptak at the White House this morning for us. Thank you so much.
You worship the economy.
First of all,
that's why I donate my pee.
I want to talk a little bit about the language that we're hearing from the president.
Thuck, Theater Thiel. Thank you for finding my other stream.
Where he says that he's low-keying
horizontal
it,
or
and
vertical,
he's
whichever you guys prefer is available.
What does that tell you?
I think at this point they've realized they have to change tactics because the strikes that have taken place to date by the U.S. military have been insufficient to get the Iranians to really move their position. What we've seen is a fragmentation between their civilian negotiators and the IRGC and the National Security.
By the way, if you guys haven't already followed over on Twitch, please consider doing so. It's my secondary platform. I am live over there as we speak. Faster chat, and just in general, we have some Twitch exclusive shows over there.
And so it's been unable to break through. And so,
forgotten like Peter Parker and Brand New
Day.
It's
not working. The president appears to now be pivoting towards economic pressure.
Spoiler alert.
Let me ask you about the situation with the stockpiles. They are, according to sources to CNN, dangerously low, especially things like Patriot missiles. Give us some sense of what this means for our national security and what the big issues is. And if you think that this stockpile issue is what really was the final straw and why the president is kind of slowing down his threats. And
yeah, it's almost, guys, this is why I hate this shit, because at some point it feels maddening where you're questioning your own sanity with this, because any sane world, we would be at this point where we'd be like, okay, so the news comes out that we're running out of munitions, and this report is coming from everywhere within the military. That means, like, if it got to that point where it started hitting the media, it was really that bad. So we learn about that. Then all of a sudden, Trump is just like, you know what? Time to pause the war. Now's a great time to pause. It's just like, how are we supposed to ignore this? And then somehow, some way, you have a large contingent of America just doing it, like getting behind what Trump is saying, being like, yeah, nothing to see here. I hate it. I fucking...
And the actual attack.
This is the biggest problem is this exposed. I gave way too many people too much credit.
Attacks militarily on Iran.
Way too many.
I think it's absolutely a contributing factor to the decision not to pursue additional strikes at this time and to lean harder into economic.
I really don't care. This guy's boring me.
Mark, I know your reaction to this is mine too. When Iran starts listing demands, a terrorist regime that has actually spent 47 years killing
Alex on the space.
Americans, they're telling us like how much money we're to give them, what sanctions we're living. I'm curious, you like me have been very critical of Donald Trump along the way. I'm wondering if you agree with me though, him saying, "Hey, we're gonna low key this. We're gonna keep squeezing them economically." Do you think that's a positive way forward?
I made that joke when I was like 6.
Yeah, Joe. Look, a lot of us have been critics. It's very easy to do so, and we can talk about that for hours. But what if you're sitting at the National Security Council? What if you actually have to advise the president about the situation we're in right now? And so I do agree with you. This is really actually the only option. Now, the Iranian demands are ridiculous, and a lot of those are part of the MOU, the original MOU, but it was sequenced in a certain fashion. But we're not going to ever agree to this. But at the end of the day, there really is no other option here. The only flaw in this strategy, which I do think is the strategy that is the correct one now, is that the enemy gets a vote. And so as Iran sees itself getting squeezed, the question is what happens when they do things such as conduct hybrid warfare attacks, like what they reportedly did against the water system in Minnesota, or additional attacks on shipping in the Strait of Hormuz, or their proxy attacks in the region. For example, the Houthis striking targets in Saudi Arabia. They're going to try to get Trump actually to climb that escalatory ladder again.
Seems like he's high key.
There's going to be
the fact that now he's saying, "I'm low key. We're going to be low key about this." This also, like, I think that he might have seen the news report that came out. So there was a panel going on CNN yesterday where they were asking about, okay, how come we have broadcast this as much as we have? Because usually the stockpile situation would have been classified, but they've been so flippant with this information because they need the propaganda that I think that Pete Hegseth legitimately did not think about the munitions and like the stockpiles and all this shit. He just he just was like, yeah, we'll worry about it later. And we'll get more money. We have a blank check.
Focus on how much.
Tell me that with like his demeanor that's not how this is going.
The U.S. will try to adhere to this, quote, low-key strategy, but I do think it's the right one, and it's the only one. It's the situation we're in. We don't like this. The U.S. is not going to come out on top here necessarily, but it's certainly better than putting 20, 30,000 ground troops in. Or expending all of our precision munitions in a military campaign that actually does not work very well.
Well, when they attack, I'm sure you have a proportional response. You don't go and be escalatory, but you have a proportional response. Gene Robinson. It's interesting, Donald Trump saying this on the heels of him also basically saying, you know what, people don't like the Republicans. That's their problem. Because my argument has been for quite some time that Iran's greatest leverage has been the same leverage they had over Jimmy Carter, which was an elections coming up. The American president's going to be concerned about his election against Ronald Reagan. We can squeeze him. We can mock him. We can ridicule him. We can get him to agree to things that he would not agree to if America wasn't a democracy. They assumed the same thing about Donald Trump, I think rightfully for some time. But I wonder if he's understanding now whether that puts him in the same category as Jimmy Carter. And he's maybe trying to distance himself a bit from that.
Well, maybe he is, or maybe that's what he was doing when he said that we're going to low-key it with Iran. But, my tendency is to look at my watch and to see how many hours it elapsed.
Again, millions of dollars for that opinion to come out. Yay.
For the policy changes. I mean, and we have had days in this conflict where literally it's been 180 degrees from morning to evening. Right, we're gonna destroy all the infrastructure and destroy the civilization of Iran. It'll be wiped out. Well, no, actually, we're not going to do that, or we're not going to do anything. I mean, so has Donald Trump come to a new policy or a policy for now that he's willing to stick with?
No,
or not?
God damn it, dude.
And I'd say,
why are you so... What? This is what drives me nuts about the mainstream media, is how they're too fair. Like, they never played this shit with Biden, ever. And I'm not here to stoop for Biden. I wasn't a fan. But holy fuck.
That
like, this is disgusting how much they play this, like, normalcy game and normalize this, like, every fucking action that we should all be fucking outraged about.
History.
Like, Jesus, he does it daily. He has a scandal daily.
Suggests that there will be surely Iranian provocations, and it's really up in the air as to how he will react and what he will do. Now, maybe it has finally gotten through to him that he has been wasting.
You can only say it's in the mail so many times.
Our precision munitions, and that the supplies are so low that you simply are going to run out at some point, and that's a very bad thing. But
I had that situation with my landlord a little bit. Like, there were a few times where I was like, I'm not going to be able to make rent. It's either you could take what I got right now and I can't eat, which then I might not be able to rent from you.
That hasn't stopped him before. I mean, this isn't the first time that advisors have warned him that, gee, we're running low on this stuff, and we shouldn't just keep lobbing it at Iran to no effect.
Today, you learned that other countries like Norway have a non-extradition policy when it comes to prisoners that are of the United States origin.
So again, look at your watch.
Ironic that Vosh is moving there soon.
Watch.
I kid.
Mark, it seems that the president is under various time pressures, right? The elections are one of them. Another one has been.
Hey, Joe Mad, good to see you.
Oil price.
Also, guys, if you're just joining us, it is my 2-year anniversary on YouTube.
Do you think the strategy here is to think, okay, we have oil prices under
just
control
2 years
enough.
ago, I set this thing up.
If we can get
I was making a video about Kamala Harris becoming the nominee for the Democrat.
Enough oil out through that southern route of Hormuz, we can get enough out overland, we can start developing these alternative export routes from the Middle East.
Just by the way, you can watch my first video that I ever put out. It was of Kamala Harris doing a campaign rally, I think in Michigan, of all places. During that one is the one that she dropped that she was for Medicare for all. And I was like, I remember ending that one going like, oh, what do we have to worry about?
Then we can buy ourselves a bit of time and the Iranians won't have this leverage over us anymore. That's what I hear from kind of oil people from your former world.
Stay hydrated.
Is that how you think they're going to play
Actually,
it? And does that
Appreciate
strategy work when they still have proxies and they will use this?
What did I hate about Biden? His inaction on Gaza and his like almost doubling down on trying to protect Republicans.
Lull to, rearm themselves.
Like, fuck, man.
To develop.
He really went out of his way to like create this atmosphere that we have right now.
More missiles, to develop more drones. Is that a sustainable?
Him perpetuating the beheaded babies myth.
Policy.
So, Kenny, that's exactly what they're trying to do. I think they actually.
Biden was feckless. See, the thing is, no, he did good with the UAW. He did good with the CHIPS Act. Like, he did have some good things. It's just he didn't fight hard enough for like trying to get the student loans done. Like, he gave up. Anytime that there was any opposition from the Republicans, he never did the hard thing. He never called on the filibuster to be like fucking reformed, or just in general going out and saying how they're being ridiculous and they are holding up your ability to cancel your student debts. He literally did it with this, like, the gravitas of just, meh. Oh, too bad, Jack. I tried.
Actually been open, the administration, in talking about this. They actually, it's a battle of patience.
Also, I'm going to admit, like, the media ecosystem was so beyond unfair in their coverage. It's stupid. Because the media had to work to create a scandal. And they were getting eyes, ironically, from Maga. Like, for every MAGA shithead that was like, I don't watch the fake news. You're full of shit. You were giving them the ratings. You were watching the news at that point, you fucking liars.
But in some aspects, they think that, perhaps they can kind of withstand.
Otherwise, how do you know what the fake news was saying in the first place? Jesus, I never realized how stupid that was.
And some economic pain. The Iranians, of course, know this. And so what will Iran do? They're going to continue attacks in the Strait of Hormuz. They're going to make it.
Most progressive president as he stopped rail labor movement. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. We could have had a unionized labor movement with the fucking labor union, or with the labor union, with the rail companies. Nope. No.
As painful as
status quo as ever. Make sure that the those rich guys need to make their monies
possible. And so, will they be
the monopolies need to monopolize
successful? Well, perhaps. It's a risk.
Giants Fancy C. Welcome to the show. I appreciate you being here. Also, yeah, I try to be fair. Like again, I voted for Kamala. I would have gladly voted for Biden over Trump. I cannot stand Trump and what he's done to this country, and just in general how people are sycophantic to him without any criticism. Like they don't have critical thinking. It's all about feels. It's all about vibes and pissing off people they don't like. Which is that's a great way to run a country.
Risky strategy in some ways from the administration.
Literally, with the you have the mentality of a 7-year-old bully.
But again, I think it's the only one because the Strait of Hormuz has become the actually defining feature of this war. If you think about it in a baseball analogy, we're 0 for 4 on the war aims. The nuclear program is still there. The proxies are still there. Hezbollah and
I will say this, unions back during the Carter era were a little bit harder to defend when you had the Jimmy Hoffa scandal and the fact that the mafia was tied to the unions as much as they were.
Houthis, the ballistic...
Because anytime that you said like Local 405 or something like that, you could always, like, I remember, like, even when I was a kid, they would just be like, but is it mob ties?
Missiles have not been...
Like, anytime that you heard garbage union, you just were like,
taken care of it on regime change. It's been 209 days since January 13th when Trump said help is on its way.
A lot of Italians in that their union, if you know what I'm saying.
And so the Strait now is kind of the only game in town. And I think the administration is hoping they can kind of wait this out until the midterms. Again, what I said before, the enemy has a vote. The Iranians know this, and they're going to try to put as much pressure on international shipping.
Damn. Oh, yeah, dude.
With the tax on vessels going.
You want to, there's a really good documentary. I forgot where the fuck I watched it, but you could probably find it on YouTube just by typing in mob connections to the unions. And it's like I think a 20-minute documentary. I'm pretty sure Vice did it, but oh my God.
We just saw this yesterday. So that's where the risk is in the strategy.
Yeah, we don't talk about that side of the family.
What happens, but I don't think, again, going back to the first point what we're talking about, I think this is the
Irishman. I mean,
only really way for.
It did kind of cover it a little bit, but no, not that.
For the administration, and in some ways there is a sense of relief in the region because any type of escalation, renewed warfare, people were very concerned about that.
I doubt it was I mean, it seemed to be literally the fucking like the way that we knew that was how it was run.
Yeah, I'm listening to Mark, and I'm wondering about that tax regime, the idea that could China benefit from Iran's control of the Strait?
Yeah.
I heard a baseball metaphor. I'm now wondering also, is this Iranian regime the Boston Red Sox just reeling off a string of victories? But politically, in the White House, does this profoundly feel like a loss?
Why does this guy feel like he has the vibe of a dude trying to be your cool youth pastor?
What is the actual
it's kind of creepy
calculation inside of this administration as to like, I think we're
yeah, man, Jesus smoked weed. You know, like there's no laws in the Bible saying that weed's a sin.
Losing, and that's
like he's totally got that vibe.
Gonna matter, or does it not?
Only a Yankee fan would compare the feel-good Red Sox to the mullahs in Tehran. I'm just going to say that now.
Neutral metaphor.
Look, the White House is deeply frustrated.
Yeah, you were picking up the weird vibe.
And as I said earlier in the show,
the only one. Good.
There are some in the building who feel like we finally landed on the right approach.
That
it is economic pressure. Now, they thought Tehran was going to buckle much sooner than they have. They've been surprised by their resilience here. There's also, as Eugene and others have said, a question of whether Trump will stick with this strategy. But, Joe, Mika, there's one other point here where you need to underscore. And the U.S. is also sort of forced into this play because they really can't escalate militarily because they're running out of munitions. They don't have the interceptors, those defensive missiles needed that would be able to withstand what would be Iran's counterattack were we to suddenly launch another significant strike. You know, our allies in the region have run really low. There's real concern about stockpiles in the U.S. And to Pablo's point, the beneficiaries around the globe, look, China and Russia know this too. So that's why the U.S. feels like they need to marshal what they still have.
No, it's also why it feels like we really are like on the world stage right now, the paper tiger, and we're being exposed as like, doesn't it feel that way?
For a second.
Like Trump is freaking out right now because he has been exposed as being so weak and not having the munitions and just not having the power that he has been flexing.
Here.
Go ahead.
Can I interrupt you for a second here? Is there
F's sake, nothing new in the U.S. news? I mean, it does kind of seem like the same thing every day, but legit, it's a new scandal every day.
going
not the
to
same
be
one over and over. Trust
ramification.
me, this isn't just blindly fucking going Orange Man bad. No, this is doing the substantive breakdown of each day's news of why this motherfucker is corrupting us.
For this war beginning, and
we're
Pete
losing.
Hegseth
Yeah,
being
we definitely are
a huge proponent of this war, and the United States running out of munitions. What, 4 months, 5 months into this war? I mean, how in the world can you have somebody be a proponent for a war and not be prepared for what happens when you go to war and maintain your position?
But Orange Man bad. Orange Man bad, yeah. But this is where I'm saying it's not like I'm just your average leftist. Oh, you just gotta hate right wingers. You just gotta hate Trump because that's what you guys do.
The Pentagon.
No, sorry, buddy. Like I try to be as fair as humanly possible. It's just very hard to be fair to a regime that is this blatant with their corruption.
What I will say on this is, Joe, this is a story to watch because, look, we know the White House and the DOD fervently pushed back against reporting a week or so ago that Hegseth's job was on the line then. However, I and others have reported that Trump got very heated, not just with Hegseth, but with DOD leadership over this very issue. That at that Camp David meeting about 10 days ago, the president was furious that he feels like he's been misled about the munitions supplies. So right now, yes, I think Hegseth's job is still safe. Will that be the case some weeks or months from now? Especially if the war does go.
This is just cover work, given the Trump boys $17 billion out of the Pentagon for drone. Yeah. That's another thing. Like every time that we had to hear about fucking Hunter Biden and Burisma, like I don't care anymore. I genuinely don't care.
Revive? I'm not.
Is it bad? Is it bad? Well, then we're gonna fucking investigate this shit and Trump's kids. Because if that's bad, then that's bad. But it seems like nothing's ever going to be done about it. So you know what? No, I'm not going to fucking spend any more fucking time on it.
Not true.
Until you guys actually care about, the waste, fraud, and abuse that's taking, place in this country. And not just fucking, the Haitians.
Will. Because, as you know, Joe, Hegseth had very few.
Legitimately, some of the dumbest people on this planet believe that the Haitians are the reason that we are in a deficit right now.
Friends in the building disturbing from the very start. Either building, frankly, the White House or the Pentagon. Since his confirmation hearings, the president still largely likes him. But if Trump sours on him, too, then, yeah, the clock will be ticking.
All right. Joe slams DSA.
Voters in Wisconsin head to the polls tomorrow to decide the Democratic nominee for governor. State Representative
Here we go.
Francesca
Shit. I didn't realize that this one was tied to that. Otherwise, I would have covered it in that block.
Hong is currently the frontrunner in the race, but the Democratic Socialist has faced scrutiny for past social media posts, including one calling for Thanksgiving to be canceled. Democratic.
That was one of the, as I fucking said, guys.
Congresswoman Alexandria.
I love it when, this is what I hate. Is when people just are so up their own ass that they refuse to look at that as something as substantive as it is. Because it is. It's fucking stupid. It's one of the dumbest takes I've heard. Because everybody, we dealt with Columbus, right? And we're definitely doing we're going back and we're revising our takes because, history it's not a monolith and sometimes we were lied to. But that's one of the dumbest fucking takes that I've heard from anybody outside of anything because it doesn't matter. It's not going to happen. Why would you even waste time putting that on Twitter? Like fucking Christ. And then she has that disingenuous answer. Yeah, I actually think that Thanksgiving is my favorite.
Cortez of
Whatever,
New York, who has declined to endorse any candidate in
I said, if she fucking loses, then guess what? You don't have to wonder why.
Wisconsin gubernatorial primary weighed in on the race yesterday.
I love when shit posts get reported like it's real news. This shit is so stupid. Oh, yeah.
Francesca Hong, who is the Democratic Socialists of America
trust
supporting
me. The
candidate.
fact that they're not going to ever go after, Trump's tweets with the same level of criticism, that's not lost on me.
Governor, you haven't endorsed her. Are you going to?
No, I haven't endorsed in that race. My focus has been in winning.
And I'm glad. I'm kind of glad. Like, the thing is, now, if this goes to the general and she still doesn't endorse, then
Congress winning back the House.
We'll see. Because, realistically, man, this is the first I've heard anything about Francesca Hong's, like, the hang-ups with her. We didn't worry about this primary because of Michigan's primary, but realistically, this is a little bit, this is an interesting one because you could see this going the other way.
Positioning ourselves to have
Wisconsin
the
is not
best
as fucking blue as people think.
chance possible to win the Senate. So I've been focused on those legislative races.
What do you make of this?
These races ultimately are local, and all politics are local. My understanding is
but that's the thing. If Francesca Hong continues to go out and she does these local outreaches and it breaks through to the point where everybody just goes like, whatever. Good.
Is that Francesca Hong has made clear her present stances to her electorate.
Yeah, she's moved away from a lot
right,
of that.
she's moved away from it. And I have a local city councilman that has this saying, woke one was crazy.
Woke one was crazy. Okay, that's true.
And I think that what's important is that we have to assess what
was it? I mean, did the movement go too far?
That may be a quote. That might be the newsletter quote of the day.
It's a T-shirt.
Woke one was crazy.
Yeah, you've got your headline.
Woke one was crazy.
Hong faces a challenge from Milwaukee County Executive David Crowley, who was endorsed by outgoing Governor Tony Evers.
All right. So listen, Jonathan Lemire. First of all, there's no great conspiracy here. The reason why more people are talking.
Wait, his name's Jeff Lemire?
About the DSA.
That's the name of one of my favorite comic book writers - artists
right now is because you have the
Royal City. By the way, if you haven't ever read Royal City and you're looking for like a good random indie comic book,
mayor of the most important city in America, who first of all is identified as DSA, he's proven to be, I think, extremely pragmatic in many ways. And while there are a lot of people
who can't
who
even afford Thanksgiving. A dumb tweet from a few years ago is the least of your concerns. Again, man. This is where this seems to be my biggest sin. Is I understand politics a little bit better as a marketing scheme than most people. Apparently, that's my sin.
How successful he's been. His approval ratings are high. Murder rate.
Yes. Then again, the average voter is, to be very nice, very ignorant. Yes. Your average voter is literally swayed by getting a pamphlet in the mail that has this person's name on it and it says they're a Democrat. And then they go, I'll vote for that guy just because he's the Democrat. Or they see a billboard or they see a YouTube video. That shit is way more effective than anybody wants to give it credit for.
The lowest I think it's ever been.
Yeah. Most Americans are low information voters. This is why I always say to save your fucking breath. If you can sum it up like, this is why Abdul is so good at what he does. This is why Mamdani was so fucking good at what he did. He did it with a cadence where it's ba-ba-ba, ba-ba-ba, ba-ba-ba. Not the annoying one, by the way, not the protest cadence, but literally, and he would be like, this is why, this is why, this is why. And he would have substance. It wasn't 80 different platforms. It wasn't 80 different fucking, problems that we had. That is very, very good.
Economy, we're going to be reading something from the Financial Times talking about
this is why the DSA members that are doing really well are great communicators.
New York
Francesca Hong is not a good communicator. She's actually very bad at it.
City is thriving right now based on just about every...
AOC's barely a good communicator. She's just getting it.
Metric.
Like fucking A, what she did yesterday with that Twitter thing where she was freezing her eggs. She knew exactly what she was doing there.
But you also have people in New York City that have been saying some whacked out things. I think most mainstream voters would say they're whacked out things.
Most protesting chants are gay.
They're talking about going to pro-Hamas rallies the day after Hamas slaughtered more Jews than on any day since the Holocaust. I think 90% of Americans would think that is abhorrent.
Yeah.
And so,
how many Gazans were killed in response to that? You seem to forget that one. You guys always hyperfixate on that one day because it's very convenient for you, because this is what happened with 9/11. Most Americans were trained to focus on the 2,500 Americans that were lost that day. Trust me, that's why I even have the number memorized. Over 2,500 Americans died on 9/11 that day. They came after us and our freedoms. That's the fucking propaganda shit.
Again, they'll try to blur lines going, oh, well, they just don't support health care for all. Or, oh, no, we're not saying that.
Well, I mean, it kind of seems that way.
We just support hate speech and
you just said you support hate speech.
But it is.
And what's hate speech about this? See, this is the dangerous part, and this is where every motherfucker like him needs to be called out, where it's like, no, that's not hate speech. If anything, this is them being critical of their own party. And also being critical of Israel. You're the ones that are conflating being critical of Israel with being anti-Semitic. That's your problem, Joe, not ours. We know what actual anti-Semitism is. What you're doing is actually kind of anti-Semitic because you think that they can't fight their own battles, apparently.
Is also very important, though. Why are we talking about DSA now? Because the Democratic Party has a choice to make. Now, I said this day in and day out.
Yeah, and guess what? I don't know why the Democratic Party ever listened to you. You were a Republican in Congress, and you're still very proud of your conservative swing. Why the fuck should we listen to you? Oh, because you're the one. Oh, that's right. They took a chance on you and your type. Kamala Harris literally listened to her consultants and wanted Morning Joe. And Liz Cheney would get Morning Joes. The Morning Joes out there, the Morning Joe listeners, your average Republican centrist that feels like they're politically homeless. How'd that work out?
Leading up to...
Hey, Joe, just like Hillary Clinton, maybe it's time for you to, Pokemon, go fuck yourself.
Kamala Harris's election. You couldn't watch an NFL game without seeing 300 taxpayers are going to pay for trans surgeries for convicts ads on NFL games.
Yeah, they're very good at this. And the thing is, it doesn't need to be it doesn't need to be real. It just needs to be repeated. And this is where the money scares the shit out of politicians and why us, like we the people, cannot forget how effective that is.
And even though they still pretend that did not
that. Thanks, Pep. No, go for it.
Move viewers. I think the Trump campaign
use it publicly though. Give me credit.
Spent $30 million on
hear a funny joke from me. Say I heard from this guy PepTalks because you know what?
Those ads.
It's nice.
And it moved working class men, working class white men, working class black men,
or it kept them where
working
they are.
Class Hispanic men. It just did. And the Democrats had their head in the sand. So there's nothing wrong with the Democrats supporting economic justice. There's nothing wrong with the Democrats supporting, cutting taxes or getting rid of the Trump taxes and making billionaires pay more in taxes. That's legitimate. That's a legitimate mainstream debate for people to have. Health care for all. Health care is unaffordable. That is something most Americans would agree with. But please, I don't need people telling me, oh, you have to just turn a blind eye to people saying that women getting raped on October 7th didn't matter.
Nobody said that. Nobody said that. The thing is, you guys were both, like, honestly, they were both shitheads for playing this game, and I'm going to call it out like I sees it. Israel did the fucking blatant propaganda with the baby stuff and all this, but again, then the rape denial on both sides is disgusting. I think that's genuinely fucked up that, like, anybody has to, like, and this is where you guys can get mad at me about this, but what Hamas did was fucked up.
Scheme of things. No, Americans aren't going to.
This is where you can just admit, yeah, that was a really fucking bad day, but that was a disproportionate fucking, response by Israel. And honestly, this is where we can stop even entertaining this October 7th talk anymore because they always blatantly ignore how many Gazans were killed because of it.
Support that. This is not about.
But this shit right here, it's all about, oh, you denied Israel being the victim. Wait a minute.
Me.
Fuck you.
This is about the Democrats, once again.
No, this is about you. Because nobody wants to listen to you. And the fucking politics and policies that lost us all of these fucking elections. Like, fuck you, Joe.
Fumbling the football on the 2-yard.
Yeah, it wasn't trans rights, you dumb cunt.
Line.
God damn it. I swore I didn't want to swear this badly, but Ooh, I'm this close to. Oh, guys, R-word warning. I'm getting close to calling him.
They have a chance to make great gains, but being so woke.
Big-headed moron.
I don't know if you want to call it woke 1, woke 2, or woke 3, but being too woke to call out the obvious. I swear to God. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy. It's crazy how that woke talk oh, is that what got you to fucking turn a blind eye to everything that Israel has done and just, genocide? What's that? I want to focus on the lies that were told on October 7th. You fuck.
That we're even having this conversation. If somebody...
I can't wait for his audience to die so they can't fucking, they can't watch him anymore. Literally. They're all old fucks. Literally. Who the fuck still watches Morning Joe on cable news?
A woman being raped doesn't matter in the...
I like Morning Joe and Mika. They tell it like it is.
And scheme of things, it's okay to call...
Make your Metamucil there, Joe.
...that person out.
Lord knows that your fucking audience needs the reminder.
And demand that candidates distance themselves.
Oh, I'm telling you that this guy definitely has the Pens ads on his show.
From those people. If you want to...
Medicaid B plan.
Rule, if you want to rule over a party... and win elections.
You're focusing on the wrong issue, you fucking retard. It wasn't trans rights.
If somebody...
Guys?
Somebody says going to a rally the day after Hamas slaughters
I can't
more
with him.
Jews
Sorry,
than
he gets
any
the
time
full
since the Holocaust.
R-word
It's
treatment.
okay
No,
for
I
Chuck
can't.
Schumer.
I can't with him.
It's okay for Hakeem Jeffries to call that despicable and demand that people distance themselves from that.
It must be nursing homes. It's definitely nursing homes and hospitals.
Okay.
Although hospitals usually watch CBS and Fox News. Although I did go to this one place that had Fox News on one TV and MSNBC on the other TV.
So why are we
or MS Now.
Bringing this up now? We're bringing this up now because it seems an awful lot like
he just doesn't want to accept
what was happening in 2024 when
Why is he yelling? Holy shit. Yeah. Well, that's why I'm yelling.
Democrats
I'm matching energy on this dumb fuck.
Couldn't get out of their own way to win an election they should have won.
That wasn't it. That's actually funny enough. You could argue. You can make the argument that because they use those talking points that you were just using in Dearborn, you could use that same logic and say that's why Biden he lost support, and then that fucking trickled down to Kamala. You dumb fuck. It's almost like people actually cared about the Israel fucking issue. You're sitting here conflating it and saying it was the trans issue. You see what they're doing here? Don't fall for it.
To extend your metaphor, the Democrats have the ball at the 2-yard line. Now they have to call the right play. And there are ways they could botch this. There's no question there. Getting at the ball at the 2 doesn't mean...
Yeah, assholes like you fucking running interference, literally doing you're giving them free publicity here. You're doing their hard work. How come you don't even have a Republican operative or a GOP figurehead here? It's all just you guys pontificating about what the other side might do. Well, I mean, do we have to wonder, these guys ever left the GOP? I mean, let's be real. They only left the GOP because a certain orange-haired idiot came in there and changed what they thought it meant to be a Republican.
And a score. Seattle Seahawks about a decade ago in a Super Bowl is evidence of that.
Nobody cares about your
so
stupid
this is
sports
where
reference.
Democrats are, and
dude.
that's
You
why
watch
there is
sports,
such scrutiny. It is understandable why there's such energy on the left, and we've just gone through all the reasons why. There's a lot of energy there. People are tired. People are sick. People think these fundamental issues need to be addressed, but that energy comes with a spotlight, and some questions have to get answered, and that's why we're looking at so many of these races right now as we head into the stretch run of this election year. We talked about Wisconsin. Joining us now live from Madison is MS Now reporter Will McDuffie. Will, good to see you. What are you hearing from voters ahead of tomorrow's closely watched primary because of the candidates involved?
Well, I mean, we heard AOC kind of laugh off the idea of woke one, but that's resonating with voters here because Democrats we've met who don't like Francesca Hong are citing things like her tweets to cancel Thanksgiving and abolish the police. And she has said that those are bad takes that she made 5-6 years ago.
Oh, Jesus. That was a 5-year-old tweet? Oh, okay. I thought this was newer. Wow, I'm revising my stance on this one a little bit because, yeah, that is genuinely fucked up that they're going back 5 years.
The stress.
Although her answer sucked.
Of being a small business owner and being a student, but mind you, like, she made those comments when she was either running for the state assembly or was already sworn in, so she was a public figure at the time. And we went to a polling site just west of Milwaukee on Friday and talked to a lot of voters. We were there for a couple hours, and probably 3-1 in terms of Democrats who spoke to us.
All right, 10-minute warning for the
They were
4-2
against
vote.
Hong because of electability. They just didn't think that she could beat Tom Tiffany in a general election. I mean, we're talking about Wisconsin here, purple state. The success we've seen with DSA has been in...
Yeah, but even if she was wanting to end Thanksgiving is dumb as fuck.
Deep blue.
Well, no, because it really does come across as that, like, oh, yeah, like, I mean, they were using woke 1, woke 2, and all that bullshit, but it really did come across like, well, I can out-left you.
Congressional districts,
like,
and now we're talking about a swing state.
Again, America's not going to stop. They're not going to like. I have a friend that used to play this shit with Pagan Christmas, where he's a pagan, right? And like, hey, you do you. But this idea that somehow he's like, we're taking our Christmas back. We're actually going to take it. We're going to make it pagan again. Like, and he wasn't kidding. You know what I did? I immediately looked at what he did. I patted him on the back, said, you do you. And then privately, I thought, that's one of the dumbest fucking things I've heard in a long time, because it ain't going to happen.
But she does have a bunch of appeal, and we'll get to that. But I do want to play some sound from a voter who expressed those electability concerns.
Leave my one day that I actually enjoy, you know, the deep fried turkey or like whoever does it. Like, damn, dude, you're taking away one of the days that I get to spend with my family and eat and just relax. Like, we'll call it something else.
I think he is electable in this state.
The implication there is that Francesca Hong is not. Why do you think she's not electable?
I think there is messaging and just things being put out there right now that are making it hard for certain people to be willing to vote for her.
Do you know some of those people in your own life?
I do.
And are they getting behind Crowley? Because there are other moderates in this race.
I think Tony Evers coming out and endorsing him has really helped.
Hong has hammered things like data centers, affordability, and that's why she's a front runner in this race. But also she's helped by the fact that it's a total mess in her opposition because establishment moderate Democrats have not been able to coalesce around someone until just now. And David Crowley dropped out.
It's literally the day before, guys. You guys realize that?
And then he got...
It's because she's Asian, sir.
Back in.
I mean... Asian woman, like, let's be honest, man. Like, it sounds like he wanted to say it.
And two other candidates,
like,
who could have occupied that lane.
So many people were saying it about Kamala.
And dropped out amid scandal. So Hong is benefiting from this fractured, moderate part of the primary, guys.
I don't see it going.
MS Now reporter Will McDuffie
Not for
live
her.
in Madison, Wisconsin. Thank you very much for your reporting and analysis this morning.
Okay, here's the New Mexico thing. We'll do the last Morning Joe bit here, and then we will... MS Now, heavy show, but I got to give this guy a lot of credit. I keep forgetting his name. We just call him Sam Cedar's younger brother, because he just looks like, you know, little Cedar. Jacob Sabaroff, there you go. He did a really good piece about the NSPM7 and how they're weaponizing protest, and they're trying to make protesting illegal and how they're doing it. So we'll watch that after we get the details about what's happening in the Jeffrey Epstein case with the Zorro Ranch. You guys know that I've been covering this pretty much since the beginning. I listened to the accusations from... Oh my God, I already forgot his name, but it was a male victim that apparently served in the military. If you guys remember his name, please shout that out. Scorpion, holy crap, how are you? Good to see you, man. Hope you've been doing well. Seriously, hope you've been, man, haven't seen you in a minute. Thanksgiving issue was an unforced error. Yeah, exactly. It's very stupid.
This has been.
But okay, so yeah, the Zorro Ranch thing it's genuinely fucked up. This should be the biggest scandal in all of Sasha Riley. Thank you, Sasha Riley. Yeah, so Sasha Riley exposed Zorro Ranch, and the thing is, there was enough evidence that it got the local police department to go and investigate, and then the FBI and the Trump administration have been doing everything that they can to run interference with the locals trying to investigate this. So yeah, that's not shady at all, especially during the Epstein file. Like, we're still investigating the Epstein files. There's heinous accusations involved in this one, where apparently there's bodies of multiple young women allegedly buried on this property. So what in the hell is the Trump administration doing running interference on this? You'd think that they would want this one kind of, brought to light, According to them, that's all they're doing with the Epstein files, right? Well, let's find out.
The state of New Mexico is suing the Department of Justice and the soon-to-be official Attorney General Todd Blanche, arguing that the federal government blocked the state's ability to investigate the sex crimes of the late convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah, why would they do that?
At a ranch there.
I thought they wanted answers.
Epstein-owned property in New Mexico. Dave Arenberg, talk to us about this matter. Does the, it seems to be yet another example of the Trump administration sort of getting in the way of Epstein-related.
Dems and Republicans are both covering it
matter.
up. Sorry, this ain't a both sides.
Do you think that
this one is very blatantly Donald Trump's party? Not even just the Republicans. The Republicans seem to support the pedo president, but
state here has solid legal grounds?
Yeah, this one doesn't seem to be. This doesn't make much sense.
I do, Jonathan. The Attorney General of New Mexico, Torres, was forced to sue DOJ because they refused to hand over unredacted evidence involving potential crimes at Zorro Ranch. Now, the Epstein files reportedly contain around 13,000 references to Zorro Ranch, but the feds are saying, well, victim identities are in there and they're confidential. But New Mexico is not asking the DOJ to publish victims' names on the internet. They're seeking.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. He also wasn't the one that had this large contingent of people during an election using it as a fucking wedge issue. Then all of a sudden, asking for the release of the Epstein files, making it part of his campaign. Weird how that one works. It's almost like Donald Trump would have been better off not saying anything. What a fucking moron.
To law enforcement access the state, so that state investigators can figure out what happened in New Mexico and decide whether anyone can still be prosecuted. Remember, the DOJ is already allowed.
Bullshit. Ro Khanna was more than happy to.
All 500.
Fucking Thomas Massey, I'll even give him credit.
35 members of Congress to see.
No, it seems like you're doing the disingenuous bullshit where you just need to fucking believe that the other side, or like that one side, was not as adamant to get the victims their justice or any of that, or to actually crack this case wide open. Nah. I don't give a fuck.
Acted material.
It does seem like the Democrats actually had a few people that they broke with the party. They came out and said it. They were just like, nah, we're not going to support pedos. We're not going to get behind this shit. But Republicans, look at what they're doing with Max Miller in Ohio. Tell me how they don't support abusers.
So if they can all see it,
abusers,
why can't an attorney general who could actually bring charges see it? And protecting victims.
Okay, I'll believe you when you see people in jail. You do know where the onus on that one is, right?
Shielding their identities from the public. It doesn't mean hiding them from prosecutors. And New Mexico has.
It's almost like you're just sitting here going yeah, the rich will not be prosecuted. Yeah, duh.
Legitimate legal grievance here because it had an understanding with the feds back in 2019. See, New Mexico agreed to stand down on its own investigation and turn its entire file over to the feds. In return, the feds.
This guy's using a computer chair in front of an office chair. What a loser.
Agreed to pass along any evidence of state crimes they uncovered, but instead the feds took New Mexico's evidence and then just ghosted them. And we saw similar stonewalling in Minnesota. That's when the feds were stonewalling the production of documents.
That the people that did the alleged act are
involving the deaths of Renee Good and Alex Pretty.
You could have articulated that a little bit better.
So the litigation worked then in Minnesota, and it's going to work here in New Mexico. And one last thing, when I was state attorney, we always had an excellent working relationship with the feds, but we're living in a new era, and the long-held conservative philosophy of states' rights no longer exists, apparently, when the states are run by Democrats.
Yeah, so Lisa, look, we understand there's certain privacy issues, of course, when victims' names are involved. But it does seem like there's just a lot of Epstein-related materials that the Trump DOJ has simply decided we're never going to put out, despite what the courts might say, despite what a law passed by Congress might say.
And look, there's ongoing litigation about publishing in the public domain some of these unredacted files. That's litigation that the independent journalist and our former colleague, Katie Fang, is bringing against the government. That's still ongoing. In that case, you had at least one victim come forward.
Yeah, and that actually has the potential to really upset this.
And say
it's something that's not being talked about for good reason on their end.
If these files are published, I want to make sure my name is never published. I don't support that. But here, with respect to Raul Torres's lawsuit, just notice that you have not seen any survivors, their lawyers, or other advocates come forward and say, this is a bad idea. That is likely because survivors and their advocates are cooperative with Raul Torres's investigation. They want to see it go forward. And the kind of request that he's made to the Southern District of New York and the Department of Justice writ large, it's a traditional kind of request. Dave is totally right. It's called a TUI request. Localities and states make it all the time in these sharing arrangements with DOJ. The legal theory here is a novel one. They're saying this is a final agency action, that Todd Blanche and the DOJ are acting in an arbitrary and capricious way by withholding these files. Whether they'll succeed in this civil lawsuit remains to be seen, but Raul Torres really should be given a round of applause by people who want to see justice for the Epstein survivors for trying to think outside the box about how he's going to get evidence that otherwise wouldn't be accessible to him.
One last quick headline. On Friday, a federal appeals court ruled that the administration must stop construction of President Trump's much-wished-for ballroom because Congress has not approved the project. Trump then, in his Truth Social post complaining about this, really deemed it was more of a security center than a ballroom, which is him trying to change the goalpost. Lisa, your quick thoughts.
What the judges have done here in this 2-1 decision is not block any of the underground construction that's aimed at shoring up the security of the White House edifice. That's a red herring. Trump is misinterpreting the decision purposefully so. That said, he's going to go to the Supreme Court and try and get a ruling about the further construction of the ballroom, because what's done is done. Anybody who's visited Washington can see all the cranes in the airs, the holes in the ground. And whether or not an appeals court says he is entitled to continue to construct the ballroom, we all as a nation are going to have to deal with the fallout of the picture that we're showing on the screen right now.
Yeah, but that was part of the point, you dummy. God damn it, dude. They fall for it hook, line, and sinker every fucking time. And honestly, I'm going to go out on a limb and just say that I think that she might be a Trump op.
Every time we see...
Like, what the fuck? So you just took the long way to be like, guys, we just might have to be okay with them actually building the ballroom because, look, he already ruined the space.
See that? It takes my breath away. MS Now senior legal reporter Lisa Rubin and former state attorney from Palm Beach County, Florida, Dave Ehrenberg. Our thanks to you both. We appreciate it.
Okay. Speed this one up because... Also, if you haven't already liked the stream, please do. Here's your reminder. There's me liking this video.
So as we get closer to the November midterms, the Trump administration is escalating its war on dissent. And to do it, it has completely weaponized the U.S. justice system against its critics. We're talking about terrorism statutes, criminal conspiracy charges, obstruction of justice, laws that are typically used to prosecute drug cartels and terrorists and insurrectionists are now turned against protesters and organizers and left-leaning activists. These prosecutions have become a little tiny fig leaf for Donald Trump's authoritarian ambitions. If you take away that legal cover, you are left with a dictator wannabe swinging wildly at threats to his power. One of the most egregious of these cases comes from Texas. Daniel Des Sanchez Estrada is a 39-year-old artist. He is also a father and a longtime teacher's aide at an elementary school.
Wow, he's really
He
good.
did not attend the widely covered July 4th protest outside the Prairie Land ICE Detention Center in Alvarado, Texas, where horrifically a police officer was shot and wounded. His wife did attend, and according to court documents, she was arrested that night. She was charged with rioting and material support, but notably, she was not accused of the actual shooting. After her arrest, she called Estrada. She asked him to move a few boxes out of their home that contained political pamphlets and zines. You know, they're like those small booklets or magazines. For moving them, federal prosecutors charged Estrada with concealing evidence. portraying the couple as part of what the government called, a North Texas Antifa cell. A label that, by the way, critics say has no recognized legal meaning at all, none. Antifa is a category invented by this administration to frame left-wing activists as a domestic terror network. It is not an actual thing, nor a group, nor an organization. A jury convicted him anyway. And the court's pre-sentencing report recommended 10 to 16 months. But prosecutors saw what is known as a terrorism enhancement based on the so-called Antifa affiliation. And this June, a federal judge sentenced him to 30 years. His wife got 70 years for providing what they claim is material support to terrorists. There were 8 people arrested at the Prairie Land protests. They were sentenced to a combined 450 years on terrorism charges. 450 years. The first sentence is handed down under NSPM 7, that Trump directive. You remember this? The one issued last September that treats left-wing dissent as domestic terrorism.
Yep. Yeah, who could have seen this coming?
For comparison, the longest sentence imposed on any January 6th defendant was 22 years. That was against Proud Boys leader Enrique Tarrio on a charge of seditious conspiracy. Donald Trump, of course, pardoned him on his very first day in office. Counterterrorism experts point out that these sentences targeting protesters exceed even those imposed on many convicted ISIS supporters.
Yep.
They warn that this administration is distorting terrorism laws to criminalize protected First Amendment activity, things like pamphlets and posters and organizing and protest. Essentially, they're looking at left-wing political expression and they're calling it material support for terrorism. Estrada's sister, her name is Annabelle, described what the arrest looked like. She said it was a SWAT unit, the FBI, a bomb squad, there was a drone overhead, there were officers with AR-15s surrounding her brother's truck over what the government said was a wide right turn. It was by design, theater. And you, all of us, the American people, are the intended audience. And you do not have to take my word for who this show of force is for. Take it from the Texas judge who handed down this extraordinarily heavy sentence, Judge Reed O'Connor.
Yeah, so this is where it is kind of like, it kind of goes without saying that this is where a Democrat president comes in and pardons them.
He reportedly said the quiet part out loud.
That's insane.
This is what he said, quote,
"This was an activist judge. You want to talk about activist judges? And this is what, again, the gaslighting. It's textbook. Activist judges are coming after us. It's a witch hunt. It's a witch hunt. And then they go and witch hunt. And then they go and fire people because of political reasons. And they broadcast the shit. Well, they did it first.
The state wants to send a message to anyone who shares similar ideology.
Meanwhile, you got the fucking, Democrat and just in general, the people that make up the Democratic Party going like, well, when they go low, we go high. And they're like, when they go low, we'll go even lower. We'll punch them in the dick. We don't care.
And addressing the court before his sentencing, Estrada pleaded, quote, "I worked really hard every day in this country. I am a father, I am a husband, I am a teacher, I am a poet, I am many things, Your Honor, but I am not a terrorist."
Nice.
I'm many things, Your Honor, but I am not a terrorist. This is America today. This is where we are. Prairie Land might be the most extreme example, but it definitely is not the only one.
Yep.
If anything, it shows where all of this machinery is headed if it continues unabated. And 2 stories this week point to just that. The first one is all about a special education teacher in Minneapolis, Treasure Thornton.
We didn't really cover this much last week because I didn't really hear about it until this story, and I looked into it a little bit more.
She told NPR that in June she was drinking coffee when federal agents showed up at her door. She recalled one of those agents telling her, quote,
she was part of the church protest that in Minneapolis, apparently.
"A warrant for your arrest for conspiracy." Conspiracy. Yeah. That is a federal felony. The government charged Thorson and 14 other people with conspiring to impede federal agents during whatever it was called, Operation Metro Surge in Minneapolis. I was there. I covered it in real time. Look closely at what prosecutors cited to justify.
Like I said, they said that she was impeding the church people fucking leaving.
By the charge.
The parish.
Meetings, conversations on Signal, essentially speech, political organizing. Which brings us to the next story, how the government finds this speech in the first place. The Wall Street Journal this week revealed that the scope of a DHS surveillance operation aimed not at criminals, but at critics was something you need to be paying attention to. Hundreds of subpoenas to social media companies. See,
you guys remember when we were pissed off at the NSA for getting unfettered access to our stuff? Yeah, I remember that.
Unmasked anonymous accounts that are critical of what?
That was fun.
Of ICE.
That was fun to care about our privacy. God, I miss those days.
Federal agents reportedly approached Americans at their jobs and on the road
also,
and at home, asking them to sign letters acknowledging
I kind of missed you.
Their online criticism of ICE,
chats
quote,
have been a little mixed today. Apologies.
Constitute a crime. The program calls for monitoring nearly 20 different platforms like Reddit and Discord and Snapchat and LinkedIn and even go through DMV records. Outside of Philly, for example, neighbors ran
must have been upstairs.
Facebook and
That's my
Instagram
bad.
pages under the Montco Community Watch where they posted ICE sightings for something like 10,000 followers. Homeland Security demanded Meta hand over the names and emails and identifying details of the people behind them. And who's running the operation?
Yep.
Asking for this information?
This is why
ICE's Office of Professional Responsibility. It's their internal affairs.
Yeah, they have an anti-flock Facebook group. I'm like, that's a psyop, like a motherfucker.
This is an office created to investigate
Jesus
ICE
Christ.
agents accused of wrongdoing.
And so many
Now
people, so many people are just like, hey, it's flock memes. It's just like,
Investigating the critics of ICE.
Good job.
And if that's not bad enough, it doesn't stop there. The FBI is also investigating neighborhood signal groups in Minnesota.
Yep, there it is.
The rapid response networks that residents used to warn each other about ICE activity. Kash Patel, the FBI director, confirmed it himself, telling Fox News,
This
quote,
is legit protected free speech, by the way.
the signal chat group is information we collect from the public. Remember, you don't have to prosecute every protester. You only have to make the rest of the protesters wonder, am I next? Will this signal chat become evidence? What about this Facebook post, this flyer? Today, a dad in Texas is serving a 30-year prison sentence for moving political pamphlets. Today, a special education teacher in Minneapolis is also facing felony charges normally reserved for serious criminals, actual criminals, not protesters. And somewhere in this country today, somebody is deciding or second-guessing whether to send that text, whether to warn their neighbors that ICE is nearby, wondering who else might be reading it. That is not law and order.
No, honestly, and he's about to say it, but I want to reiterate this even before he does. The second that we have to self-censor ourselves when we're sending a text to anybody, you're admitting that you're living in a surveillance state and we're already doomed. We're fucked. Like, we're so fucked.
That is
like, we've all been making the jokes for years about, ha ha, hi FBI, ha, ha, ha.
a dictatorship
Yeah, I think that, honestly, like, we were fucking primed for this.
in the making.
Yep.
Right under.
I'm glad that the mainstream media is doing like an in-depth piece on this, but it sucks that it happened on a fucking late Saturday.
Our collective noses. This is what many of us might not realize. If you are forced to censor yourself, regardless of whether you are actually ever arrested or surveilled,
it's already too late.
Already have fewer rights.
Yep.
The moment fear.
This is not a free. No, we do not live in a free country.
Dictates what you say or what you.
And that's why I get so fucking pissed off when they're just like freedom. When they called it Freedom 250, it's just like
right, or what you choose to rally around. You are no longer in a functioning democracy. Which is why the stakes in this
But again, the ones who feel the freest right now, who are they?
Upcoming midterm elections have never been more.
Oh, it's also ironically the ones getting arrested for actual crimes too, and then just getting let off because of their political connections. Isn't that weird? Isn't that weird how they actually don't have any morals? They don't have any beliefs, any consistency.
More important. None of these cases will.
It's almost like they're really bad people.
Actually appear on your ballot this November. But understand the real question on those ballots. It is whether those in power can weaponize the justice system to chill dissent, whether protest remains protected speech, whether private conversations can be turned into criminal evidence. I want to leave you with the words of Annabelle, the sister of the man we have been talking about. The man sentenced to 30 years over a box of magazines, or as the judge put
it. I'll just call you Tuck Teal. Hey, Tuck Teal, did you subscribe to my channel yet?
To send a message.
Here for pretty much the whole
After her
stream.
brother's sentencing, she issued a powerful and heartbreaking statement. And I urge anybody who cares about democracy to listen very closely to this.
The Pride Month defendants' sentences are part of an ongoing war on dissent. The extreme sentences are a punishment in
by the way, I know, like, this is how I know that she is a fucking real one and a badass sister. This is exactly what my sister would do if I got locked up.
To scare and discourage those speaking out against systems of oppression. And no, for those who might be thinking it, even after all of this, I do not hate this country. Neither does my brother. But two things can be true at the same time. We can love our country, and we can oppose fascism and oppression.
Good books, too.
Joining me now is Reverend Michael Wolf, Senior Minister of Lake Street Church in Evanston, Illinois. Last November, he was thrown to the ground and arrested while protesting outside the Broadview ICE facility near Chicago. It's hard to forget these images. The charges against him were later dropped. Reverend Wolf, it's good to see you. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me.
The badass priest. He's not the one that got shot in the face, though.
Stood outside Broadview, too, and I will never forget what the scene was.
Yeah. That's something I have to say. There was a priest that got shot in the face by a pepper round At Broadview.
Outside of that facility. I want to play a clip of your arrest.
Yeah, those things are supposed to be fired at the ground, by the way.
While protesting against ICE. It was featured in a documentary called Go Forth Media.
This is evil what's happening here. It's torture. What they're doing is torture. You're going to brutalize a priest. Is that what's going to happen? I'm a pastor with the American Baptist Churches, and I am freely exercising my...
Yeah, dude. You understand that, like, even in medieval times, they didn't pull shit like this?
It's all right. This is wrong.
Like, I just watched Game of Thrones, and spoiler alert for anybody that doesn't want to know. I'll put my hand down when I'm done. Okay, so just turn off your just mute. Okay, so she goes in and she kills the Septon. And immediately you feel the repercussions of that. It's literally the same shit.
I'm here because there's torture in that facility. It's a concentration camp because my conscience calls me to do it.
It was hard to hear, but Reverend, I want to make sure everybody heard what you said. You said your conscience called you to that street, and you called what's happening there evil. And now this administration is treating dissent itself as if it were terrorism. I wonder what you think about when you hear about this crackdown intensifying.
Well, it's really startling. And one of the things that I have really come to believe is that it's the highest form of patriotism, actually, to want to redeem your country and to turn it away from what's happening in these facilities. It's a sort of moral stain.
Yeah, honestly, that's why I'm all about bringing the flag like back to the left. Never be afraid to wave that flag. I understand that right now it feels like it's become MAGA, but that's because we allowed that to happen. No, we are the patriots. We are America. Remind them of that.
And it's a sort of thing that we just can't get over.
I need to
it's going to be really hard to move
here.
past.
I need to go get
and
me
so
an
for people
American
who feel
flag
their
and fucking put that shit on my house. I can't let my fucking neighbors feel like they fucking somehow own the American flag just because they're a bunch of right-wing shitheads
who feel called to do these sorts of things.
It doesn't also mean that you're proud of your country.
Find the courage now because it is.
It really. I mean, we can like use that as a conversation piece. Yeah, it's our flag.
So much harder to do it.
And this is coming from somebody that, like, I think flags are stupid. I think that, like, honestly, I really do. I've always thought that, like, national pride is dumb, but I don't know. I'm revising my take on this one.
People are.
Yeah, we are Americans too.
Are in so many ways the best.
No, and this is the thing is we ceded this ground too easily.
Best of us, and yet.
Just because we were just like, yeah, because a lot of you guys feel the same way, where it's just like, nah, it's kind of stupid to be that, like, nationalistic.
The best of us in an authoritarian regime are the folks who are going to be targeted.
Do a U.S. flag next to a DSA flag. That's actually what I was thinking about doing.
We're going to be forced into these situations.
Although I know my wife will put the kibosh on that.
Situations where they have to make the choices. Exactly what you're saying. Am I going to follow my conscience, or am I?
Maybe I'll put them on my car instead.
Going to be safe, and that's not a choice we should have to make in America.
Fact, Pep. Nationalism is a tool used by the elite. Yep.
For the people that are seeing charges against protesters, assuming, hey, the government must have something on them. In your case, what did the government claim that you did versus what actually happened?
Yeah, I was charged with 3 things. My favorite one was walking on a highway, but it was obstruction and
which, by the way, they had closed that road down for themselves, so they were obstructing that roadway. Funny enough,
those were the sorts of things that they tended to give as charges for protesters. But as I know, I didn't do anything wrong when I was there. I did something that I think was the most important thing that I've ever done, which is to stand up for the rights of the world.
The way that it's getting cranked up to the next level is that protesters are now facing these terrorism-related charges, and prosecutors are pointing to alleged ties to this amorphous Antifa group. As somebody who often is out there and participating in protests, do you worry that they would target you with that?
Yeah.
Sure. I mean, that's something that...
yeah, but he's a priest. Good luck.
Especially religious leaders and people of conscience everywhere have to think about these days. We're living.
Again, they're already playing this game, like getting that footage of them. Like,
in very trying times. There are times that I never thought that I would live through as an American, where just simply raising your voice and living out your values in public puts you in danger in some way.
Yeah,
in
for
danger
being honest,
of perhaps
the Confederate
losing
flag
your
is more of an honest representation of the ideological roots of America.
These folks, as you were reading, they have families. They have connections to their community.
Yeah, but this is where these shitheads were just like, oh, you didn't even celebrate the 4th of July.
They are, in so many ways, the bedrock of our community.
Yeah, nobody did it where I'm from because it fucking rained hard. And you know what? That felt great. That actually felt super fucking cathartic. I said that, actually, to my friend. He thought that I was being kind of shitty, and you know what? I still disagree with that. because I just said it. I was like, yeah, you know what? I'm kind of happy that like the worst people that I know right now are really bummed out.
And what the government's doing when they are trying to have these
no fireworks for you, no party for you, fuck you.
Terrorism charges, and they're trying to say it's terrorism to live out your values in public. Is they're trying
to celebrate
to take
4th of July on the 5th or the 6th. Yeah, it doesn't feel the same. Good.
These folks from our communities, they're trying to really
250 years of fucking
deprive us
bullshit.
of what it means to flourish, and it deprive us of moral voices that, frankly, we need now more than ever.
Reverend Wolf, stay with me if you would. I want to take a quick commercial break and continue this conversation on the other side. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be right back and connect.
Man, this was a fire interview. Like, as I said, Jacob Sabaroff, like, I'm a legit fan of him now. Like, before, he was Discount Sam Cedar or just, Sammy's little bro. But fuck, I think that Jakey here gets his own place.
All right, let's pick up where we left off with Reverend Michael Wolf, the senior minister at Lake Street Church.
MSJ.
Evanston, Illinois. He was arrested at an ICE protest last year.
MSJ.
There is new reporting, Reverend, this week that found that the Department of Homeland Security is actively monitoring social media accounts and neighborhood group chats. And in all these cities that I went to cover the ICE raids, almost every one of these cities, probably everywhere I was actually, utilizes these tools to keep their eyes on these masked armed agents that are sort of marauding through the streets. As somebody who organizes vigils and protests yourself, is this going to affect how you operate too?
Well, yeah, I mean, on some level it has to, because we want to keep people as safe as possible. That doesn't mean we're going to stop doing the work or anything, but it means that we're going to have to be as cautious and diligent as possible about our visual hygiene and being able to make sure that there's not this sort of way that people can basically make up evidence that you're doing something wrong or terrible simply for...
Well, no, that was also being covered by Status Quo and a whole bunch of other citizen journalists. This is the benefit of having recording devices everywhere. And I hate to say it, fuck their flock cameras, because if they're going to pull that shit, then this is where I kind of want to make this a thing for Illinois, and I'm looking into how to challenge this. Because in Illinois, we're technically a two-party state, so it's very difficult to be able to use that, and then not have somebody be like, well, hold on, I didn't give you permission to film me, so blah, blah, blah. That needs to go out the fucking door now. I'm sorry. It really does. In 2026, when Flock is stalking us and sharing our information across states with the federal government, all bets are off there, homies.
Voicing your conscience. So it's definitely going to make sure.
At this point, it is kind of like, nah, then I need my guaranteed protected rights that I can,
Sure, one of the things we have to do is make
video an ICE agent off duty or any of this shit.
Sure that people,
because I've thought about this a lot, where even when I'm out there doing my protest coverage, that's technically problematic.
Have access to as much security as they can when they participate in these actions, for sure.
The way I see it is that the point of this kind of surveillance and prosecution is to get people to surrender their right to this.
If I can't record, then why can Flock?
Without ever having to explicitly take that right away. Do I have that right in your opinion?
Yes, I think that's absolutely true. I think that it's just to chill folks from being able to go out and...
Although I know it's the wording is secret recordings, so the fact that I have my camera out is...
And raise their voices
good enough.
And live in accordance with their values. It's to try to make people think, is it really worth it for
it's a little bit of a gray area.
Me to be out there? And what if the risks and the costs are just too much for even voicing what God might be leading me to do when I think about my case?
But realistically,
and when I think of
you want to see the end of IRL streaming? Watch that. It's okay, if you start enforcing that.
About the case of a lot of people of faith.
I know. Well, no.
And people of conscience everywhere. We're supposed to be living.
I bet you can get. Bet you sign a release for the Flock shit when you get a license.
Our best selves. We're supposed to be living in accordance with our values. And this is trying to make it so that you have to pick between: are you going to be safe, or are you going to live in accordance with those values? And that shouldn't be a choice that we have to make in America.
But there is a choice, and I wonder what worries you more. What happens if people keep protesting and challenging the administration, or what happens to the country if people do nothing ultimately?
I think it's more dangerous to do nothing. I think that what people can do to you if you already surrender your rights, if you already say, hey, you know what, I'm not going to live in accordance with I know what is right. I'm not going to make those moral judgments. Instead, I'm going to sit back. That is not only dangerous for your soul and your person, that's dangerous for our country. We can't build a country on people who don't actually live out their values in public. We have to have that. It's a part of what it means to be a democracy. And as a person of faith and somebody who advises people on what choice to make, the choice I want people to make is to be courageous as possible. Not everyone has to do the big, the bold, the risky, but there's something for all of us to do. There's some way for us to engage in redeeming this country and move.
I hate to say it, this is these guys. These are the dudes that fucking bring me back a little bit.
Moving us towards
it's just like, all right, there, holy man,
a better and brighter future.
Before the break, we heard about what one of the sister one of the Prairie Land defendants had to say, that she can love this country and oppose fascism at the same time. I found that I just found her speaking out to be so hopeful. I wonder what's giving you hope at the moment.
What's giving me hope is the folks who are fighting for a new day. I don't think that this is let up at all. If you look at the tensions, they're at an all-time high. If you look, ICE is trying to expand different detention centers. They're announcing new detention centers all the time. There's this real attempt to change the character and nature of this country, and people are fighting back, and they're fighting back from the deepest wells of their conscience. And
because they don't like where this country is going. They don't like the cruelty.
That to me, that's
you got right wingers that are coming out and saying that ICE went too far in Minnesota.
People of faith, that's everywhere. There's a diverse ways that this comes into being.
But I'll
for
tell
me,
you
that
right
gives
now,
me
I got a fucking family member that's as diehard MAGA as they come, and even she said that she doesn't support what ICE is doing.
so much hope.
She's just like, yeah, if they actually went after criminals, that'd be one thing, but they're just going after everybody.
Because it means that we can have a future if people are willing to make that calculus and say, you know what, it's more important.
And then I kind of brought it to her attention where I'm like, yeah, and they're trying to get you okay with it. So then once they start going after American citizens, you're already desensitized. And then she got really scared by that.
Speak up. Then it is.
And then she told me I should probably change my career
to be safe. And I think that is something that I just derive a lot of hope from. It's my
courage.
fellow Americans that give me hope.
I mean, dude, I am out here speaking out against the administration on the daily.
Yeah, you know, we've talked a lot about ICE, but I said this earlier in the week too when this Wall Street Journal story came out. It is a very slippery slope between, you know, federal agents looking after people that are protesting ICE and speaking out against ICE to whatever other political speech that people have to say that's opposed to this administration. And that is why we should all be laser focused on all of this. Reverend Michael Wolf, senior minister at Lake Street Church of Evanston, Illinois.
Yeah, but nobody is. Like, honestly, this is the first time I've seen this really in the mainstream media. Like, Status Quo News has been covering this for almost a year now.
All right, thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me.
Actually, yeah, right? Just about a year.
You got it.
Because I feel like it was around July. Yeah, no, that's when I started covering the protests. Huh. Interesting. Alrighty. Let's do a quick reset here. Welcome to the show if you are new here, by the way. I'm Pep. Wow, yeah, I know. Well, as I said, today is my 2-year anniversary, and I don't want to be cliche, but it's true. It really doesn't feel like I've been here for 2 years. It simultaneously feels like I've been here for 5 years and 1 year. You know, it's so weird. But yeah, no. In the 2 years I've been here, a lot has happened. It's been a while, 2 years. And hope, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna have a lot more coming up here. If you guys have not already subscribed to the channel, please consider doing so. Just reached 3,000. Another thing that, like, I still can't believe we hit 3K right before my anniversary. That was a goal of mine. It's always nice to have goals, aspire to them, and have them happen. Like, that's crazy. What's up, guys, gals, non-binary pals? Nice. What's up, card collector? How you doing? Welcome to the show. Hope you had a good weekend. But yeah. Also, if you are new here, I hope you appreciate the chill vibe that we cultivate. Yes, we are leftists, but we try to be cool, man. We get some riffraff in the chat because of it, but whatever. I'm a political figure. Going back to me getting my death threats, that's kind of when I figured that out. That was fun. That's also when I found out that I'm now, at that point, I was legally considered a public figure. I was just like, oh, I didn't know there were there was really a difference, but I guess there is. Yeah, for defamation purposes, stuff like that. So, yeah, it's kind of wild. I'm a fucking YouTuber. Weird as that. Fabulous, how about y'all? I'm doing good, honestly. I've had a really good stream today. Been pretty low-key. Seems to be the word of the day. We're doing this low-key. But yeah, we're chilling. Pep, you're a big deal, brah. Yeah. Maybe one day. Ish. Let's put it this way. If I can get one Hassan shout out, that gave me like a nice little boost. And then I got to keep, maybe 20% of the audience that would come over and check me out that day. I'd be good. I'd be very happy. Yeah. Let's see. Because I think it's something over like 300 subs over on Twitch. Like if you're doing 300 subs per month, yeah, you're making a living doing this. Not a great one, but still, it's making like a living. But that's you just stream. That's the dream right there. And yeah, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't jealous of the ones that do obtain that. That's sweet. Really, only 300? Yep. Yeah. Isn't that wild? If you have over 1,000 subs like consistently over on Twitch, yeah. I mean, it's a lot, but still. No, I know. It just doesn't, you don't really think of it that way, where it's like, oh shit. Like everybody thinks that you gotta like make 1 million or something, or like you gotta reach 10,000 subs and blah 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 blah. It's like, no, it's actually a lot more obtainable than you'd think, but it's just harder to get there than you'd think too. Something they do not tell you. Shit, there's still stuff that I can't tell you, like for like legal reasons that, it's crazy. Like just, yeah. You make some sacrifices when you do content creation, just bottom line. And being a public figure, that was a big one. And also, it was kind of funny because like the cop insinuated that I was doing like the most dangerous like type of content on YouTube. And I was like, really? He's just like, yeah. He's like, you got some crazy people out there that, you make fun of him. They take that personally. It's just like, oh. Subs are paying viewers on Twitch. Yeah, so yeah, if you have reoccurring subs like Hassan does, and just like in general, like larger streamers do, yeah, once you hit that 300 mark, man, you're well, again, it depends on what your expenses are. Like if you just have rent, and trying to, rent car and, food, then yeah, you can theoretically live on that by itself. I'd say 600's comfortable money. Where it's like, yeah, you really then don't have to worry about that stuff. But, yeah, again, one can dream. Kind of also a bitch to be like in this economy and, but I've also turned the tides on my consumption, and just how I support people and what I put my money towards and, yeah, it's definitely made me a much better consumer. I'm proud of that. People always think that in being rich and not in being stable, you have to be middle class and be a content creator. It isn't always a millionaire or a Mr. Beast. No. Even like Vosh, I know that like you would consider him to have kind of like an upper middle class type of life. Even though like lately probably better. But still, like he's, it's upper middle class kind of stuff, and then you have to do the whole maintenance thing. Like, God forbid you nuke your entire channel by accident or like even on purpose. People. Oh wait, take my Bezos bucks. Hey, I will always take the Bezos bucks. If you guys got them, those Prime subscriptions, I will always take those. Maybe we can get more subs for Pep if we make up a scan. The thing is, it was funny. Me and Jeff were talking about that. Me and Jeff were talking about doing like a fake wrestling scandal. And like, we were also talking about possibly doing it in a way where all you guys like might be fooled. And he was just like, do you think that we could do that? I'm like, dude, I would break kayfabe like that. It's like I couldn't. Because I would chicken out. I couldn't commit to that. I couldn't commit to being the bad guy. But I don't know, man. I've been told that. Yeah, if I like call out certain people on Twitter and if I, make videos about some of my hotter takes. I mean, shit, I had somebody tell me that I should try and get Taylor Lorenz on to fucking debate. I'm just like, no, I'm good on that. I don't want to, no, dude, because like that would probably lose me a lot of support and subscribers. So, gross. Well, I'm glad that you found something out of this. I have a goblin dog. She approves this message. Oh, you got like a little dog pool. I love ugly dogs. Actually, I just saw a really cute dog that was like adorably ugly on a TikTok, where it was when you accidentally dropped the Klingon blood wine. The guy's like panicking, and then all of a sudden you just see his little bulldog. He's got his little teeth out. He's wearing the Klingon getup. It was fucking awesome. Prefer different. I mean, let's see. Say B. Arthur. Wait. I mean, let's see. No. Who? Midge. Right? That was her name? She was like the harlot one. God, man, I used to fucking be able to retain all this. What's wrong with me? I actually watched the Golden Girls. That's one of my mom's favorite shows to watch together. You have not donated nearly enough for me to even consider reading your comments, let alone fucking doing any requests. Jesus Christ. Very cute, but her ears are very goblin shaped. She's I mean, honestly, she like the older I get, the more I'm like, oh. I don't know. I remember when I got to that age where I remember looking at Monica Lewinsky, I'm like, she could get it. Like, I don't know. I was as a kid, I always looked at Monica Lewinsky and I was just like, she's a little homely for my taste. But then, as I said, older I got, more I was just like, I get it. And then people were just like, how is Tom Green with Monica Lewinsky? It's like, I kind of get it. And then I watched it. I remember watching an interview with her, and she was actually pretty like personable and funny. And like that was what got me, where I was just like, oh, it was on Opie and Anthony. Yeah, she came on Opie and Anthony, and she actually like. I remember she left that, and even Anthony was just like, yeah, she was actually pretty cool. I see your Blanche man. Excellent. Wait, my what? My what? Latina Mafune. I like the grandma from G Girls. Hers. I forgot what the name of the fucking show was. I just remember there was like an older lady on it where I was just like, her podcast, she just interviewed Josh Johnson. Wait, who did? Wait, Mitchell, who did? The girl, wait, the lady from the lady from G Girls just interviewed Josh Johnson, is what you're saying? Huh. Like the dog from Mask, Milo, remember him? Yep. Oh, Monica Lewinsky. Yeah. Sorry. I was just like, wait. Who are we talking about? Thank you. I might have to actually try that. Or like check that one out. I don't know. I kind of like listening to the random podcasts like that, like Josh Johnson and Monica Lewinsky. Fuck yeah. That sounds interesting as shit. But anyway. All right, where are we at? Oh man. Okay, so I have a few things I want to cover before I need to go. I don't think I'm going to do a clean 6 today. If I am, actually, you know what? I might do the clean 6 and just eat my dinner on stream. Oh yeah, that's right. I can reheat it in the air fryer. W. All right. Blanche. Yeah, it was Blanche. Yeah, it was Blanche. Okay, no, I was right. It was Blanche. I got it. I was not confident in my answer, but it was Blanche. Pretty sure the old lady's dust now. Damn, dude. Got kind of dark real fast. Oh, you know what? Fuck. Okay. I'm gonna cut some of this down. There. I'll watch this later. I'm gonna there we go. I'll put that in my queue. Flesh-eating bacteria. And RFK announces new plan to define ultra processed. You know what? I can just say this real quick. I actually agree with that. It's one of the few things that this administration and RFK are doing that I'm like, all right, finally, one fucking good thing. Yes, the ultra processed food thing is okay. That's a problem. But you ain't gonna bring back Maga with that bullshit. Okay, so did you see that Anna Kasparian was in the newest Iran propaganda video? Yeah, if you guys didn't, here, I'm going to cover this. I know, I'm sorry. I know that the second that TYT comes on the screen, people jump. But like I said, if the coverage is there, then the coverage is there. But for this one, I did want to go directly to them because when I saw that it was Anna Kasparian, I was like, what the fuck? Like, she straight up got like I'm not sure if it was a call out or a shout out. I think it was a shout out, but yeah, here.
So today, Iran put out a new Lego video. And one of our own is in it. And so this one, it feels like an official one. I don't know which ones are official or not. But it's about 2 minutes in, and it's got a lot of Donald Trump in diapers, and we can't show you that because YouTube prohibits seeing the poo. Okay, but we can show you the Anna part. So near the end, this happened.
Say the real word, they killed the kids killed. Janu said complicated and kept the lid. They keep saying Iran 2 weeks from the bomb. Now your own people screaming, build it, stay strong. They ain't screaming for another front. They're screaming, free us from the stunt.
Okay.
Yeah, see, I'm still confused at what the actual message was.
Look, when you watch the whole video,
the song's a banger though.
Kind of goes by in a blur, but the reason
I hate it. I hate the fact that like I'm sitting there bopping along to it. I'm like, I know this is AI, and I hate myself for it.
It caught my eye. I already knew it was in there, but it caught my eye because of the background.
Oh shit, the background is undeniable. It literally says Anna Kasparian on it. Did you not see it? Here, let me pause it like right at the moment. Yeah. It literally says Anna Kasparian on the paper.
Front.
Oh, shit.
The bomb, now your own people.
Yeah, see? Literally. Yeah, and actually, it's kind of fun. That's what caught my attention. And also, there's the obvious fucking AI base.
Build it, stay strong. They ain't screaming for another front. They're screaming, free us from the stunt.
Okay, look, when you watch the whole video, it kind of goes by in a blur, but the reason it caught my eye, I already knew it was in there,
but the background.
It caught my eye because of the background, right? You know, that's not from the TYT set, it's from Anna's house where she has her little home studio, right? And I'm like, wait, is that, oh my God, yeah, that's her.
He was watching it and he's just like,
and then when you freeze it, you see, not only does it have that background, you'll see every once in a while when Anna's doing it from home, but it literally says Anna Kasparian on the sheet. Okay, so.
Wait, is she not here to respond to it?
And she said, they said even your own are saying, build it, stay strong. And so, of course, like the Israel First people are like, oh, you guys are in the video, you're terrible. Just because we started a war and we forced you into it, and now there's 18 caskets that came home and 600 Americans injured.
That he's upset he wasn't featured?
It's costing you hundreds of billions of dollars.
This one does kind of seem like he went, oh,
believe Anna,
wait a minute, we're relevant.
Kasparian's against it. Yeah, and I'm super proud of her for it, right? And by the way, if both sides had bombs that were of the degree that Israel has, there would be a balance of power, and we might not have had war Instead, we don't have a balance of power and only Israel has nukes. And what's happened, Israel has attacked all of its neighbors and started 7 wars. So balance of power is something that is useful, of course, unless you're an Israeli, in which case you don't want that. You want to be, as Netanyahu said, the only regional superpower. That's what he bragged about after the Iran war started. And he said, you know, we got the Americans to start this war. So
okay, I don't care. I just kind of want him to pull up the fact that she was in it. Damn it, I wanted her to respond. I thought she was in it. Oh, fuck it, not worth it. All right, we'll watch that Hassan thing in a minute.
The gold situation has blown up and divided the internet after he got banned from Twitch for saying that migrant children should be shot and then proceeded to double down. Meta's open-weight AI firestorm's gotten even bigger, but Facebook also just got caught shelling out money to neo-Nazis and AI slop farms. You also have decades of abuse getting uncovered at this prestigious art school, with the Jeffrey Epstein connection making the story even darker. And you've got a flesh-eating parasite spreading through Mexico, with cases now reaching the United States. We're talking about all of that and even more on today's brand new Philip DeFranco show. You daily dive into the news, starting with this. When or if you have a kid, you got to make some really difficult decisions about how you're going to raise them. And half the time, you'll have an idea about what you're going to do, and then you're actually in the position, you do something different. Right? And so do you full helicopter parent, never let them out of your sight and stick a tracker in their skull? Or do you hand them a key, tell them, hey, stay safe, release them out into the open world to explore and gain experience? And or is it somewhere in between, right? Because there is a very similar debate going on right now about humanity's super smart, super awkward robot children, AI models. Right? Because on one side, you have Anthropic and OpenAI who argue that new models are dangerous and they should be securely contained and developed under strict supervision. But then on the other side, you've got Meta, Microsoft, and Google who argue that the greater danger lies in restricting AI while the other kids on the block grow up much faster. And by the other kids, they largely mean the Chinese AI startups that have been releasing more and more powerful models at comparatively lower costs. Or because a lot of the normieverse isn't aware, but you've got Moonshot's Kimi K3, Alibaba's Qwen 3.8 Max, and DeepSeek's
all the Lego games are on deep discount on Steam right now.
Nice. Flash, all of which not only rival their top American competitors, but also have one key advantage. They're open weight, right? And weights are the industry term for all the parameters, biases, or weights the government.
Wait, you find data very attractive?
How an AI thinks.
You and Tasha, you are.
And responds. You can basically think of it like a board full of knobs and dials that let you tweak the model's personality, right? How much of insert attribute do you want it to be? That is what open weight gives you access to, right? And it's a different thing than open source, which you've probably heard of before, right? Because that's where the actual source code making up the AI itself is public, so you can even rebuild it from scratch if you wanted to. Right? But the reason that you're seeing this being such an important thing is that open weight models are typically cheaper. They give users more freedom to modify them, and they can be downloaded right to your local computer instead of running off of a data center somewhere. And so,
oh wait, so Dr. Sung, just nothing?
Over time,
okay.
you had both producers and consumers gravitating toward open weight models, especially after these recent cybersecurity breaches. We talked about it on a recent show, but you had that OpenAI
What's his name, right?
model going rogue, hacking into another company called Hugging Face. And actually, when that happened, Hugging Face had no choice but to use a Chinese open weight model to defend itself against the attack, because closed models have restrictions on being used for cybersecurity. And a key thing is that this is not isolated. You've got
damn it, dude. We keep coming across more and more scary fucking stories like this where just it's our nightmare scenario.
This is also other companies.
And then on top of it, our stock market is being propped up by this very thing.
AI models have gone rogue as well. And that includes Anthropic and Meta, hence the debate over the parenting styles. Right? Because while you have one side taking these breaches as further proof that AI needs to be even more tightly controlled by the companies that make them, the other side, they argue that everyone should be given access to these models so they can defend themselves. And on that
Hugging Face, I just literally am thinking alien face hugger.
Side, you've got Meta, who just announced that it's making its most advanced model, Muse Spark 1.2, open weight.
We're also working to make sure that everyone has a personal super intelligence agent that works 24/7 on your behalf to improve your health, your relationship.
I hate that I'm gonna have I hate that we're like not too far off in age, and I'm just gonna have to live in a world with this dumb, weird looking motherfucker.
Your career, your finances, and more.
I hate that everyone that is a billionaire right now is just the least charismatic motherfucker on the planet.
Right, as you have Zuckerberg explaining.
Don't you love that? Isn't that fun?
Putting out a new AI called Muse Glimmer that he says is not only open
weight, he just caught a fly,
but open source. And while apparently it won't perform as well as other leading models on metrics like coding, reasoning, and writing, the point is accessibility. Right, it's meant to be small enough that you can just download it and run it off your basic PC or Mac, no internet needed, and have it as a personal assistant that's there all the time. With Zuckerberg writing in an online manifesto, everyone will have an exceptionally capable personal agent that understands you, your goals, and everything you care about. And then, seemingly anticipating the obvious concern that people might have with that, he assures everyone that it'll have strong privacy and security options so you can just trust it to handle all. all your personal content. In fact, he says that it'll have a fully private mode where even Meta or any other service provider cannot see or grant access to your information. Now, whether you buy that or not, whether you believe Zuck or not, that's on you. But either way, privacy for individuals, that's just one half of the equation. Another concern you're seeing is about security for the public, right? Because the helicopter.
They say money can't buy it all. Oh, Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg alone are proof of that.
Parent critics, they warn that opening up access to these AI models for just anyone to tinker around with, it could end up getting the tools in the wrong hands. Think people like hackers or criminals or bioterrorists. But you've got Zuckerberg seemingly dismissing that criticism, writing, "The notion AI is so dangerous that the only safe path is an extreme concentration of power seems inherently problematic," saying rather than centralizing superintelligence, we should distribute it widely and give every person the ability to direct it. This is the potential to begin a new era of personal empowerment where individuals can use this powerful new capability to reach their full potential, pursue their interests, and improve their lives in the world more than ever before. Though I should then also add for
Where have I heard this one before?
you that it will also empower Meta shareholders to make an obscene amount of money, most likely. Or whether it be one, by convincing everybody they need a 24/7 AI agent.
The fact that he did a rug pull with Meta fucking the metaverse or whatever the fuck that was supposed to
Plugged
be.
into all their devices. And or two, because it's widely seen that a lot of the other companies are way ahead of them as far as AI agents. But either way, what you saw was Zuckerberg spending a lot of this manifesto pitching the lax approach to AI development to American policymakers. Or with him claiming that any policy that slows American model releases, even by a month, could let China race ahead. And Trump, he seems receptive to that argument because he reportedly told AI developers this month that open weight models don't have to undergo voluntary safety tests. But of course, getting the product out there quicker than your competitors is just one step, right? People have to actually want it. Zuckerberg's told people that he's betting on there being a huge consumer market for personal AI agents, which is a pretty big bet. Or because reportedly Meta expects to spend as much as $145 billion on AI infrastructure
Oh my God, they want to accelerate? Yeah.
And that's not only to improve its existing core product.
Yes. Yeah, because that's what they've been known for is just, hey, let's get to this point and just slow down a little bit.
Facebook and Instagram, it's to roll out these brand new products and hope that they pay off. And notably, after the last quarter, Meta reportedly had a free cash flow of just $784 million, which may sound like a lot of money to you and me, but it's also a roughly 90% drop from the $8.5 billion reported a year earlier. In fact, the last
that was all made on the fucking back of another scam. Allegedly.
Last time that its free cash flow was this small, the company was burning money on the metaverse, right? And that bet obviously hasn't paid off. And so you've seen these tight numbers making a lot of investors queasy. And so seemingly as a result, Meta stock fell 10%. Though I will say the markets maybe are showing a little more confidence in Zuckerberg since he unveiled Muse Glimmer. You have the stock climbing nearly 3% in pre-market trading. But one, where the stock is going to end a week from now, we'll see. Could be up, could be down. And two, whether it's good for shareholders is also a completely separate question from its impact on humans. And you really have no shortage of critics out there saying there is a reason to worry. And that's for a number of reasons, including the way Meta's idea of putting AI in the hands of everyone could collide with the Facebook Creator Fund to create a just shit sandwich. Or because we already know from reporting that AI slop farms and meme factories based in countries like India, Indonesia, Nigeria, and elsewhere, they rake in money by flooding the platform with high engagement, low quality content. And we also know that a lot of that content is political and that some of the Creator Fund goes to white nationalists, neo-Nazis, and anti-vaxxers. So arguably, the more you lower the barrier for anybody and everyone to use AI and whatever they want with minimal restrictions, the more we're going to see it get weaponized for political or financial gain. But again, at the same time, you have others like Zuckerberg arguing that the technology is just as, if not more dangerous, in the exclusive control of a few corporations and governments. So what is the better option, or I guess what is the least worst option? But then from that, we dive into another extremely divisive and controversial topic. And that's because you have Asmongold, one of the biggest streamers in America, saying that migrant children should be shot. He then got banned from Twitch, and then he made a video doubling down on his comments. And you actually had all this starting last week when Asmon spoke about a wave of thousands of migrants from Morocco crossing the border into a Spanish territory in northern Africa. Right in that, it sparked a ton of chaos in the area, as well as a ton of misinformation online. And while discussing this, you had Asmon defending the idea of shooting migrants who illegally cross borders like this, including children.
Is shoot them, problem solved? That's what I would do. That's what I think they should. I think they should just fucking shoot them. Like, I've said this before. Like, I know that it might sound like, oh, well, you shouldn't do that. I have no sympathy for doing that, and I would do that in a second. Because it's the right thing to do in the long term. And there's always, this is emotional blackmail, right? Well, you can't shoot these people. They have kids with them. Well, then don't bring your kids. If you don't want to get shot, then don't bring your fucking kids. It's really simple. You mean you'd shoot adults and deport the kids, right? Well, I'd shoot whoever. Yeah, I'd shoot whoever. I mean, if it's kids, women, men, anybody, just shoot them. They're going to stop coming over.
Jesus.
Because if you don't do that, they'll use children and women as shields to get themselves over.
To listen to
and then
bullshit.
They'll put more women and children at risk because they know that they can use them as collateral so they can get more of themselves over. That's the way it works. That's the way an animal thinks, and these people are animals. They're savages.
He then had to acknowledge that his comments might sound extreme and cold, but he claimed that a country should do whatever is necessary to protect its borders. And again, arguing that by killing all migrants that come over, including kids, it'll stop adults from using children as so-called shields. And then while responding,
can this be used against me? Well, no, because I'm playing a clip of Asmongold saying this on his program. And technically, I forgot what the rule is, but it's like, if I had him on the show, that'd be the difference. But, I mean, Hassan watched the clip, so let's be real.
In the comments, he added...
You say you shoot kids? Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Well, just in case, I'm going to ignore that. Like, we're going to fast forward that part. We know what he said.
He had a decent chunk of his audience that he's cultivated supporting this. It also led to a ton of backlash. And so you have people writing things like he was casually dropping genocidal rhetoric and normalizing the murder of women and children. Adding still got his fan base on their knees saying dumb shit like he's got a point. No, the fuck he doesn't. Psychopath with a platform. And then even when you had reports breaking that Asmon had been temporarily banned from Twitch, the criticism only grew louder with something that those comments, they were so bad that it should be permanent. But then on the other side of this, you saw that his ban sparked outrage for a different reason. One, you had people saying that he shouldn't have been banned in the first place. And two, you had some saying, hey, if Asmon's rhetoric landed him a ban, Hassan Piker should also be banned. You even had Elon Musk writing, why does Twitch have this double standard? Which then resulted in Hassan jumping in to try to defend himself, suggesting that the clips that Elon was using to justify a ban were taken out of context, whereas, quote, Asmongold urged people to shoot and kill migrant children, which is very real. And while his supporters agreed with that take, and Asmongold's supporters agreed with their take, there was also a fair share of people that were like, yeah, ban them both. So now one of the latest people to address the controversy is Asmongold himself. Because over the weekend, you had him posting a video titled, Why I'm Gone. And there, you had the explanation partially being tied to the ban, as well as a health scare he said that he was dealing with at the same time that he went to the ER over, though it looks like it was nothing serious. So then with that, he explained that the ban that he got from Twitch, it lasts 2 weeks, though he plans to appeal it. And though he doesn't know for certain, he suggested that these comments about migrants were what led to the ban. But really, the part of the video that got the most attention was when he chose to double down on that narrative anyways.
Yeah, I'm straight upset. I think you should shoot these people. The people were saying that you couldn't do that because, well, there might be kids in the crowd. And my response to that is that you should shoot them anyway. You should do this anyway. And it doesn't matter really what the collateral damage is. You should defend your borders.
Oh my God, his room looks clean.
Especially when you're being invaded by such a massive force of people. And I also referred to the people that use the human shields as animals. Yeah, that's exactly what I think. I think they're fucking animals. If you use children as human shields in order for you to invade a country or in order for you to do terrorist attacks, I think that you're a fucking animal. And I'm not sorry for it. I want to let you know that I apologize for nothing. I meant exactly what I said. And I think that these borders should be defended with lethal force.
He then also had Asmon pointing to other situations where he thinks that children potentially being used as
What the actual fuck? So he doubled down on it? Okay, yeah, I hope that this ban sticks for him.
shield should not be spared from harm.
In a lot of gang culture, what they do is they'll use children to commit crimes because they know the children will not be sentenced in the same way that an adult
Gang
would.
culture,
If
it's
these
literally,
kids are
dude, this
being
is...
charged as adults, the
What the fuck, man?
entire tool that these people were using, you know, these gangs were using of having children commit crimes on their behalf, this tool would effectively be rendered ineffective. But we don't want to do that because it makes people sad to put kids in jail. But from my perspective, the way that I see it is that it makes me sad to see kids that were abused.
I bet Emiru said that she wouldn't come over again if he didn't clean his room. Yeah, Emiru's just as bad of a person as he is, technically, for hanging out and fucking them. You know what? You are judged by the fucking
trafficked and that are
person that you give it up to. I'm gonna be real.
put in
Like, in this case specifically, the fact that like, fuck her.
these situations.
And I mean, like, ew, disgusting. Like,
I think that I really do have the most
Jesus
moral and ethical
Christ.
position on this.
Fucking streaming culture is
because the moment
disgusting.
that you create an incentive, you also drive a behavior.
In this video, again,
Whatever,
it highlights,
man.
depending on where you go on the internet, drastically different reactions. But if you go into his comments, you'll see a ton of his fans agreeing with him, upset with Twitch, saying he did nothing wrong. But then you hop somewhere else on the internet, and there's no shortage of people saying this choice to take those comments further and refuse to apologize, all while planning to appeal the ban, it just stoked more anger. Or with people arguing, someone going, I apologize for nothing when getting banned for advocating for the slaughter of women and children should disqualify you from appealing
Have fun
said
with that
ban.
one.
And tripling down and quadrupling down on killing migrant children is completely fucking deranged. Only 14 days is not enough for this insane rhetoric. Keep him banned indefinitely. But with all that said, as all of this continues to play out, I gotta ask you, where do
What are
you
your
live?
thoughts? Yeah. What are your thoughts here? Leave your thoughts in the comments. Art school, where Epstein went. Wait, what?
Summer camp to help launch the careers of some pretty huge names like Josh Groban and Chappell Roan. But maybe the most famous former Interlochen student is Jeffrey Epstein. You had him attending when he was a teenager, and later he became one of the school's most celebrated donors. He even had a lodge named after him, though after his conviction in 2008, Interlochen said that they cut ties with him, they changed the name of the lodge. But also, as with kind of everything else the guy touched, there was still some red flags. In fact, you had the New York Times reporting that mingling with students at Interlochen as an alumni and a donor, that's where Epstein encountered some of his earliest victims. And in fact, the school, which had already brought in a law firm in 2024 to investigate reports of sexual abuse by faculty and staff, expanded that investigation to include the allegations against Epstein as well. And with the report, it's now been released, and it is so much worse than you can even imagine. Right after 2 years of interviews, the reports say that roughly 70 former students described sexual abuse by nearly 50 adults who were employed or affiliated with the school from the 1950s to the 2010s. So you've got a full range of allegations that these teachers were grooming, flirting with, sexually touching, and even outright having sex with these students. You've got the report reading the information.
So Chappell Roan, I'm thinking that this was the school that she was talking about then.
Gathered during the investigation is simply devastating. Right in it, it talked about the severe impact those traumas had on the students, with, for example, one saying afterwards she was lost and just went home while all her friends were applying to other performing arts schools. And another saying, I do remember it being a pretty significant blow to my motivation to continue as a young artist. Right, and that's just the academic impact. There's also the career side. You had many saying they didn't pursue performing arts as a full-time job because of the abuse at Interlochen. You had one saying that he decided against it because, quote, it all seems so integrated. If you were going to pursue this, this was going to be part of the deal. You would need to be sexually involved with someone if you would continue to be a performer. And then you've got the mental health and personal relationship side of things. Right? Many of the alumni that this law firm interviewed said they've had to seek therapy to process what happened to them. People dealing with depression, anxiety, PTSD, eating disorders, substance abuse, and on and on. Right? You have a significant number saying that they found it hard to trust people and that the abuse they faced at Interlochen, it skewed their perception of older men. It taught them to be uncomfortable when people come onto them and poison their relationships with men altogether. And as far as Epstein's involvement in all this, you have the report including the accounts of 2 of the 3 former Interlochen students who have described having disturbing encounters with him. Or with one of them telling investigators that Epstein engaged in sexual conduct with her, brushing against her body over her clothes in a manner in which he indicated was accidental. And then adding that he paid her to visit him in New York while she was a student, and when she was there, he'd often put his hands on her and she described him touching her crotch. And then you had another alum saying that Epstein also paid her to go to New York after she graduated and that she had given him a massage and he, quote, may have asked her to remove her top. And then very notably, that woman's mother reportedly called the school to warn them that Epstein was preying on students. But then she said that no one from Interlochen ever followed up. Though as far as the school now, when this report came out, they released an overview and an apology letter saying, we are deeply sorry for the harm experienced by members of our community and extend our apologies to those impacted by abuse at Interlochen. And then adding, we also want to say clearly, Interlochen will not tolerate predators or those who enable them, saying our campus exists to protect, educate, and empower every student. Right? And they went on to say that Interlochen is fundamentally different than it was back then, and adding that the majority of the abuse mentioned in the report took place many decades ago, and that reports of abuse at Interlochen have significantly decreased.
Between Zorro Ranch and this, the fact that the mainstream media is still not talking about it
over the past 25 years. You then also had them saying that they turned over the names of all the accused faculty to the local authorities, and they added that no one accused in the report is still employed at the school, and many of them are dead. And actually, they named a few of the staff who have passed away, but who also investigators got multiple first-hand accounts of creepy, pervasive behavior about. So that included Byron Hansen, who worked at the school from 1960 to 2015, Charlie McWhorter, who was a trustee from 1970 to 1999, and John Hood, who worked there from 1963 to 1979 full-time and seasonally until 2004. But then what you saw is that this, saying sorry and naming a few names approach, it didn't sit well with a lot of the Interlochen alumni who were abused. And one of those people was Paul Bush, who was a dancer who was sexually abused by his ballet teacher at Interlochen back in 2005 when he was just 16 years old. In 2004, after he spent a summer as a music student at Interlochen, Paul was recruited by Thomas Clower to be a boarding student during his sophomore year of high school, right on a partial scholarship and everything. And you had Paul telling NPR that he was over the moon about it, saying the summer students, they dreamt of getting a spot as a boarding student, that it felt like his prayers had been answered, saying a lot of my desire was to prove that I was enough, that I was good enough, and that I was worthy of love. And so that he said,
it's more disgusting that this happens in these prestigious fucking venues.
They put him in the perfect condition for someone to prey on him. And as Paul tells it, Clower began showering him with attention and became increasingly increasingly involved in his life. They'd meet one-on-one, Clower would email him inappropriate questions about his personal life and sexual activity, and Paul said that he let a lot of the creepy behavior slide because, quote, it's really hard to differentiate what's appropriate and what's not until it's too late. But then one day, Clower brought both Paul and another student over to his house, and they all watched a movie together, with Paul describing Clower throwing a blanket over the two of them and then touching his thighs and genitals while the other student was sitting right there, saying he wanted me and he took me and it didn't even matter that someone else was watching it happening. And Clower, he eventually pled guilty. He was convicted of abusing Paul. He was added to the sex offender registry, and in Interlaken, they fired him. But for Paul, he said that the trauma went beyond just that incident. In the aftermath, he was interviewed twice by investigators from the sheriff's department, and he was grilled about his sexuality, and he became a social pariah for his last 2 years at Interlaken, saying, I was never integrated back into the community. I was always looked at as different. While he went on to dance professionally for over a decade, he struggled with mental health issues, including PTSD and substance abuse. As this topic of abuse at Interlaken has gotten more and more attention, you have Paul placing the responsibility solely on the school, saying it's the lack of aftercare, let alone that it happened 69 other times with other people. The fact that the predator was on the campus to begin with is all Interlaken's responsibility. So he and many of the other alumni, they're still waiting for some sort of real accountability. You've got Paul saying the school's apology letter, it doesn't even come close to that, adding, they get to say case closed. That is completely unacceptable because guess what? My life is still open. And then before I let you back out.
Okay. Last thing of the night. Let's do it.
James Carville fantasizing about leaving the party. I'm like, you're sweetening the deal.
Why does anybody still listen to James Carville?
All these people do is sit around and talk about how no one talks about James Carville anymore. If you respond to stupid people, all you'll be doing is being as stupid as they are.
People like James Carville, for the past 10 years, all it's been is Trump. We're Nazis, we're deplorables, and now when the TDS dust has settled, look who they're left with. When you say stupid shit like America deserved 9/11, and AOC yesterday was like, yeah, but he said he's sorry. Nonsense.
He said about 4 dumb things out of, 10, 20, 30,000 hours on air.
He dresses up like Mao Zedong, like that's his hero, cosplaying a freaking mass murderer.
Brother, you know that I love and respect you, Jenks. You gotta understand, dude, that's freaking concerning for people.
People like James Carville saying, oh, I'm excited, and we got talent. Talent my ass.
Abdul El Sayed overcame an AIPAC-funded onslaught to become a Democratic.
I'll be honest, the Mao suit was stupid.
Candidate for the Senate. He's now facing a Trump-sized onslaught from Republicans.
When you're trying to like get the heat off of the people that you're fucking, you're trying to get more people to come and check out your DSA candidates, right? Maybe not the best time to do the fucking Mao fucking suit flex when obviously the Fox News cohort, they can use a suit to work people up pretty good, Now, I'm not necessarily worried about them, but this is the shit where it's like you got Vinny and all these, like this is all they're going to fucking say. And this is all they're going to hammer. And this is what's going to go into the general election.
We want him to be.
Here, we should probably start it now. Do you know how many times going into this election Hassan's Mao suit is going to be brought up?
The face of the movement seeking to kick them out of office. Well, the president posted this image of himself with Melania beside a photo of El Sayed and his wife, which pointedly used his full name and a caption of 2 very different Americas.
Yeah, he's right. One in which your overlords are 2 people who don't like each other but joint in the interest of making billions of dollars off of you, or 2 people who genuinely love each other, enjoyed some pancakes together, want to come together to build the kind of America where they can raise a family and know that that family is going to have the good things. So yes, you've got 2 different visions of America. Donald Trump's vision is the one you're living in right now. Can you afford your gas? Can you afford your groceries?
Also, it's not a Mao suit. They're calling it a Mao suit.
Congresswoman Nancy Mace.
Chinese suit. Who cares?
Mace went further.
Everybody's calling it a Mao suit. I'm calling it a Mao suit.
Posting that every Muslim holding public office is a Trojan horse and a threat to national security. She was asked to clarify her comments this weekend, but doubled down by suggesting Democratic communists will one day force American girls to wear hijabs.
I am deeply concerned about Michigan Democrats nominating a guy hanging out with Hassan Piker, who said America deserved 9/11, who has a framed photo of the Twin Towers.
Which he's responded to and says he regrets
up.
those comments. But yes, keep going.
Yeah, but I mean, this is who he's hanging out with, this kind of person who's promoting, communist ideology. This is not something, America's not built on those values. And in the future, when our granddaughters are wearing burqas to school, we're going to look
There's
back
no
and say,
indication that
how
that
did
is
this happen?
happening on a wide basis.
Well, barely an hour
Jump into their framing. As opposed to what? Ignore it? Ignore the fact that, like, that's what you want to do. You want to pretend like it's not a thing and that it doesn't affect the election.
This is on cable news.
So I respectfully say, fuck no.
News at the moment without a reference to Hassan Piker, whose fruity photo shoot
It's
is
called being
plastered across
prepared for the opposition, something that you seem to miss a lot.
Rolling Stone magazine this week. El Sayed was asked to condemn Hassan Piker's infamous 9/11 comments, which he made during a long rant about U.S. foreign policy disasters almost 7 years ago.
Of course it was a dumb statement, and of course, I think Hassan himself would say that was a dumb statement. He disavowed it. So yes, America didn't deserve 9/11, but you know, to sit here and play gotcha politics with a dumb thing somebody said out of context that they disavowed themselves to say, oh well, what does that mean?
This is bad
about
when
what
she
you
said
think?
to
I
go to
wanna be held
another
accountable
country
for
if you're
what
not
I say and
Christian.
what I
Like,
do,
what the fuck, Mace?
rather than this idea that we're so stuck in
Hey,
cancel
political
culture
purposes,
that
I
all of
remember
us
you.
agreed was a bad idea back in 2020, but we seem to want to bring back.
President
Apologies for
Trump
the
was
last
praised in
time.
2024 for building a broad coalition and recruiting the so-called podcast bros in the process. Anybody was welcome. He dined at Mar-a-Lago with Kanye and Nick Fuentes. Whether Democrats have a stomach for the same kind of strategy is unclear, and the reason all of this is consuming so much energy is that both parties are fighting over not only the crucial midterm elections,
Sorry for daring
but the
to
shape of their
disagree with the mighty
campaigns
Pep.
for the
Ah,
presidency.
yes, that's exactly
Will
what it
Tucker
is.
Carlson and Marjorie Taylor Greene define what comes next for MAGA? Or will it be Mark Levin and Ted Cruz? Will Mamdani, AOC, and Hassan Piker be the face of the New Democrats, or is it still the party of Clinton, Obama, and James Carville? Well, we'll debate all of this and more in a moment, but we begin with the great James Carville, veteran Democratic strategist and host of the Politics War Room podcast. James, welcome back to Uncensored.
Oh, thank you. It's good to be back on the show, Pierce.
So let's frame
the
this
Democratic
entirely
Party,
with
is it
James
losing
Carville coming out
itself
and being like,
and
"Why are you
therefore
picking
people
on
like
me?"
you?
I don't think so. I mean, we have an idiotic wing of the party that embrace what I would call, based on what you guessed the last second, that an extinction level stupidity and wokeness. But thank God that it seems that Mr. Al-Said is beyond that. Thank God. Welcome to the fold, sir. And we had this little unpleasant chapter
Oh,
that
Jesus,
was
is that a
embraced by really
skeleton?
stupid people, some who identify with the Democratic Party, that has been squished and is now part of history. And we should keep it that way.
When I look at people like Mamdani and El Sayed, I mean, these are very charismatic guys. They're bursting with youthful vibrancy. They appear to be reasonably pragmatic, but at their heart, you would probably categorize them historically as socialists. And I guess the big picture question is whether these kind of people, either AOC to Ballist and others, whether they can drive success at a local level, at a midterm level, but can they actually win with their ideology a general election?
Well, yeah. First of all, AOC, the very bright person, has rejected this and declared woke is dead. So I'll be very careful to
I gotta
praise
eat
her.
my chicken parmesan and
look, people
tortellini.
claim that Mandami in New York is sort of working on the Mandami. I don't know, but I live there. But the day-to-day life of the city, it seems to be going on. He seems to be a very articulate guy. I don't know, Milwaukee had a socialist mayor back in the 20s or 30s for 16 years, and apparently the guy was a good mayor. In terms of what Al-Said is, I suspect his cultural politics.
Weird how he just kind of he just bowled over that one.
Is somewhat to the left of
So
me,
they
but
were-
doesn't
he
seem
was
to
a good
be a
mayor.
whole lot.
Okay, so what's the problem?
Economically, we're going to have some pretty aggressive measures here. I don't know if you call it socialism or anything like that, but we're going to have to be very aggressive going forward in extracting more taxes from wealth and helping middle-class people and younger people try to get a better
That is literally the socialism we're talking about.
break in life. I don't know if you call that socialism. I call it common sense.
That's called socialism.
You hit the headlines with your comments about Hassan Piker. For those who didn't see them, let's take a look.
What an asshole, dude.
I am not going to be in the same party with Hassan Piker. I can tell you that right now. If he becomes a force in the Democratic Party, I'm out of here. I have no intention of ever being in the same political party with that guy. Now, I think
that makes sense.
that a majority, overwhelming majority of Democrats agree with me.
Now, Piker respond to this. Let's take a look.
Now James Carville's talking about leaving the party. We got John Fetterman, James Carville, fantasizing about leaving the party. I'm like, you're sweetening the deal.
Why does anybody still listen to James Carville? He said one smart thing once, which he seems to have forgotten, which is it's the economy stupid.
Oh, with that, yeah.
I'm like, buddy, is the economy stupid? Like, you wonder why people are pissed off. You've got these. Okay, so both parties take money from all the same people to do all the same errands when they get elected, and then no one can afford shit, and then we wonder why everyone's mad.
No, I certainly think that your range.
He's upset about that, but honestly, that was a good take.
Of accurate comments over the last few decades extends past one comment, Mr. Carville. But let's listen to what Bernie Sanders had to say about this.
So when someone like James Carville says he doesn't want to be in the same political party as Hassan Piker, which one are you going to take?
Well, that's not much of a choice. If Mr. Carville doesn't want to be in my party, the party that I belong to, that Piker, that El Sayed belongs to, he can start his own party.
What is your... Well, first of all, were you surprised about how big your comments got? And secondly, would you reframe them if you had a chance of a do-over? Or is your response to these three and the others like them that they're the ones living in cloud cuckoo land here?
Reframe what? I mean, all these people do is sit around and talk about how no one talks about James Carville anymore. Well, if no one talks about me, why the hell are you talking about me? Somebody, you got to, as Rabbi been saying for 5,000 years, go figure. And
Nobody understood what you fucking just said, you fucking marble-mouthed Cajun asshole. Sorry to any Cajuns in chat, but literally.
The idea that...
God, I felt like I was Deadpool in that fucking Gambit scene. Like, was that words?
92, let's see. Have you ever been to Colombia, Israel,
I'm about to make a name for
Brazil, Seychelles, Afghanistan, all the other places I've worked around the world? If you respond to stupid people, all you'll be doing is being as stupid as they are. So let's continue to have the panel discussion. Let's discuss why no one discusses James Carville, because that seems to be the #1 topic on the left.
It's a very good point, because they're all talking. Well, it is funny, and you make a very good point. But I think the point I would make is obviously not just Hassan Piker.
What?
You've got people like El Sayed, you've got Bernie Sanders, all reining in behind him. So when you said you're not going to be in the same party with Hassan Piker, people might look at that and say, well, actually, it's not just him. There are many people that support Hassan Piker. So, is really your position you can't be in the party with any of these guys?
So let me back up. Bernie Sanders and I are roughly the same age. He's a little bit older than me. I am of the two. Bernie Sanders, James Carville. There's one that's been a Democrat his entire adult life. And his name is not Bernie Sanders. So let's dispense of that nonsense right now.
That doesn't matter. He's actually had a consistent framework for what he actually fights for and believes in. And now he is the Democratic Party. Ironically, this is what becoming irrelevant feels like there, buddy.
I don't know if these people, I don't know that he's a Democrat. Most of these DSA types can't stand the Democrats. In fact, Al Saeed himself has said the Democrats is much of a problem.
Yeah, because they are. You lost these elections there, Pally.
Mr. Republicans, which I disagree with. But when I look at him and I look at Mike Rogers, who's a lackey for the entire pharmaceutical industry, who is an election denier, then I'm going to take Al Saeed every time. Would I take him in a vacuum? Probably not. But against a clown like Rogers, who
what up, Robert,
is an election denier running for the United States in the year 2026.
By the way, if you guys haven't already subscribed to the channel, please consider doing so.
Yeah, I'm going to be Al Saeed.
Summer is almost upon us, and if you're not completely
He looks older than Bernie. Oh, yeah, he does. It's just common courtesy to ask before you drink up all the... James, not again. God damn it.
better tell them that I sent you. One of the big issues facing the party is how to deal.
He looks older than America.
With the big issue of Israel. You said this week, and I want to just
go. What, 84?
Over it again with you once you hear it again.
Let's see.
There's no place, any place, for criticism of the government of Israel in the Democratic Party. There's no place for anti-Semitism. But if you want to be anti-Semitic, go form your own party. I am a full supporter of the right of a Jewish state on the eastern.
I'll just say this: as someone who has seen this guy in the media for over 20-something years, he has always looked awful.
Right. I think the only way to have that is
he kind of aged into being 80. You know what I mean?
You have to have a corresponding
He's one of those guys.
state, fully recognized. You have to have security zones. You have to have massive aid to the Palestinian state, and we got to have peace and not war. Now, I can't stand Netanyahu. And the big change that I've seen in Israel is they used to actually try to get people to like them. They don't do that anymore. And I detest the settlements. Right?
But?
And I would love to see policy changes in the government of Israel.
But?
I am a firm believer in
Where is it? Come on, man. Where is it?
Now these comments, James, also blew up, particularly about your opening line there. There's no place for criticism of the government of Israel in the Democratic Party. Donnie O'Sullivan from CNN, who interviewed you, thought you may have misspoken there. What did you actually mean? Did you mean that you shouldn't be able to criticize the Israeli government, for example?
Well, if that were the case, I would have to resign from the party. I don't know. It'd be hard to find. I guess that people are more critical of Israeli policies, Israeli government than me. But stand in line. I tried to beat the same government. In fact, succeeded in the turn of this century. So
he's aged like raw milk on RFK's counter.
I don't know how it came out, but it's pretty clear over a lifetime what my view is. I support the right of the state of Israel to exist. I am appalled by the policies of the current government of Israel. I can't be any more clear than that. But I don't know how something came out or how somebody takes it, but it's pretty consistent my whole life. And thank you for running that so actually people get some context of what I think.
Yeah, no, well, I think I knew what you were trying to say, and I do know your history of what you said about it. I share your view. I absolutely believe in Israel's right to exist and the state of Israel, but I also abhor a lot of the stuff that this current Israeli government is doing. When you say there's no place for anti-Semitism, I completely agree with you. But many people who are big supporters of this Israeli government and Netanyahu, they often try and reframe criticism of Netanyahu or the government into anti-Semitism. What do you feel about that creeping trend?
Well, first of all, if I'm looking at the polls, maybe half of the Jews in Israel.
By these metrics, Piers, you can say that you've contributed just in the way that you actually counter like fucking Conricus and all these fucking people about their love for Netanyahu and the way that Israel has been acting during this. Wait, seriously?
Voting against.
Is this him trying to play journalism? Because that's not how this works, bro. Like, this is where, like, he doesn't understand it. Like, he doesn't have the ability to take himself out of it because he's such a fucking monumental egotist.
This government.
Holy
so
shit.
I don't think that.
Just when I thought that, like, Trump had a big ego, Piers Morgan comes in.
Half the Jews that live in the
Thoughts
state
on the
of
war
Israel.
with Iran? Pretty sure that Iran is winning, and Trump keeps fucking floundering. I mean, today he just was like, the strait is open. It's totally open. It's under U.S. control. The U.S. Navy is bringing a bunch of ships, and we already cleared the mines. Like, he actually said this shit verbatim, and it's all because the stock market started fucking tanking, and he panicked.
Oh, anti-Semite. So
I love actually seeing him panic, though. Like, not just Midas Tuck. Donald Trump is panicking. No. Now he actually is. Now it's going to be funny when Ben Meiselas is like, holy shit, I'm Ben Meiselas, and Donald Trump is actually panicking.
We must look for another explanation because that one certainly doesn't hold water yet. And that's the easiest thing in the world is to just go around calling people anti this, anti that. And you know, when you would know this because you're in the public eye, sometimes you just gotta shrug it off. It's just part of what it takes.
So why can't you do that now?
But going forward,
wait a minute.
But I suspect there's going to
Because you're watching everybody fucking pass you up? Oh.
be a different government in Israel come, I think it's October 27th this year. Please hurry. You know, maybe we will have some different policies. My problem with people are not.
I'll just say this. If it was Mexico, you'd watch fucking Americans freaking out a lot more.
People that criticize
boy.
the government of Israel. I have no problem with that. When you criticize
At that
Jewish
point,
people,
it's on
then
their
you got,
doorstep.
then I got a problem with you. That's different. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm Irish. I
Trust me, there's a reason we responded to 9/11 the way we did.
They probably criticize all themselves over there, but you got to make the
It's like,
distinction.
listen. Having geopolitical conflicts is for geopolitics, which means, i.e., not America. Like, no, keep that to your European selves. Like, no.
Between
that bombs are like seriously, like those are like reserved for like those weird countries like Asia, Russia, and those other weird countries.
The regime and the people.
Jesus Christ, that really is like the most American thing I think I've said.
And never confuse the people with the regime. I like the Iranian, but with a few Iranian people I know,
that is how they think. Like seriously, that's how Americans think.
They're very industrious. They're very hardworking. They're very family-oriented people. I like them. I don't like the regime, but that's a different thing.
Yeah, it seems like you're trying to whitewash the Trump regime right there.
Yeah. I just want to end with some predictions from you, James. Polly Market, their predictions for the
Totally not sponsoring this program.
Democratic presidential nominee 2028 have Gavin Newsom out front on 18%. John Ossoff follows on 16%, interestingly very close to Newsom.
That's weird. Yeah, I was about to
AOC
say,
on 15%,
AOC was up.
Kamala Harris on 8%. First of all, what do you think is going to happen in the midterms? And then I'll come to the wider general election.
Right now, and this is subject to change, I think the Democrats win the House easily, and I think they win the Senate, and I don't think it's going to be particularly close. And I don't see anything, any evidence that says that I shouldn't have that position. If I see evidence to the contrary, but I'm not, the other thing, Pierre, let me be very clear here. I'm not very good at predicting elections. That's not kind of what that's not my, I don't think.
You're also not good at advising elections either.
I think the best NBA coach is that good at predicting who the champion's going to be. But I don't know. And I would always just add that early polling in presidential nominating process tends to be relatively useless.
I agree with that 1,000%.
I mean,
he knows his years are to degen gamblers that will appreciate the
front runner may
market
win,
info.
but that generally doesn't happen.
Yeah.
I mean, you're quite good at predicting elections because I lost quite a big bet.
He's not good at much. He's kind of not really proving why he's relevant still and why we need to listen to him over someone like Hassan.
And I still haven't settled that debt with you.
You know, at some point, Hassan, he's been doing this for 5 years at least, 5-6 years, where he's, been streaming, been out there, been organizing, been growing.
You may remember, I think it was in Virginia. So I think I owe you. We're going to Scott's. So I think I owe you £1,000 dinner, which I will honour next time you're in London when I'm there. Let's just turn quickly.
Sign me the fuck up.
To the general election then.
wherever the hell you're spending $1,000 on one plate.
2028, Newsom.
Number one, I think that place should be
still out
non-existent, but also I would do it for the actual, experience just to see, because I'll say this much. I've done one fine dining experience. Did it for a family member's thing. And you know what? It was very much up its own ass.
Front, Ossoff right on his tail.
There were
AOC.
a few dishes there where I was just like, I feel like I could probably cook a better version of this. But
and then Kamala. Do you see any world in which Kamala Harris becomes the nominee again? And if it's not going to be her, who would you personally like to see, based on who's there at the moment, coming to the fore?
Well, certainly, she runs, if she wants to run, she should run. She has a feeling that even though she got the nomination too late, and Biden, some people have been critical, and if you run and you start, and by the way, this field is going to be so talented, I can't wait. And this is one of these things where I actually just want to watch.
It's British food, though. It's still just branded toast.
I don't think that people sufficiently understand the level of talent in today's Democratic Party.
Beans and toast, there you go.
At the potential presidential level. And boy, you would have to be really foolish to try to get out ahead of this, because, once they start competing, and once you start seeing them on
It's
these
like it's not
forums
even like baked beans. It's like not good beans.
in town halls,
They don't add any like bacon or any like barbecue sauce into their beans. Their beans taste like shit.
South Carolina, New Hampshire, Nevada, Michigan, or wherever it is.
Yeah, I will say this. The best place that I had in London turned out to be a Chinese restaurant.
People start forming opinions, and I can't
joke.
wait for people to see this. And
Best
I'm like
goddamn
anybody else.
takeout
I'm
I
getting my
had
bag of
in
popcorn
all
and
of
watching
Europe,
stuff.
though. That was
There's gonna
fucking
be some
fire.
real talent out there. Real
It's like,
talent.
wow. You can see why that place was like.
We're
the
about-
funniest part was we went to a place that was packed because we were just like, well, this place must be good. It's packed.
To have a panel, James, including Cenk Uygur,
That worked
who
out.
posted on X this week. Is there anyone doing more damage to the Democratic brand right now than James Carville? He's out there on
Damn,
every
dude.
network screaming like a
Dude, I didn't know that Jake came out with this. Okay. Are they on the same panel? Because, oh boy.
about how extreme
Section might be
Democrats are.
entertaining.
Why? Because he's bitter that the pro-corporate, pro-Israel wing of the party isn't getting its way. What would you like to say to Mr. Uygur before we turn to the panel?
Opinions, as the Marine Corps would say, opinions are like noses. They didn't say noses, but I'm not going to say the word. Everybody's got one. You got one. I got one. The whole world. Everybody got an opinion. Oh, gosh, sure got an opinion.
Yeah, but some smell worse than others. That's the whole joke.
Some opinions are better than others, but that's okay.
Everybody's got one. you got your nose. got your opinion. What a creepy old fuck.
Comes with the territory. I'm used to it. And let's have another panel discussion on why no one talks about James Carville anymore.
James Carville, great to have you
Thank
back
you.
on Uncensored. Thank you very much.
See you, Scott. Thank you, man.
Joining me on the panel is Cenk Uygur, the founder and CEO
fucking Christ.
of the Young Turks. Dave Smith, host of Part of the Problem.
I was like, oh,
Vinny
God.
Ashana from the PBD podcast Angry
Although,
Patriot.
how did
and
you
Lindy
not
Lee,
get
the former
that
DNC
too,
fundraising
like,
author
I don't
of
know.
Unburdened.
Lindy
Welcome
Lee
to all
is-
of you. So
I
Cenk
feel
Uygur,
so bad
I think
for
the
her.
exact
It's
phrase
like, damn.
Mr. Carville was trying to gentlemanly avoid
My girl, like, she needs some fucking minoxidil, like, stat.
saying is everyone's got an asshole. So,
Fortunate
we're all
heroin.
entitled to our opinions.
This comes from me.
What do you want to say to him? I mean, he's gone, but what would you have said to him? I mean, it was
Sitting
interesting to
all right
me
here.
about Israel, for example. He was pretty clear. He supports Israel's right to exist, and he supports Israel, but he absolutely does not support this current Israeli government or many of their actions. So I'm not quite sure why you think that makes him the enemy to you.
There's a couple of things there, Pierce. First of all, he's on
That was weird. He edited something there.
every network. So he's all over television, including this one now. So,
That's weird because this is called Uncensored, and he claims that they don't censor shit on this show. That was definitely an edit.
he was much, much better today. But earlier, what he was saying is basically the Democrats are extreme.
Her stylist should have been able to blend that. Her stylist isn't in the room with her here.
And it's a nonsensical
This is like from her home.
point of view. It's so
No, that's like her go-to. Like it's my. This is. It's. Listen. I literally have the push to the side go-to. Like my hair now naturally falls this way. Thank God.
And he's the one that was laying down ultimatums about who gets to be in the party and who doesn't, and that's absurd. So now, look, there's a great irony here.
No, it's just the way that it does. It accentuates the fact that she has a massive amount of thinning right there.
Because in terms of those social issues,
I'm not even trying to be hypercritical. I'm just trying to point this
my
out.
position is actually very close to James Carville's. In fact,
Nah, that's what happens when you're mean to the gays.
me and my co-host Anna Kasparian were the ones who debated people on our left who wanted to abolish prisons about 2 years ago. So we were on top of this, and we didn't want this to be, something the Democratic Party is known for at all. We thought it was a terrible idea. And in those debates, we told people, look, you guys are the only 13 people in the country who believe this nonsense. Stop pretending that you represent Democrats. But now I would say the same exact thing to James Carville, which is,
Pep, don't lie.
stop
We know you have a
pretending that you
stylist. Hey, just because Uni is a stylist doesn't mean that she actually styles my hair.
represent all Democrats. You just don't.
Explain
We
these
have a
split
wide
ends
range of
then.
opinions. So
Oh, I'm gonna get in trouble.
I don't think you should abolish prisons. I think that's mental. But
She's
good
literally
news,
going to be
99
like, you were supposed to tell me when you were getting out of the shower so you could get the haircut, but no.
0.8% of Democratic voters agree with me. By the way, 99.8% of Democratic
Realistically, that's why I
politicians
haven't
agree
gotten
with
my hair cut yet, is because I keep forgetting. Every time I get out of the shower, I'm just like, oh, yeah, right.
right? So some people in the party don't, right? So Hassan Piker is
Supposed
my
to
nephew.
ask her to
On
give me the
Thanksgiving, we
trim.
do these epic 3-4 hour debates called Janksgiving. Sometimes we do it throughout the year. And we're both in the same party, and we have these brawls about where the Democrats should be. So what? Why does James Carville want to cancel anyone inside our own party? Well, that doesn't make any sense. We want a broader tent.
Yeah.
And if a couple of people
That's
got
actually a really good point.
elected that believe in extreme
As whiny as Cenk can be, he actually has never done it. Like, he's never done that.
things,
I guess credit where
and you know
credit's
what?
due.
There's 520 some odd Congress people who believe in super extreme things, like we should hand over American sovereignty to a tiny little irrelevant country named
Booyah.
Israel. They believe in giving trillions of dollars in our money to pork barrel projects in the Pentagon, and they give $35 billion in oil subsidies away. Those are the establishment Democrats that James Carville loves, and they're a disaster, but they're still in our party, and we still try to head in the same direction. If we canceled everyone based on not agreeing with us 100%, well, then we'd have no party left. I say that to my friends on the left, and I say that to my friends on the right. So let's stay focused. And there's a super easy answer to which direction the Democratic Party should go. There's a wing of the party that is enormously popular, but almost never gets talked about, and that is not an accident. The mainstream media agrees with right-wing media in this issue. They want to try to make the left unpopular because of our stance against Israel, right? So I believe they're in cahoots. And they are purposely ignoring the most popular wing, which is the populist left.
I mean, Luke Beasley had some beef for a second, but that's because Luke Beasley is unknowledgeable about Middle Eastern
Represented
conflicts. That doesn't surprise
roughly
me.
by Ro Khanna. But by the way, Abdul El-Sayed has almost, I don't want to, spear him here, but he has almost identical positions to me. And I would say very, very similar to Ro Khanna, and that's why he's endorsed by him.
I don't know. I used to say that Luke Beasley needed to be himself, and then he started doing that, and then he became even more insufferable.
We want the most popular things in the world. We want...
I literally unsubbed him. I unsubbed from him after I was just like, I can't watch this kid anymore. This kid's, he's just, it's...
Universal health care, which
his
almost
little
every other
inside
nation
jokes
has.
that just
we want
don't
higher
land.
wages. We want to be able to negotiate
Listen,
drugs.
as somebody who probably is guilty of thinking that he's funnier than he actually is, that's a perfect case where it's just like, ooh.
Prices we want.
Because it's like he's trying just so fucking hard. And on top of it, what pisses me off, it's like you can hire writers.
Lower housing prices, and end all the wars,
and this side
and get
panel
money out of
is
politics.
one-sided.
Every one of
Yep.
these polls at over 67%. So I have a genuinely unique idea for the Democratic Party. Why don't we run on our most popular policies and all get united behind those?
Yeah.
One of the problems you've got, and I'll come to Vinny to respond to this because you've been quite strong on this, Vinny, but Rolling Stone's just published a feature on.
He does
your
have a
nephew,
team.
Hassan
No, I know he has a team, but I'm not sure if he has a writer.
Piker. Headline: Why is everyone scared?
That's the one thing I'll say is he doesn't script out his stuff
Of Hassan
the way that
Piker.
like Pac-Man does.
It reads, a self-described
He used to.
Marxist with an NSF MS Now vocabulary. He's become famous as a peddler of incendiary takes, not so much moving the Overton
Damn,
window.
he's got one of those types of pools. Fuck, he's got an in-ground fucking
throwing a brick
with the hot tub too.
Among his greatest hits, America Deserved 9/11.
Nice
There's a
house.
lot we can learn from the Chinese Communist Party. Let the streets soak in red capitalist blood.
Probably wouldn't have done that. But...
which he'd later walk back if not apologized for. It goes on. Piker's a matinee, handsome, progressive icon who's
annoying
uniquely
things about
talented at translating radical left politics for the kind of Gen Z bros. And the accompanying photo shoot has a picture of him on a motorbike and by a pool looking like a movie star. And the problem with this, I think, Cenk, is that when a lot of Americans see quotes like America Deserved 9/11, and they've been regurgitated because of Hassan's rising profile. And they say there's a lot we can learn from the Chinese Communist Party.
Campaign
And
socialists.
that the streets
Yeah.
soak in red capitalist blood. They see these quotes come back, and they think this guy is very extreme. And they believe they have a right to be fearful of people like him becoming the faces of the Democrat Party. Before I go to Vinny to talk about that, what would you say in his defense?
Yeah, look.
What is in Vinny's mouth? What is he doing?
Look, we are all
What was that?
on the air for literally tens of thousands of hours. So I've debated Hassan on a lot of this stuff, and he comes from the more, I don't know what word to ever put on it, radical left, max left, whatever
Max
it is,
left.
right? But again, I'm in favor of Big Ten. And I come from the populist left.
Leftist to the
So
max.
there are some things that are just, you misspeak,
can't get over
and,
that one.
and it happens. And he said about 4 dumb things out of, 10, 20, 30,000 hours on air, which, you want to disagree with those. Good news, he also disagrees with those. In fact, the 9/11 comment, he came on the Young Turks right afterwards and disavowed it. So it's that people are trying to make it seem like he still believes it when he disavowed it instantly. Now, if you want to get into a real substantive debate about, hey, where on the socialism, communism, capitalism spectrum we should be, great. I mean, Haas and I have had that debate for hours and hours. That's at least substantive. We used to do something called agitprop for our members on the Young Turks, where Haas and I would only debate those kind of economic issues.
Okay.
So that's a legitimate debate, but going back and nitpicking each comment, come on, Vinny, you and I have also said things we probably wish we hadn't said.
All right, well, Vinny, your response.
With all due respect, I have so many things to say, Piers, and thank you for having me on. I miss you. I've been gone for a while, but I keep hearing this big tent Democratic Party, and you know what? Its majority is inside these tents are freaking.
That's what he was doing. He was getting his little kissy face ready for when he had to kiss Piers' ass.
Clowns. So, Cenk,
thanks for having me on, Piers. I missed you.
You're having these.
The fuck, Vinny.
Thanksgiving, whatever. I've said crazy stuff. You know what I've never said, Cenk, in my entire life?
There it goes.
America deserved Americans, over 3,000 dying, burning to death, and jumping to their freaking death. And there's no excuse for that. Cenk, I don't care. I've never said anything, and I'm pretty sure you've never said anything remotely to that. So you have these Thanksgiving dinners. Do you ever talk to them about this? About the saying, kill them, kill those mother effers, and those mother effers, let the streets soak in their effing blood. If you cared about Medicare or Medicare fraud, kill Rick Scott. My nephew, who's 5 years old, said the F word, and my brother called me the other day, and I told him off. Like as a child, but like in a respectful way. I said, don't you ever use bad words and don't do that. I'm curious in these little dinners, you're not talking to him about that? Cenk, to say that as a New Yorker and how embarrassed and how ashamed I am that these
Apparently you didn't even do your homework on this one there, Vinny. Surprise.
people like AOC are like,
telling me that Vinny's not
he
very
said
smart?
He's sorry.
No
There's
way.
some things, Piers, that you can say you're sorry for, that deep down inside you're saying that he's over it. He just removed one of the photos he has in his stream room, and he put the World Trade burning. Okay, so don't give me this, he forgot. But you know how we got to this point, Piers, as populist, whatever, all these Hassans and everything, is because people like James Carville, for the past 10 years, all it's been is Trump. Trump is Hitler, we're Nazis, we're deplorables, and now, when the TDS dust has settled, look who they're left with. Look who they're left with.
Shit,
The
we're in overtime
AOCs, the
tonight.
Mamdanis, the El Abdul, whatever the hell his name is, that want to abolish ICE.
shit.
They want to defund the police. They want open borders. And when you mention the SAVE Act, it's racist. How dare you ask people to prove that they're here because Kamala Harris and the Biden administration left the border open for 4 years on purpose. And this is it, okay? So I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. When you say stupid shit like America deserved 9/11, and AOC yesterday was like, yeah, but he said he's sorry. Nonsense. He's not sorry because he believes it. He says he's not patriotic. He dresses up like Mao Zedong, like that's his hero, cosplaying a freaking mass murderer. It's a joke. It's a joke, and people like James Carville saying, oh, I'm excited, and we got talent. Gavin Newsom is your number 1, AOC's number 2, and Kamala's number 3. Talent my ass, Piers, and I'm sorry for cussing, but it drives me crazy. That's the
Does Vinny know he's stupid?
Party
No.
for you.
Vinny, I've missed you too.
Okay.
Love the passion.
I love
Dave,
you.
Dave Smith, welcome back to back to Uncensored Dave Smith.
Can I address
This is
that?
truly, I got to say, I've got to say, it is a fascinating time for people like me that love American politics who are not actually American. Because on the right, you have this enormous split between the Tucker Carlson side, Marjorie Taylor Greene and Thomas Massey and others, and the rest of the MAGA crowd. And on the left, you have this enormous split now between the Mamdanis, the Al Sayeds, the AOCs, and the more mainstream Democrats, the Carvilles of this world. And it's very hard to predict how this all plays out. But what do you make of what is happening here?
Yeah, well, I mean, certainly, I think the Democratic Socialists are ascendant on the left, and I would really largely agree with, I think, both Cenk and Vinny's critiques of the establishment of the Democratic Party. And it's just so obvious to me, and it's amazing to watch an interview with James Carville where he talks about how, like, oh, why are people embracing wokeism, or why are they embracing democratic socialism, or anti-Israel feeling, and as if we're supposed to ignore what the Democratic establishment's been doing this entire time, which was all through the Obama years, embracing and expanding George W. Bush's failed war on terrorism, giving us record high government spending, record low artificial interest rates, which created a cocktail that was just a gift to Wall Street. It was nothing but bailouts to the politically connected and to Wall Street. As Vinny pointed out, they had the open borders. They went the establishment of the Democratic Party back to back to back, went all in on Russiagate, the lockdowns, and the COVID vax, and got...
Yeah, but Russiagate turned out to actually be a thing. Funny enough, Dude, Trump released that shit about the 2020 elections, which then proved that Russia was indeed actually trying to fucking influence the elections. Ain't that a bitch?
All of them completely wrong. While smearing the
not
rest
completely wrong there, Dave. Come on now.
For not buying into it. I mean, just everything. The war in Ukraine, they went all in and got the whole thing completely wrong. I mean, so obviously the wind is at the back of everyone who just simply opposed the genocide in Gaza, or just simply opposed the open borders, or just this is where all the energy is now. But I gotta say, I really find a lot lacking in kind of Cenk's broad defense of a lot of this stuff. Look, there is something so inherently dishonest about this entire democratic socialist movement, starting with the fact that Bernie Sanders, who first popularized it, is not a democratic socialist and doesn't even know what democratic socialism means. I mean, Cenk, you must have seen when he was on Bill Maher's show, what was it, last year, a little over that, and they asked him about the difference, his position between equality versus equity. He had never heard the terms before. He was completely deer in the headlight, how does anyone live in this world and not have a thought? It's like if you asked me about the non-aggression principle and I hadn't heard of it. What are you talking? This is your entire life's work. Bernie Sanders claims to be a democratic socialist, runs as essentially a welfarist. We should have a higher minimum wage and universal health care. Well, that's basically just being a liberal Democrat. But then he uses the term where Professor Richard Wolff and Bhaskar Sankara, they'll tell you that they mean revolution, democratizing the entire workplace, outlawing all employers. Well, hey, so now these guys don't run as revolutionaries. They run as, hey, we're just talking about the unaffordability crisis, but they use the term democratic socialist. It's inherent. And look, I'll just say this. It's an extension of the dishonest thing that...
You're a fucking libertarian. Shut the fuck up.
Liberals and leftists have always done, which is that you frame the debate as whether we want free stuff or not. You frame the debate as whether you believe in free healthcare, free education, when, of course, my 7-year-old could understand that there's no such thing as free anything. As long as doctors are getting paid and teachers are getting paid and construction workers are getting paid, someone's paying for it. The debate is over whether you think that the violence of the state ought to be used to confiscate your wealth through taxation, and then bureaucrats and politicians will decide how to give it back to you, or you believe in a free market system. But as soon as you start going to this free healthcare, free education, well, then why shouldn't the democratic socialist run to the left of James Carville and say, I'm for more free stuff. I'm for all the free stuff you're for, plus a whole lot more.
Wow. He actually got worse.
Free stuff. The bottom line here is that anybody who thinks we need more government has lost
That's what happens when you stop paying with comedians in your life.
The federal government's about to spend $7.5 trillion this year. We are going bankrupt. It is infantile for us to be having conversations about what more government programs we should be giving out to people right now. We're destroying the dollar, trying to keep up with the entitlements in the warfare state that we cannot afford right now.
Not word one about how much we just gave to the military. All right, Jake.
You had your breakfast this morning, didn't you, Dave?
Well, you know, Vinny said he missed you, and then I missed Vinny, and I got going.
I miss you too.
Lindy Lee, welcome back to Uncensored, and congrats on your book. A very interesting comment from AOC, in which she talked about what she called woke one. Let's take a look.
Abolish prisons, abolish police, which is also positions that have been taken by a lot of the progressive candidates who have won. How do you get around that? I mean, those are not positions that are supported by most of
I mean, I think that a lot of these races, even right now, they'll have a tendency to be nationalized.
Yeah.
But these races ultimately are local, and all politics are local. My understanding is that Francesca Hong has made clear her present stances to her electorate.
Yeah, she's moved away from a lot of that.
Right, she's moved away from it. And I have a local city councilman that has this saying woke one was crazy.
Now, you know, apart from the sort of breathtaking audacity of saying woke one was crazy, she was one of the biggest protagonists of woke one and all it embraced, right? She was the absolute...
She was literally quoting someone, you disingenuous fuck. Play the rest of the clip. Maybe that would be proven then.
...face of woke one progressive left. But also, Lindy, I don't see a lot of difference between woke one and woke two. You know, I wrote a book last year called Woke is Dead, but I made the point it's not actually dead yet, but I felt like the pendulum was swinging the right way. And then you have, as a backdrop to what she was saying this week, this absolute farce in the WNBA, where you have one of the players, Sophie Cunningham, saying what most people think, which is that it's unfair for biological males to compete against women in sport, and particularly in basketball that relies on power and strength and so on. And you've now got two former male basketball players, Enes Kanter Freedom and Royce White, announcing they're going to enter the 2027 WNBA draft. Now, they're doing it for quite a smart reason. They're testing how far this mindset is going to go, right? Are they actually going to be allowed to enter the draft, or are they going to be banned because they are men? Which, of course, is the very argument that Sophie Cunningham has been laying out as what should happen anyway. So
why'd I need the mic? Oh.
You know, wokeism is alive and well. The distinction
I might have had something important to say, man. Damn.
Between woke one and woke two is pretty well lost on me.
Even I don't know when I'm going to do that.
Where do you think we are with this? Because you can
see...
see...
you guys have watched enough of my programming to see the moment where I surprised myself.
An absolute split between the hard progressive left, these democratic socialists, as they call themselves now, and people like James Carville trying to maintain some kind of middle ground, order, common sense to the party. You were in the Democrat Party, you know.
Was trying to listen, but my kids assembled a zip line in the backyard. Short story. Everyone is okay. Good. I see we are in the fun half. Yes, Robin.
Right,
well, I'm glad that your kid's
around
okay.
the top players. What do you feel?
Sorry, I just saw your comment.
It's the same thing with socialism, Pierce. Socialism, democratic socialism is still socialism. It's just better branding. Same with woke 1 and woke 2.0. And I think it's so rich that she has a gumption to actually say, oh, woke 1 was crazy, but she was on the progenitors of this movement that gave us cancel culture, that gave us biological denialism, that said that biological men should be able to hijack women and girls sports, should be able to basically sabotage the futures of women and girls. And Pierce, thank you for the congrats on my book. You're in it. You made a huge difference, especially 2 years ago when I first left this crazy.
One of my adjacent counties, they're having a moratorium meeting on data centers, but I'm not sure if I actually qualify to be there.
Party, the same party, by the way, that now includes the
they said they need
DSA,
speakers,
Constitution, and this is not hyperbole because it's written in their Constitution. They want to abolish the United States Senate, the presidency, the Supreme Court. Not only that, they also want to grant amnesty to tens of millions of illegal aliens in our country. They also want to abolish America's borders. Well,
this is kind of where I was saying, guys. Like, I know that this is the reaction of them, but this is also where I was saying, just increments.
but guess what? If we don't have borders, we don't have a country. Sovereignty is so important. I don't want to be a...
You need to feel out, like, you ever done this thing? Like, here, let's try and make this like an individual situation for you guys. You ever gone into a space like whether it be a party, classroom, something, and you're just in one of those moods where you're just like, I am going to get my point across and I'm going to be heard. And you end up making an ass of yourself. And you're not proud, like, and it's only through, like, you know, sitting in, like, this could even happen years later where it's like you're in bed just fucking, you know, about to go to sleep, and then you have that moment, like, where you're just like, oh my God, I was such a fucking asshole. See, now this is kind of where, or this is actually a better example, where you overshare. And then you're just like, oh, that would have gone, or actually a date. Here we go. I'm going to retool this. You're on a date, and then you overshare. And then you realize that in the context of like a relationship, it would have been perfectly okay because you needed to let it build. But you overshared, and then they ran. That's kind of what this is. I turned that awful analogy into an awesome analogy. High five. That's a thumbs up. I'm high as shit.
Globalist country, and we saw what happened with Spain just a few weeks ago. Tens of thousands of migrants poured in.
That kind of was a good
I don't want America
visualization
like
of where I'm at.
We can do better than that. And it's absolutely unconscionable for somebody to say that America deserved 9/11. I was a kid. I remembered what happened on 9/11. He is not sorry he said that. He's only sorry he got caught. It's his true belief. It's what's in his heart. And there are
You
millions
guys are
of
making
Americans.
things up.
God damn right. I know how that shit goes. See?
He's only
That was a good analogy. You're just like, oh, if I just waited. Oh,
sorry.
Sorry, but you are. You're making things up.
No,
Why did he
Trank,
say
you have
that?
to stick up for him because that's your nephew. Let her finish. Don't. I know you have to stick up for him because he's your nephew, he's your blood. But don't. A guy that hates America like that, don't do it. Let her finish, please.
Cenk,
totally not performative at all.
I didn't interrupt you.
But she's making things up. Go ahead, keep making things up.
He literally
about
said it. I
Hassan's
didn't
state
put
of
the
mind.
words into his mouth.
You don't know it.
He was an adult.
Got caught. He was on a live stream, you moron. No.
He was an adult.
He said it. There's a lot of context to it, too. I mean, was it one of the dumbest things he's ever said? Yes.
Said those words. You should be.
When he said it, I knew he fucked up. I was like, oh, what the fuck? And then him being Hassan and him having the audience that he does, a lot of them couldn't see it. A lot of them still don't.
Held responsible.
Some people fucking like Frogan just double down on that shit.
This is the
Which, dude, read the room, dummies. What the fuck?
This is the same party that espouses cancel culture, but suddenly for Hassan Piker, we just give him
man.
a pass. Why?
Yeah, but it was a stupid thing.
And it's not even punk rock, and half the time it's not even funny. Like when Frogan did the cake, that wasn't funny. That was genuinely fucked up. And the fact that she couldn't see that is genuinely fucked up. Like, she should have to go review all the footage from 9/11 and fucking, well, relive it. That's part of the problem, is she didn't live through it.
Thing to say.
It's literally that generational disconnect. Like, it's the way that I have no concept of Vietnam because I was born, like, right after it.
A stupid thing to say. He's acknowledged it was a stupid thing to say. He's acknowledged it was a stupid thing to say. And as soon as all those Democratic establishments run everybody out who said Gaza deserved what they got after October 7th, then we could talk. You know, people say stupid things like this all the time. So,
wow, Dave being based. He confuses me.
There's so much to take on Hassan. I just like, why just harp on this one dumb thing that he said? Look, more
Because
recently,
it's not just
this
one
is, this
dumb
is what's,
thing. It's
yes, that's
such
my
a
point.
damning
Yeah, but
thing
you're
to say.
harping on a
If you
bad
wanna
one.
hold the
But you're,
Look at Jake's face. Jake's like, oh.
okay,
He just kind of perked. He kind of blows like, I'm gonna
make your
Why
point,
you guys keep my mouth shut?
point better than you. Just let me do.
That was hilarious. Jake legit just fucking. He was so ready to go. He's like, oh, fuck you, Lindy. You're a lying second. And then fucking Dave's just like, I got this.
Instead of, oh my God.
Surprise.
Instead of cutting me off, just let me make the point better than you. Cenk, he is on record, though, quite openly, when he discusses Mao Zedong.
They're fighting amongst themselves. Yeah, well, no, the thing is, Dave was just like, I actually have better points.
Yeah, man, I mean, they're...
Which, oh, God, the Mao thing. Again, this new thing, the Maoist, the thing, like, I just, okay.
Worse,
great. Uh-huh. Cool.
Successes.
Sell that on a voting block.
Absolutely. Like, I don't think he should. But hey, he industrialized China and all this. And I got to say, brother, you know that I love and respect you, Jenks. You got to understand, dude, that's freaking concerning for people. You know, the fact that these types, whatever you want to call it, the left maximalist types, if they were to look at the industrial...
These people are financially incentivized to freak out over everything, no matter what they say. If they can't find a clip of them doing something objectionable, like in the case of Abdul.
Revolution in England or in the United States of America.
That's how it goes.
They have nothing to say except for exploitation.
But then you got guys like fucking, Max douchebag from Ohio that, they have evidence, dude. They have his own father-in-law who is in Congress going like, man, no. Fuck. Like, I have an issue with that. Like, how come, like, we're always doing this where it's like we argue these, we get caught up in their bullshit, like, talking points, and we don't have the ability to just turn it around easily and just be like, okay, this would be great if you actually did have, like, consistent principles. Like with Vinny, that's a good one, where it's just like, Vinny, you don't care. Because you have a candidate right now that is talking about like how he does not care, how he is unapologetic, and you're sitting here now you're just like, oh well, you gotta let this play out. Where fucking Plattner, yeah, you know what? They deserve this. They deserve this. Like
capitalist wage theft, grueling labor conditions. But when it comes to Mao Zedong, who's slaughtering people by the tens of millions, pointing guns at people's heads and forcing them off of farms into factories, we go, well, hey, man, I mean, he did build a factory at the end of that. I'm sorry, dude, but like if someone was talking about Adolf Hitler,
I don't know anything about it. So I'm going to just say, I'll study up on this bullshit, but
way you would immediately have
I'll just say the fact that there's still reactionary America, like, Mao, I was told that's bad. Like
alarm bells going off,
that ain't dead in my generation, because I kind of have a little bit of that where I'm like, I don't know. Wasn't Mao bad? I don't know. I don't know.
Like, whoa, what? And this is a thing that people are creeped out about.
The same thing about Lenin. Like, yeah, Lenin had some good ideas, but he was also a certifiably bad dude. I don't know.
There's something in Mom Donnie. There's something in a lot of these guys where, why do I see a video from you 5 years ago and you have a thick
like,
African
taking
accent?
people out.
Why were you a completely different person a few years ago? What's going on here? It's a reasonable question for people to ask.
Oh, man.
I have to say this. I'm sorry, I have to say this.
Cheers
Jen,
in
you know
spirit.
who else Mao Zedong murdered?
It's complicated. Is it?
He murdered my great-grandfather in cold blood because he had the bravery to actually stand up for.
He's the worst person who ever lived.
I literally don't know. I'm gonna read up on it, and then as I said, I'll get back on you or back at you.
So this is somebody that your nephew is cosplaying on a daily basis. He murdered my family and countless other people, tens of millions. In fact, he has more blood on his hands than Hitler and Stalin. This is the guy
even worse than what the Israelis do to Gaza is what he did.
Lindy,
you know?
Lindy, you're supposed to be cool with it because he's gonna say he's sorry. And Lindy, forget about her. Forget about her because just because he dresses like her, like Mao Zedong, goes to China. Yeah, let him. It's okay because he says he's sorry, Lindy. It's okay. Just go get over.
He was trolling in the suit. Yeah, that it didn't land. The thing is, it just gave the opposition fucking. Why do that? That was just stupid. Why can't we just do that thing where it's just like
over it? Is the attitude that? Go ahead, check. Tell us that we should get over it. Go ahead.
Yeah, because I mod everybody that's fucking cool and sticks around for a while. I actually have like a decent audience that fucking likes me. So fuck off. Don't know what to tell you.
All right, so now I hope I have enough time to address all three of them. So first off, we get this, Hassan and I get this all the
Soul mods blocked
time. Why did your nephew say this? Why did your uncle say this? Well, if we agreed on everything, we wouldn't debate for 3 or 4 hours, right? So, okay, we're not the same people. That's a given. Now let's bifurcate the two different things that we're talking about. Dave is right about clarifying the issues, right? So when we're talking about stupid statements that he immediately took back, you guys are inventing what's going on in his head.
What will we do without him? I don't know.
Oh, he doesn't mean it. He's secretly lying. He's this, he's that. No, I talk to him about it? We talked to him about it instantly. He came on the Young Turks instantly back then and said, look, obviously I didn't mean it that way. And Vinny, the irony there is...
It's not about getting roasted in the comments. This is the offline bullshit, dude. This is where, like, I think of people like, my mom, if she was still alive, how she would see that and she'd just be like, why did he do that? And I'd be like, you know what? I don't know. And it's kind of stupid.
Is that what he...
Because you know what's also fucked up? I've had it literally said to me that this is the reason he wears suits on stream now, is to fucking, kind of placate to the, the lib moms, right? Like he was trying to do outreach to more people and actually, well, again, not like he wasn't doing a character. He's not established for doing that shit, like as far as characters or anything that's fucking troll like, especially in these media spaces. So that was just a dumb L, dude. Like, I'm just gonna say it. Like, I think it was just fucking stupid. And yes, there's financial incentive as like, yes, there is financial incentive. But the fact is, they are gonna use this now. The fact is, Hassan's popular enough to where he was on my mom's radar before she fucking passed. So like, I don't know, because like that was one of the last things she sent me, was she was just like, oh, that one streamer you like is on CNN.
Meant, and what he clarified, is something that you largely agree with, which is that
That's actually kind of cool. She knew him, that's how I know he was famous, is my mom knew who he was. If my mom knew who somebody was, they were certified for fucking sure.
In the Middle East too much, and there's no need for us to go and provoke people there. There's no need for us to waste our military, lose American soldiers' lives. So, that's the thrust of the argument, and that's been lost now. And why do we constantly...
Yeah, and that's kind of, he's kind of making the, like a roundabout, to it, where it's just like, yeah, this is a distraction from the fact that he actually does focus on, like, major issues.
Constantly going back to a couple of things that he said that are outrageous, because it's smear by proxy. The reality is that establishment media does not really care about Hassan.
I'm glad to see Jake actually really taking a stand for Hassan. This is actually the most unk I've seen Jank outside of Janksgiving. I gotta be real.
Care about smearing Abdul El Said and all the other candidates that Hassan campaigns with. This is the same exact thing they did with...
This is how my uncle would go to bat for me, so I appreciate that shit.
Hold on, Piers. Can I finish something?
You have to...
Okay, this is the same exact smear they did to me in 2020. This is the same exact smear they do to all outsiders. You guys are suckers. They're going to do to you next.
It's not fair.
They attack but sometimes that again, Sylvie, the point is he just whatever. Agree to disagree. I think it was an L that he fucking did the stupid suit.
And you know what?
For fuck's sake.
You know what people do it to people. Look, here's what I would say, Cenk. People hold me to account for what I actually say all the time. If I had said America deserves 9/11, trust me, people would still be talking about it and demanding that my visa gets ripped up. So these comments matter. It is good that he withdrew them, but the defense, not a defense.
Bullshit that they matter. Can I explain?
Yeah, you can't have it both ways then. It's good that he withdrew them. Yeah, let's fucking do that just on a fucking gotta skate over that so nobody fucking focuses on the fact that he retracted his statements and even said like, hey, like, because I remember that's what made me finally like back the fuck off of it. Like in the initial like outrage was that he just said it, or he was like, yeah, L take, that was my bad. And I was just like, cool. I like accountability. Awesome. And he's like, yes, I don't believe that. It was very stupid of me to say. And I remember him even saying like, they're going to use this against me. Ta-da.
Okay,
well, no, I want you to talk about
It just sucks that, other people have to go and defend him when he's not there. Like, I mean, Piers, dude, I'm pretty sure Hassan would come on his show. So I think that this is on, like, yeah, why not have Hassan on?
Let me point out that
you do outreach to everybody. And I know for a fact that he would go on.
In an overwhelming and empirical way.
Odd. That's actually genuinely odd.
Explain his comments about Mao Zedong, because they are extremely concerning.
Okay, that's a second issue, which I'm going to get to in a second. But first, on the smear by proxy. Okay, no. Why isn't anybody asking Mike Rogers, hey, do you denounce Benjamin Netanyahu? You're taking, not only are you campaigning with the Israeli lobby, not only are you associated with the Israeli lobby, you take money from the Israeli lobby. You are legally bribed by the Israeli lobby. So do you denounce the butcher of Jerusalem that has murdered 23,000 children? That is a very legitimate question, but somehow mainstream media can't ask that question. Why didn't they ask Kamala Harris, do you denounce Dick Cheney, who brought torture back, who got hundreds of thousands of people killed? Instead, they're like, oh, you're so wonderful for bear-hugging Dick Cheney. Why didn't anybody get asked, don't you denounce Henry Kissinger? So these are actual murderers who have slaughtered tens or hundreds of thousands of people, but yet mainstream media doesn't do smear by proxy there. They never ask that question.
Damn it.
Oh, what did
supposed to take the
Hassan
bait.
say? What did Jenks say? Well, by the way, what did Tucker Carlson say? What did Marjorie Taylor Greene say? Notice that they always do this to outsiders, to people who are not insiders. But mainstream media is so disgusting
true, Cheng. It's
that
not
they
true.
protect the insiders like
true.
Mike Rogers. And we
It's
all
not
agree.
true.
Everyone on
It's
this
not
panel
true.
agrees to that. Everyone on this
hold
panel
on, Jen, you
agrees
never
the
answered
real
the
welfare
Dave not-
queens.
Oh, let's see
Everyone
Dave care
on this
about this.
panel agrees that the
Jen.
real welfare queens are Israel, who have been robbing us blind.
Jen.
Can we all agree? By the way, Hassan
Jen.
agrees with us that we
Spoiler,
should
he
all
won't.
stop the
Jen.
robbery. And look, Piers, I
Jen.
am in the
What would you
anti-war
have said,
coalition.
Jen?
In this
What would you
coalition,
have said?
hold on.
What
In
would you
this
have said, Jen?
coalition, we have Tucker Carlson and we have Hassan Piker. They don't agree on a lot of things, and I don't agree with Tucker Carlson's LGBTQ issues. I don't
know.
agree with Hassan on the Mao comments, but we're in the anti-war coalition. Let's stick together. Let's get Israel out of our government, defund it, end the wars, get money out of politics, and then we can go back to these nonsense fights that don't matter because
Can you have
once
one
you pick
conversation
between
but the
the
truth
truth on the
is-
left or the
Hang
right,
on,
it's
please.
so
Hang on,
easy
please.
to tear it
No.
Hang
down.
on, please. Hang on, please.
Can
I want to ask Cenk a simple question. Yeah, hang on.
Oh my
Cenk,
God,
you
Tucker and Hassan should not be in the same sentence. Well, you can do that now because they do agree on this issue of Israel, which is, yeah.
say that
It is what it is, man. It is what it is.
the mainstream media.
And, you know, in comic books and in other media and just life, we go enemy of my enemy. And then I kind of go still my enemy. But
media wouldn't go after somebody for saying, you know,
I don't know, man. There's exactly. I have watched a lot of wrestlers do at least the arc where they had to take down the big bad. But then, obviously, the turn happens and you're back at it.
difficult things or difficult positions or whatever.
It's not productive.
I just don't think it's true. If Donald Trump
It's not productive. It's actually really lazy storytelling.
came out with the comments about Mao Zedong that your nephew did, all hell would break
Didn't know I
loose.
had that much of an
And
opinion
what
on it.
Dave Smith
not
rightly
true.
has asked
I
you
can
is,
prove it.
yeah, he said a dumb thing. He said a dumb thing about America and 9/11, and he came on your show immediately and retracted it. Okay, but as Dave said, the mindset which goes out of its way to minimize the actions of the most genocidal monster in the history of planet Earth is very concerning. And as your nephew's star rises and he gets a big feature in Rolling Stone magazine,
Oh, they're mad.
and becomes
They're mad. Oh my God, they're mad that he's actually getting bigger.
the face of the progressive left and
Hey. I mean, that's cool.
so on, it is completely legitimate
I think it's hilarious.
to ask why he would seek to minimize
He got something that Piers wanted.
what Mao
He got the Rolling Stone. There it is, ladies and gentlemen.
Zedong did. And I'm curious whether you, as his
I
uncle,
never got the
have an
Rolling
answer to that question.
Again, we don't speak for one another, so I don't like Mao at all. I mean, to
I know.
Lindy's point, my wife's grandparents on both sides, grandfathers on both sides, were in Chiang Kai-shek's
dude,
army.
that is
They were generals in
right
that
here.
army. They fought Mao, right? So, okay, but you put family aside. I just don't agree with that. But guys, I don't agree with Tucker's positions on feminism. That doesn't mean I'm going to reject him as an ally in the anti-war movement, in the
guess-
American sovereignty movement.
Yeah.
So, like,
I
you
guess-
guys
I
are doing
get-
cancel culture, but remember, cancel
Not
culture
really,
is
though,
used
but-
against
but-
all of us.
But Jake,
So,
I'm not
okay, you
even
don't agree
trying
with
to
him on
smear-
Mao. I don't agree with him on Mao. So what?
No, but it's not, again, the point I was getting at, it's not to smear him or to cancel it. I just want people to stake out their positions clearly. And look, I get your point, brother. Like, I think I probably agree with almost everything you said in that rant. It just never addressed, like, my concern. And, like, so listen, obviously, as you know, I'm not the guy who's trying to smear someone for being an anti-war critic. And of course, you know that I know that, of course, a huge percentage of the opposition to your nephew and to Mamdani and all of this is just blatant Israel supporters who want to ruin him over that, and then will find any other thing they can to discredit them. The point is that Hassan has also given him a ton of low-hanging fruit, and I'm
It's kind of literally the point I was making.
asking the question about the mentality here.
God damn it.
Because, brother, I am with you if you're...
I hate when I agree with Dave.
Talking about how our money shouldn't go to funding a genocide or fighting a stupid war on behalf of a foreign country that is bankrupting and destroying our country. And I'm with you on the fact that screw any of them for getting morally outraged about anyone. You sit on the corpses of innocent dead children. You talk to me about any moral outrage about what a streamer said on their stream. That...
Well, then you wouldn't have engaged in this, David.
Being said, man, whether the factories are owned by
he's so frustrating
individual capitalists or whether they are owned by the central state is the difference between whether people die by the
No, I know he's agreeing with me, but there's also just occasionally, like, I'm just like, there it is.
Tens of millions or not. And that is true every single time that it's played out. And there is a movement on the left here who is flirting with these ideas.
I kind of just like had that moment where I was like, oh yeah, this is Dave Smith I'm listening to. Dave Smith. Dave watches PepTalks. That'd be fucking wild.
I'm telling you right now, Jake, if these people like your nephew were to real deal get control of our Department of Agriculture, I'll be siding.
Realistically, he's actually one of the dudes that I would
with the neocons against you, because that's even worse. That's even worse than the warfare straight.
I would just end up asking him some lore, though. It's like, all right, man, I have to do some things just because a little bit like of. It's like I was a fan. It's just like, okay, so outside of politics, do you in fact still think that, you know, people who sit and pee are technically, you know, being the cleaner ones? Because I remember you had that stance.
Still state socialism, the worst invention in the history of humanity by far. No close second. And here you guys are, for some reason, you have a soft.
True story. They had that fucking debate on Legion of Skanks.
To it. It blows my mind.
It was out, and then him and Big J. It's just like, what?
No, but
it's cleaner.
You're constantly
Hey,
defending.
listen. You hold on, real quick.
I know.
Real quick.
That's why I was just like, wow.
So, Dave,
hey.
you can debate Haas on Mao.
Very progressive of it.
I could debate Haas on Mao, and I have. Right?
We're supposed to, by the way. I want to
but
set it up.
What I don't
debate
want
Hassan.
people,
You
what I
gotta
don't want,
facilitate
and you
that for
can,
me.
and Dave, and I might be, and Dave,
I mean, it really does boil down to: do you have a, you know,
Dave,
do you have a
probably on
woman
your
in
side
the
on-
house where they're just like, Jesus, your piss ends up everywhere? Because once you have that discussion,
that debate. But guys, this is giving a misleading impression. There are 0 Democratic candidates.
Not quite poop talks
in favor of Mao. Okay, 0. So I don't want people saying, "Hey, I don't agree with Hassan on that," and hence that represents the whole Democratic Party. It definitely does.
That was always my fucking retort.
Does not.
It's
so
just like, you know
as long
what?
as you're not conflating Hassan's most radical position with all Democrats. No, it's a big tent. Almost no one, and certainly none of the politics.
Splashback's a real thing. After watching like one of those, like, I think, was it MythBusters, where it's just about like how much like bacteria is like in the toilet. Yeah, it was MythBusters.
Agree with him.
That changed my view on a lot.
On that,
don't flush without the lid closed. Like
that issue. So he's pushing the window, you push it back, and that's a normal debate. Nobody's got to get
That's
canceled.
simply not true. Mamdani is on the record saying that he wants to seize the means of production. This is not just.
Welcome to PepTalks, by the way.
It's not someone's fanciful predictions. He's literally saying this, and I think it's really curious that you never actually answered Pierce's question. What are your thoughts on Mao? You deflected.
How does it always turn into this?
By talking about Israel and Netanyahu. By the way, I kind of agree with you.
like
I'm not an
this?
Israel supporter. I'm not part of the mainstream media, yet I have concerns, legitimate concerns with your nephew. And there's nothing to do with Israel. Israel isn't even part of my calculation here. But you completely deflected and said these people are mass murderers who killed hundreds of thousands of people. Well, guess what? Mao killed tens of
Sees the means, lol, someone of the establishment. Yeah,
millions
okay.
of people and starved them to death. It's not
What's wait. What's your what are you commenting on, like, more broadly?
okay to legitimize because there are millions of people watching your nephew. Okay, he's normalizing this trash.
Oh, fuck you.
Lindy.
She is fear-mongering. Yeah, she's a dum-dum.
Lindy, if you're asking my opinion, that's super easy and clear. I'm totally against Mao. So.
Okay, you were quoting her. Okay. My
Okay.
bad.
And then what happened? Nobody's head exploded.
Gotcha.
Nobody, like the Democratic Party didn't immediately, melt. It's okay. So, and by the way, you know how many people in the Democratic
I'm definitely the opposite of low. So
Party are in favor of Mao? About 13.
Appreciate you.
Like this. So, I mean, look, honestly, not that many people agree
Shield
with us.
activated. Deflect.
So why are we blown up into this massive issue?
It's got the cable shield.
When zero Democratic politicians are in favor of it? Zero. Why is this a giant issue? Guys, what you're not getting is that you're helping the guys. Look, no, but you guys get it, right? So what the establishment does, they do it on all the issues, but they do it most on Israel, is they try to cancel people on the left and the right who are outsiders, and they do it by doing smear by proxy.
I don't see how Dave can disagree with this. This is just true.
No one's trying to cancel him.
Issues with what has
Yeah, you are. What the fuck was this last hour about? God
Sonic saying,
damn it.
but you guys are helping when
it.
you try. And by the way, people on the left then try.
Let's say you were trying to cancel him. He's like, I can't be the one who is trying to cancel him because then I'll be part of the woke mob.
Try to help
fucking beard.
cancel Tucker Carlson and Marjorie Taylor Greene, and it drives me crazy. Don't do that. Don't feed into the establishment spear by proxy.
Can't stand him sometimes. Exactly. He's so two-faced where you're just like, do you have principles? I don't think so. I think you only care about your ego. That makes sense.
You are conflating.
I watched so much of his garbage, and I'm just like, that seems to be the most consistent
making somebody
view,
accountable.
is that he only cares about what he thinks.
If somebody is a rising political star, as Hassan indisputably
Smooth Bandito. What up? Jesus Christ.
He is, then his stuff that he said.
I mean, honestly, this is one of the rare times that he's cooking.
On the record should be
rare.
Held to proper microscopic account
also,
to see what he actually believes.
No problem.
And his
but
minimalizing
Pierce,
his minimalizing of Mao's outrages and genocidal monstrosity is a very concerning part of his record. We could talk about this for hours, but we're not going to.
You can debate Hassan, but don't make it seem like all Democrats agree with him, because that's
well, can you tell Hassan to come on?
And don't make it. Abdul al-Sayed never said
I miss George Carlin.
All right.
The thing is, you don't need, like, his own daughter said this recently, is that if you just wanted his views, just go listen to his old comedy, like, from the early 2000s. Nothing would have changed.
And you know that tomorrow on CNN,
the only difference is Trump, but he also did predict that.
To pretend that Abdul said it.
Cenk, I would love to have Hassan on
people who have
for some baffling reason.
I know regular people who think.
Wait, what? Oh, is he about to tell a fib? Oh, I think that his nose is about to Pinocchio so hard.
Hang on, Dave.
Hey, careful there.
I would like to take up Hassan's uncle's offer to have Hassan on. I'm available anytime he'd like to come on Uncensored, because at the moment he keeps saying no.
No.
So if you could put a good word in, Cenk, I'd appreciate it.
And by the way, you guys have never talked about you've never talked about why he's popular in the first place.
Wait.
He's popular because he's anti-war. He's popular because he wants to stick up for the average American. And he might have a different way of doing it than you guys do. But he's not establishment. He's not corrupt. He's for money out of politics. He's for all the things that are
Oh, no, he would have taken him down with a nice little witty
super popular
script
as well.
But he was very good at it.
And yes, Dave, we have disagreements over.
You can listen to a lot of modern comedians' takes on MAGA.
Poll at
Sorry, I'm buzzing way
65%
too
or
much.
higher. Those are super popular positions.
And he hates America, Cenk. He hates America. He's dressing like, can you understand? Wrap
You
this
don't
around
know
your head.
George Carlin?
He dressed up like freaking
I
a
didn't know him personally, but I grew up with his comedy.
cosplay Mao Zedong. He's in China walking around.
Jesus fuck with the Mao shit. This is why. I was just like, if he didn't wear that fucking stupid suit, then we wouldn't have it just wouldn't have to be a thing where it's just like, you know what? I don't care. Ask him about his fucking stupid suit.
In
That's what this should be.
love with China,
Carlin would be MAGA? What?
praising him and saying how much he hates this country. Then get the hell out of this country. Cheng,
No, he's saying that he would piss on MAGAloids.
and don't act like he doesn't have influence. He's a freaking streamer. Okay, he hates these capitalists and everything. Then give your money.
The guy. Oh, sorry, I forgot that there's some dick. Yeah, sorry, there's a dick bag in chat.
Away. I hope he gives all his millions
I'm
away,
not even
Cheng, because
gonna
it's absolutely ridiculous.
name.
And don't act like he doesn't have all this influence
Gotcha.
because he's hanging out with AOC, who's looking like she.
As I said, so this may be the case for me and my chat. We might not be low.
He's going to be the front runner. She's not even. She's
Last
just.
time I'll say
She's
it.
not going to denounce his action. She's not going to say
she ain't
anything like
doing
that. Mind you, if you guys don't think she's a serious threat, David, check this out. She's freezing her eggs because she knows she's going to be running and she's going to be a formidable freaking opponent. She doesn't want to have a baby. She doesn't want to deal with none of that for 2028 because she knows.
All right.
Gavin Newsom
criticize AOC.
his resume.
Let me ask. Okay, let me.
I mean, or she just could not want. That is just I don't like this. I don't like this speculation. I'm glad she's very open about this, but god damn. I mean, that's kind of the thing too. Like he just was like, she's doing it because she's running for. It's just like, no, she kind of told you whatever.
Okay, look, I just want to quickly pivot to Tucker Carlson
Why
because
are men
a
like
lot about the
this?
left.
Why do they do
On the
this
right,
all the
Tucker's come up
time?
with this 10-point vision for America. Vinny, you said it was a nothing burger.
Chauvinist
I'm not so sure.
assholes, man.
I think Tucker is laying the groundwork here.
This is the one thing I have to say about my mother is that she made sure I never turned into that shit.
For a potential run at being president. And to those who think he can't get
Mom.
there, well, we currently have a president of the United States who was a big figure on television, who's very charismatic, and who resonated with millions of people. Tucker Carlson fixed.
Can we talk about how creepy it is that he's focusing on her freezing her eggs? Yes. Yes, it's fucking, it's creepy as shit.
Fits all those three criteria, and he is
It's actually like not just creepy, it's genuinely disturbing.
leading
But
this.
the thing is, I got to give her all the credit in the world. She went out and she said it when she released that public video, just saying, I know what they're going to say. I know that I'm giving them ammo. It's okay. She's like, I'm normalizing this, and honestly, fuck them for trying. It's like, okay.
Splinter group away
She didn't
from
say
MAGA,
that last part.
along with Thomas
Close to.
Massey, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Joe Kent, who I've interviewed many times. I think he's a very intelligent,
Third-party massive
thoughtful
grift.
guy.
Oh, yeah.
Many of whose views I completely agree with. So I would not describe Tucker's manifesto, which is how I
Tucker's
read
simply
it,
an opportunist.
as a nothing burger.
I kind of agree.
Why are you so dismissive of it?
Did you? Because
Oh,
Piers,
God,
did
here
you
we go,
read
Vinny.
it? Did you actually read the 10 points? Fairness,
Yeah.
beautiful.
I did,
life,
yeah.
Which Piers, fine, but there is no objectives, no policy prescriptions, no nothing. And by the way, Piers, I agree. And by the way, everybody on this panel, okay, everybody on this panel agrees about Israel's influence, about Bibi Netanyahu, about the freaking war in Iran, about October 7th. By the way, still
Suffer, Lindy.
zero.
She's like, yeah.
You haven't heard one peep from anybody saying how did October 7th even happen because of the security in freaking Israel
She kind of did like the
to get to this point. So by the way, we're all on the same point.
That
The
was funny.
overreaction of freaking
I love the new
to say the
consensus.
least about Bibi and murdering and murdering all those freaking kids. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, we can all agree to it. But
I can't believe that me and Vinny are like almost this. Like,
Again, I'm not
we're close in age. I think he's what,
Piers,
42.
but that 10-point plan, like it's to me, number 11 was going to be
What's his name?
hold hands and sing kumbaya. There was no objectives. There was no. I want to hear your policy prescriptions and what you're going to actually do. It sounded cool, Piers. Love everybody, harmony, budget, this Israel. Okay, but I want hardcore proof. And then looking at that photo, Piers, at that dinner they had in Maine,
IMDb.
Tucker
Wait.
probably president. Joe Kent, Secretary of Defense. I'm curious
Actor,
to who
writer,
would be vice
producer.
president. Would it be
Wait,
Massey?
what?
Would it be
He was on a
Marjorie
show with Marlon Wayans?
Taylor Greene? I mean, people say
Wait, what the shit?
that this party it's going to be an easy thing to launch, Piers. It's not as easy as people say. By the way, I wouldn't be opposed to it, but I want to hear.
He played a dumb cop? Hold on.
Here, the actual prescriptions of
He looks
policies
late
and what you're going to
50s.
do and what your day one is going to look like. That's my opinion.
Well, Dave Smith, it's interesting. For those who hadn't seen Tucker's 10 points, they were pretty much fair. Same rules apply to presidents as voters.
47.
Sovereign,
Okay.
remove foreign lobbying and Israeli influence. Productive, bring back farming, manufacturing. Beautiful, reduce
52.
crime and drug use and challenge ugly urban
Yeah, Marlon Wayans of the Wayans brothers. Yes, he was on a show with him and the
planning. Healthy, reducing
the guy from Zombieland.
influence of big pharma. Honest,
Apparently he
open,
played a
classified
dumb
reports. Optimistic, have
Like
more
literally
children.
a dumb
Wise,
cop.
education, biology, less tech for fads. Decent, reverse Department of War. Stop funding allies that
Like
commit
a
genocide.
buffoon.
United, tighter immigration restrictions. They were broad brushstrokes, but they were a vision for America that I suspect will resonate with a lot of people. And Tucker is extremely articulate. He can get very passionate. I could see him being very, very popular in an election if he chose to run. The question, I guess, for him is, can you possibly achieve?
Most people have no. He really does not have his finger on the pulse of like your average American, does he?
Success
Because even MAGA hates.
With a different new party.
Like, what are you gonna
Or
do?
is what he's really
America
trying
first
to do
ain't like goddamn. Just
reshape
because you think
the
it's something
Republican
doesn't mean it's a
Party
thing.
away from a MAGA-dominated party, which he believes has been betrayed by the architect of MAGA, Donald Trump, and sort of, in a way, reinvent the Republican wheel around what MAGA ought to have been in his eyes.
Yeah. Okay. So, I mean, I find there's so much to talk about here because this could be like a 10-hour discussion on third party. You know, I've been very involved in the Libertarian Party over the last few years, and there's a whole bunch of technical stuff about what it takes to make a party. A third party actually could be very useful, and there could be a situation where you create a third party, but also have candidates run as a Republican, is the kind of long of the short of it. I agree with a lot of the particulars that Vinny, some fair like kind of criticisms there. There's a lot of policy that still needs to be worked out. There's a lot of questions about, hey, who's really running for what? Who's going in what position? What exactly is the plan here? But I think that might be missing the forest for the trees if you more look at this as the very first step towards something bigger coming. You know, the consensus that Vinny laid out there, I think we would all agree with. But of course, then there's a real strong implication.
Mr. Good Time,
there,
how's it
which
going?
is that the Trump experiment has completely crashed and burned and failed. And that's the reality that I think.
Do regular people know who Tucker Carlson is? The thing is, yeah, because a lot of people, like, we were all exposed to cable television at some point almost as a free thing, man. Like, only up until now, like this whole thing with the antennas, and it's fucking wild. So yeah, Fox News, he was on CNN, he was also on MS Now or MSNBC for a while. Like everybody knew who he was with the stupid bow tie. Like millions of Americans know who he is, but he's lost relevance. And as like also the ones that like cared, they were like the maggots. They're the ones that like really enjoyed themselves some Tucker Carlson on Fox News.
I think right wingers in America
I think that they're up. They really do not have a chance with this, and they are up their own ass. I think that Jake also like this idea. He's like, yeah, this is our chance for third party. They're gonna listen to us, guys.
Slowly coming.
Like he doesn't see just how they would throw everybody under the bus.
To grapple with right now. And look, I mean,
You're doing good?
I don't
Thank
know what
you.
to say, man. If we're sitting here a year
I'm
and a
doing
half
well,
after Donald Trump got elected, and
you're
we're
doing
in
good?
a
Cool.
catastrophic
I'm doing
war,
well.
a regime change war in the Middle East that we just lost, and we're further
Man,
in debt,
I
and the
am,
Epstein scandal has been covered up, and no one's been held responsible for Russiagate, and nobody's been held responsible for COVID. And in fact,
Giggly
Donald
for
Trump
good
is saying
reason.
that no, he's going to go along with Joe Biden's auto pay. Well, then the drain the swamp and don't fight the wars anymore, America First thing has been a failure. It is a betrayal, and people are feeling it. And Donald Trump specifically said, screw all of the most influential right-wing news shows in America and all of their hosts. Even Megyn Kelly, even moderate Megyn Kelly was castigated by this administration. And so, look, let's just be honest here. We've never really seen anything like this before. We've never seen the #1 news show in America's host launch a political effort like this when we know that the
Goddamn,
grassroots
everyone likes hearing themselves talk,
of
not
the
just
country
Dave.
is so with him on these key issues. And
oh, great. Now I have another thing that I'm going to be self-conscious about when I'm on these panel shows. Thanks.
So I think what he was laying out there was almost more, and he said this himself, it was almost more of like, look, we don't have anything culturally that unifies us in this country anymore. We need to put together some broad goals that we're all on board with moving toward. Now, there's a lot of work to be done there, hammering all of that out. But to Cenk's point before about his nephew Hassan, and I promise I won't talk about him anymore. Would love to debate him, though, if he'll agree to. That was the first thing I said, Cenk. He's got the wind at his back because he opposed the genocide in Gaza.
Part of it is
it's the
it's a
same
game.
thing with me and you, dude. We've had the wind at our back for the last few years just because we were against this most horrible, most indefensible of things. And Pierce, as has played out on your show more than any other show, the pro-Israeli position has just grown to be indefensible. And at this point, it's just a panel of all of us going, yeah, we all agree on this, that this is wrong. And if anybody comes on with the other position,
except for Lindy,
they can't even get through one sentence because their
Dave needs
lies are
viewers.
so obvious that everyone just sees through them. But now you have a position where Tucker Carlson, who's not only the #1 guy, but is the best guy at giving a speech, the best.
I mean, he ain't the only one.
Guy at cutting a promo, an excellent debater, just an unbelievable.
You guys haven't subscribed
orator.
yet? And you're enjoying the content,
I think
please.
there's enormous potential there, and I do think there's enormous crossover potential to appeal to people like
Also hit the
Cenk.
like button,
and I think, but you know, the thing is that people like me
Bare
are
minimum.
not going to be getting. I'm not going to be able to get on board if your message is we're collectivizing the means of production. But I think if Tucker's message is, hey, we want to go back to true Americanism, we don't want to be an insane country that's always fighting another war that we can't seem to win. Let's worry about our problems here. I think that is something that could become 80-20 issue with the 80 in support.
The issue is
Yeah,
that in
I
America,
agree. Lindy Lee,
for
what's your
Macho
view
Man
of...
voice?
Yeah,
I'm
Lindy,
so
what
sorry.
do you feel about what's happening with Tucker here?
I completely sympathize with the anti-war position. In fact, I agree with the original Donald Trump in January 2025 when he said we should be applauded for the wars that we don't fight. And unfortunately, we got ourselves into this mess. The Strait of Hormuz is still kind of closed, and interest rates are soaring, and everyone is hurting. Gas prices are also soaring. And it just breaks my heart because we had a historic coalition here. We really did. And in the meantime, Americans are hurting across the country. I have to tell you,
It's unbelievable how quick we blew it.
Like, come on.
Sorry. My mistake. I was just agreeing with you. My mistake. I apologize.
I'm so sorry. I thought you were yelling at me again.
No. I was just going to say it's remarkably quick. The idea that the coalition, which I was a part of, that got Donald Trump.
She's like, no.
Reelected. The idea that we would have been at the greatest historical comeback in American political history. And just a year later, I posted on Twitter a clip, Pierce, from me on this show a year ago.
Well, now let her talk.
And the Hawks were bragging about how the 12-day war was so successful. Remember back then the talking point was Tucker Carlson doesn't matter? It doesn't matter that we're losing Tucker and Candace and Megan and Alex Jones and all these people. It doesn't matter that all the most popular people. A year later, our entire conversation, this whole panel, has been on how Hassan Piker has all the energy behind him, how Mamdani has all the energy behind him. If that's not a Trump failure, I don't know what would be.
Well, I'm a little bit more optimistic. I still think he maybe has an opportunity to turn this around. But I have to tell you, American history clearly shows that third-party efforts do not work. We saw it with Theodore Roosevelt. We saw it with Castro. It just fails again and again.
Worked with the Republicans.
Yeah.
What do you mean with Donald Trump?
I think what's going to happen.
The Republicans were a third party. That's how the Republicans got created.
In 1860 something, you're saying?
It's been a while. Yeah, it's been a while. It's a little later than that.
It's been a while.
All right, we'll see if we
Not
can
that
do
long
it
ago.
6 years later.
I actually think, Cenk, that James Carville's prediction may come true, that I think the Republicans may well lose the House and the Senate in the midterms, and that would render Trump immediately a lame duck president. And if that does happen, you have to say he'd only have himself to blame. I mean, he went directly against his campaign pledges not to engage in foreign wars and so on. It's had a direct impact on people's living standards, the cost of living in the wrong way to the one that he hoped, coupled with the tariff war, which has compounded, I think, people's issues on that front. So if that was to happen, you could absolutely see a rising momentum for somebody like Tucker
Get the fuck out of here,
who says, look, I want to be the...
Piers Morgan and Bill Maher are like the two that just they praise James Carville like he's some fucking lord of the Democratic Party.
The original Trump, right? The one
which is weird because Piers Morgan, again, not a Democrat.
We thought we were voting for. You know, the one who doesn't want to meddle in foreign wars, who does want to take care of Americans and American families and interests and restore American values. You know, I could absolutely see Tucker doing very well post the midterms if that scenario happened and the Republicans lost control of Congress. I think you're going to see Tucker leading the charge of reframing Trumpism, if you like, into Tuckerism.
Yeah, so I might be uniquely qualified to talk about this because Young Turks is, I think, the only show that's had as guest hosts Hassan Piker and Joe Kent and Marjorie Taylor Greene and Dave Smith. So we listen to both sides, and what's clear, I think, not only to this panel, but to everyone watching is both the establishment Republicans and the establishment Democrats are excellent at snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. So Donald Trump said that he was anti-war and for America first, and then he immediately betrayed that. And now he's down at 32% approval rating. He had it. He won all 7 swing states. Joe Biden, the Democratic Party is supposed to be anti-war. It's supposed to be for American voters and the average American. But what did Joe Biden and Kamala Harris do? They snatched defeat from the jaws of victory. They both sets of parties, no matter who we elect, you know, there's that meme about no matter who you vote for, you get John McCain. But there's another meme. No matter who you vote for, you get Benjamin Netanyahu. And that's true. And that is that's what's making both sets of parties, their brands, and their leadership deeply unpopular. It's not just that it's about Israel and war. Those are very, very important issues. But they're the tip of the iceberg. The iceberg is we don't trust you. We think you're corrupt. We think you work for the donors, all the donors, just not just the Israeli lobby, and that you sell us out and that you're never going to do what we want. So there's a massive opportunity. There's 2 sets of people that I think can take that opportunity. And we're going to see what history and fate brings us. But there's the populist left wing in the Democratic Party. The most underrated potential candidate is Ro Khanna. Ro Khanna got Epstein files released. Ro Khanna was 100% against this war, is for defunding Israel. He has all of the super popular populist positions. And he doesn't get too much into the social issues. That's exactly the right lane. That would capture about 70% of this country. Now, if Tucker Carlson does, there's a reason why he had that kind of vanilla, benign thing that Vinny's criticizing. Because in order to win, you have to divorce yourself from the social issues, whether you're on the left or the right. But once you get past the culture wars, which are meant to divide us, don't fall into that trap if you're a populist in either direction, okay? Once you get past that, that's 70% of the country that agrees with you. Let's stand up for America, American voters. Let's give them things that they want, not foreign governments, not corporations, not the endless subsidies, not the endless corruption. So if Roe does that within the Democratic Party, I think he'll win. If Tucker does that either within the Republican Party or outside of the party, and the Democrats make the mistake of putting a corporate stooge on there like Buttigieg or Kamala Harris, then we're going to lose, and they're going to win. So whoever gives the people what they want, and they're very, very clear about what they want, take the popular positions.
Wait, what are we rolling for? I don't know. I just felt like rolling a dice.
And you'll win. It's not that complicated. That's why Roe and Tucker are going that way, even though they massively disagree on social issues.
Perception check. Anything over 15 wins.
Here's, I also just want to thank you.
I'm going to end how we... Well, Lindy, I'm sorry, we've run out of time, Lindy, but I just wanted to end...
She's like... Okay.
By how we started, actually, with how...
Usually I'd be mad that they cut off, like, the female guest, but I have to say, that was very funny.
Because Elon Musk, as we've been debating,
Liddy Lee sucks,
just tweeted
so that was
about
hilarious.
Hassan. He means what he says.
Every time she talks, she gets cut off. I know.
Citing
I think it's because realistically, dude, they know what she's going to say. It's just stupid. And I'm not trying to be mean. I'm really, like, this could look bad. No, Lindy Lee's a dum-dum. Like, just, she's politically, she's so fake, number one. Like,
we're going to destroy the white race.
That's probably the worst aspect of her, but.
Which was apparently a satirical comment he claimed at the time. Hassan has just posted back
kind of feel bad if she wasn't such an awful person. Exactly.
To Elon in response, I am white.
Hey, Rapunzel.
Laughing my ass off.
That's a new one.
I think that seems an appropriate way for us to conclude this debate. With the panel looking completely
Piers, I do have an
bemused,
answer for you, though.
shaking their heads and wondering, how did we get here?
But Piers, real quick, you said, imagine if Trump said something like what Haas said about Mao. I don't have to imagine he did. Remember, he said he fell in love with Kim Jong-un, the North Korean communist dictator. So I guess every Republican has to denounce that because he did literally.
I mean, it is a person that's just as bad, right? By your metrics or something.
Say he fell in love with him, and they wrote love letters.
He's not that innocent. Oh God.
Jake, the only surprising thing about what you've just said is it's taken you this long to think of it. Normally you'd be a lot quicker. So I can only blame the blazing.
I didn't get a
I
word
can only
in
blame
edgewise
the
there earlier,
blazing.
that's why.
The blazing.
Lindy's like.
The unseasonably hot LA sunshine has clearly slowed you down a bit. Guys, a great debate. Thank you all very much.
I still hold that if like Piers just didn't engage as much, that it wouldn't be as like bad, you know. That he has as many people on that he does. Because fucking A. You have 5 people on. Of course somebody's going to get dog walked. And not even like with the points, just in general, where they're not going to be able to talk. But, all right, guys, we're going to start wrapping up show here. Let's hang out for a little bit. No more clips, no more news. We did all that. If you guys are just joining us and you're not regulars, I usually stream from 4 to late hours of the night. I kind of go marathons. So if you guys have not already subscribed, please do that. Also, double tap the screen. I think they might have I think they did something with that because somebody said, "Yeah, I double tapped the screen and it paused." I was like, "Oh no, that's not good." So yeah, just let your guests talk. I mean, yeah, I gotta get better about that. I have a interview coming up soon. I'm a little nervous for, but I'm not sure what platform we're doing it on. If it's going to be on this space or where it's going to be. But yeah, I'm kind of looking forward to it. You know, happy Tubeversary. Thank you. Yeah, if you guys are not aware, it is my 2nd YouTube anniversary. Oh, is it? I can't say actually right now. Stop guessing. I'll just say that right now. Stop guessing. Yeah, no, it's I gotta put on my professional. I'm gonna have to actually I'm gonna have to be good for this one, guys. So I'm gonna I'm kind of I'm nervous, man. I'm nervous. I don't want an adult. I'm an annoying millennial. I want to be the thing that annoys everybody about our stupid generation. Harry Potter and plushy toys and Pokemon cards. Oh, fuck. You can go, Pep. He'll spill the beans on accident. Yeah, I know. That's actually... Figure out... Please don't be right about that. No! Listen, this is the reason that I am just like, I can't... Either way. Yeah, no, got some big things coming up. Actually, I have multiple things coming up here. As I said, I know one of them is going to be on a different channel. I'll make the announcement when it is the time. Me ziplining now. Or zipping lip now. Oh, I thought you said ziplining because I was like, wait, Yeah, Robin was talking about ziplining, and then I'm like, wait. And I didn't even make the zipline joke about Tim Robbins. Yeah. Either way, it is time for me to go to bed. So, I got my show on PepTalks, or not PepTalks, this space. See, I'm not just tired. I'm proper ripped right now. Where is she? Wait a minute. Oh, there. Yeah, I used the little bigger, which, man, that thing, it rips to just, it's like scary how fucking that thing rips. Come on. Copy. All right. Your link. I actually purposefully don't use Instagram, and I also don't use links through my my Twitch. Sorry. Ripperoonie. I will pass links through my Twitch though, and through my YouTube. So here, election coverage tomorrow. Yes, we are doing election coverage tomorrow on this space. I know that I don't know. I gotta figure this out because I want to do my show. I kind of want to finish it up, but yeah. What time is the election? Is it I don't want to do the 5 o'clock thing again. I was happy to close it out. Just got 40 off, and oh, nice. Yeah, actually, I got $15 off 75 from my local grocery store. That was kind of cool. And it was funny because the dispo, they're like, usually we won't mix like the discounts and everything, but nobody uses these, and honestly, they're like we want to reward the people that took the time to like actually use a back of the receipt coupon. That was kind of cool. So yeah, I got $15 off of my guy here. Actually, I got a nice little bit right here. Actually, what is it? Sam Squatch. I never got this one before. It's pretty good. Oh, that's what it is. Oh, it's a new one, guys. I never smoked this before, and that was my first one that I smoked before. That explains a lot. All right, as of dry mouth, so I should take care of that. All right, guys. Hola. Hey, Bob. You're just joining us. What's up? Casey's Rewards isn't too bad. Casey's Rewards are fucking fire. Casey's is where it's at, man. Like, I'm glad that they started opening those around Chicago. 'Cause I knew about, like, the Casey's goodness, but I did not know about, like, the Casey's convenience. Holy crap. It's one of those where you're just like, I got how much off my, like, beer? Actually, they got, like, some of the best beer deals I've ever seen. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Anyway. But all right, guys. I was in the middle of doing the plugs. This is what always happens to me. I get a little stun locked. Copy. All right, guys. Follow this space. My show is tomorrow, noon Central, 1 p.m. Eastern. I do 2 hours exclusive there called Pepaganda. We have a good time. I do more news-focused kind of stuff. It's a little more cleaned up. Also, a little more professional. Then, yeah, we have election coverage. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Oh, shit. That's what I'm forgetting. For anybody that did not know, yeah, we hit the 3K on Friday. So thank you for all your help on that one. If you guys are subscribed to the channel, I really, really appreciate you. Yeah. Thank you for that, and thank you for also helping make these 2 years freaking awesome. With that being said, guys, I'm gonna go to bed. Peace.
Who the heck is PepTalks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. PepTalks. 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 Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. PepTalks. PepTalks.
Who the heck is PepTalk?
They want our women. They want our children.
PepTalks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the PepTalk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
PepTalks.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
PepTalks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My
fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.